crash together when the words begin. Oh, every breath we take, we're making light. In this love we ignite. Ooh, we're drifting closer, our bodies in the glow. Ooh, a universe is forming, only we can know, 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 know. Cosmic love, yeah. Cosmic love, like burning fire when our stars collide. Lighten up the sky tonight, our hearts explode. Taking us higher in this cosmic, cosmic love. Cosmic, cosmic, so cosmic, cosmic love. Cosmic, so cosmic, cosmic love. Yeah, cosmic, so cosmic, the cosmic love. Cosmic, so cosmic, the cosmic love.
Let's go, yeah. I just can't sit no more now. I got my moon boots on. I can take to the skies if I wanna. So let's fly now. I'm ready for highs, I'm ready for my arrival. Steady my sights, I'm keeping my eyes on my goal. Paying no mind to what they call impossible. Give me danger, I'll take it. I'll play for keeps, I'm not faking. When I find myself on the edge of the cliff, I'll take the leap and I'll make it. I just long nights wide awake, waiting for miracles. A false pride right away, thinking I'm spiritual. Humility is knowing what you're giving was beautiful, then giving it to the good of all. Give me danger, I'll take it. I'll play for keeps, I'm not faking. When I find myself on the edge of the cliff, I'll take the leap and I'll make it. I just
심장 속 널 향한 이 떨림을 어떻게 말을 해야 좋을까 yeah. 발걸음이 가깝게 들리면 세상이 멈출 것 같아 널 향한 마음이 자꾸 커져가서 이런 내 마음이 더 나와 눈을 가만히 감은 채널 반겨줘 I promise I can be to you My heart is 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 you Baby Don't be shy 언제라도 내가 여기 있을게 넌 내 손을 그냥 잡아주면 돼 I always still be with you yeah, yeah, yeah. 널 향한 마음이 자꾸 커져가서 이런 내 마음이 더 나와 눈을 가만히 그냥 전에 반겨줘 I promise I can be to you My heart is you My heart is you My heart is you My heart is you
feel the same it did before. Even when I said I quit, you always found a way back in. It's the last time you'll be walking out my door. So much for letting you close. Just saying what we both know. Let's not lose control. Could stay be best if we don't. Just saying what we both know. Let's not lose control. Let me go. Could talk all night long. Oh, we're wrong. But don't hold me. Let me go. Can't make this right. So don't tell me lies. And don't hold me when you go. So don't hold me when you go. So don't hold me when you go. 이게 내 맘이야. 처음이야. 너를 안고 싶은데 지금 어떡해. 이게 내 맘이야. 정말이야. 작은 바람이야. 이게 내 맘이야. 처음이야. 너를 안고 싶은데 지금 어떡해. 이게 내 맘이야. 정말이야. 위태롭지 이미 난 맘만 어지럽게 우리 홀린 듯 어디부터 어디까지 잘못된 것 같은데 잊고 싶은 과거와 지나버린 시간을 무거운 짐이 널 잡아도 What's your way? 난 알지 못했던 내가 들지까지 너날 감싸 안았던 따스한 오늘 분위기 Feels so good 이번엔 마지막이라도 되돌릴 수 없는 시들어버린 곳 다시 널 위해 지킬게 이게 내 맘이야 처음이야 너를 안고 싶은데 지금 어떡해 이게 내 맘이야 정말이야 작은
Lost you at the party. Step out of my body. Losing myself in medicine. Thinking about how we began in early summer. Hollywood and Vine. Listening to dumb stuff every single night. Foolish but forever. Happier than ever after. Wish I could hear your laughter. It always sounds like this. 'Cause I know I love you more. Say you want me. Say anything you can to turn me on. Now you haunt me. Say anything. Say anything. Say you want me. Say anything you can to turn me. I wish I could hear your laughter. Happier than ever after. Now I move in slow motion, searching for any emotion. After love, do I believe? 'Cause I'm always the last to leave. What a bummer, thought you were the one. You married me exactly, even wrote a song. Bullish about forever, happier than ever after. Say you want me. Say anything you can to turn me on. Now you haunt me. Say anything. Say anything. Say you want me. Say anything
bones we don't. Now it's time for a comeback. Oh, comeback.
L'Italia è la patria della bellezza. Ogni linea, ogni forma, ogni dettaglio. E ora sta per nascere una nuova opera d'arte. Questa è la Kings World Cup Clubs 2026.
Hello and a very warm welcome back to the Kings League Arena as the action just keeps on coming. Today we have the quarterfinals of the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026, and once again you have in the commentary booth Thomas Lawrence, myself aka Tolo, and the brilliant Thomas Holmesbury THR. Hello, good man, how are you?
Tolo, thank you so much for that fantastic introduction. I am absolutely, well, thrilled to be here this evening, and what a lineup we have, let's say, ahead of us. We have the 4 quarterfinals, so 4 teams will be going through to the semis, 4 will be going home, and honestly, I didn't think it would get much better than last night, Tolo, but we have some serious contenders. All 8 of the last remaining sides will be dreaming of glory. Remember, tomorrow is the big day. Tomorrow is the day in which we will find out who will be crowned Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026 champions. I cannot wait to get into the quarterfinal stage today, Tolo.
Absolutely, and before we though build up to our first game, Alto Móstoles against Atlético Parceros, let's maybe recap the action from yesterday so you can see the results there. The top right, Alpa Kappa getting beyond and past Fawaz. There wasn't good news, however, the other Italian team in action yesterday, Stallions beaten by Los Troncos. Parceros with an epic comeback against No Rules, and DR7 beaten by the Brazilian boys, Decim Pain, which is going to set up a Brazilian derby later, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, but we'll talk about that one step at a time. It was your first day of action, so seeing it was your first day of action, over to you to recount a little bit about this game involving the Stallions.
Well, as so often that has been the case this week, the best game, the game with the most action was the final one of the evening, and this one did not disappoint. Stallions taking on Los Troncos. It took a while to get, let's say, into gear. It was a very low-scoring first half. The dice roll at the half-time, which we will obviously bring you all of the rules and regulations regarding secret cards and the periods of play, but the dice roll really changed the game. There was a plethora of goals just after the half-time break, and it was Los Troncos for the second game in a row coming from behind to get the victory. But Tolo, that doesn't tell the whole story. No. What about the way that the game fired up after a couple of yellow cards for the Italian team? Yeah,
actually, their ill discipline, it did cost them. Also, Blur has his part to play in that one, we have to say. The Stallions president, on a more positive note for the Standard de Colombo, he was brilliant. In fact, he was named the MVP. Real bittersweet moment for him. A stunning performance out on the pitch with a hat-trick, a tripletta, I believe, as the Italians say. But unfortunately for him, it wasn't enough to carry the Stallions through to the quarterfinals. They were beaten despite his star turn. Yes, Los Troncos just had that edge, and I also, dare I say it, showing that winning mentality, that little pedigree that they have as the reigning champions. Colombo bowing out then with 7 goals, not quite enough to reach Alex Martí, who we'll see in action very soon. I know you're looking forward to that one, but one step at a time. I'm using my time dilation card to speed things up. We still have to chat a little bit about yesterday's action. So we said sayonara to the Stallions and Blur, despite the epic performance from Alessandro Colombo. I beg your pardon, for us Englishmen to say these Italian names. It's not simple, but I think we're doing a very good job, despite the fact we don't have PK Patrick Kendrick alongside us. Talking of Italian teams, Alpa Kappa turned the game around.
Well, if I can take over the mic for just 1 second, because Alpa Kappa have been one of the teams that I've been looking forward most to seeing, and yesterday they didn't disappoint. Not just their bright pink jerseys, which, as we know, everyone listening in will know that I'm a massive fan of the bright salmon, and they leapt above FWZ. It was a tight game, but they relied on Christian Ronchi. He's been fantastic for them, and he will need to be at his very, very best if they are to win the Italian derby against underdogs.
You're getting in the spirit. Good man.
100%, the rolling of the R. Underdogs, I do think will pose a bit of a threat. So this guy, Christian Ronchi, their number 10, he was given the star player, the star player responsibility. And as we can see there from the last passage you play, it was your friend, Scienze, Science, as we're calling him.
Yes.
Paul Science, Paolo Scienze.
Paolo Scienze.
And he was the man who got the glory, but it was a team performance, and that's what has impressed me about Alpa Kappa so far.
Yeah, talking of team performances for us, knocked out Porcinos incredibly in round 2. They're unable to replicate that feat yesterday against Alpa Kappa, but they did their very best, and they certainly went out with their heads held high despite being eliminated yesterday. And moving on, the Kings League Brazil champions eliminating the Kings Cup MENA champions. So moving on to the other game yesterday, the second game yesterday, DR7 against Desempeñ. Now there was, shall we say, moment of drama with the keeper, Diop, having a slip-up, which then allowed Desempeñ to get that winning goal in the fortnight match ball, and he was inconsolable. We said, what a shame for him to bow out this way, because up until that point, he had been one of the stars of the tournament, not only with his goals, but also his saves.
Yeah, he certainly was, and he was making big strides in both protecting the goal and also scoring. Of course, scoring that hat-trick on the opening day of this particular edition of the Kings World Cup Clubs. He was inconsolable, and it was tough to watch because he's been such a character. The way that he plays the game, very enigmatic. He likes to rush off his line, very quick. He's made some absolutely outstanding saves. But just talking a little bit more about DR7, we'll concentrate now on their president, because this was his first penalty, the presidential penalty. Took with his right foot.
And with a traditional garb as well.
Exactly, and I'm not sure if that... He was celebrating, I think, as if he'd scored it. What's nice to see about DRB7H is he doesn't take it too seriously. He always has a smile on his face. So you can't say that about all the presidents.
No.
So he stripped down, he got into more casual clothes for the second penality. This one was against
and traditional
underdogs.
Footwear as well, with the boots, finally.
Exactly. But he struck it, curiously, with his left foot. It was a better penalty, but he is still one of the only presidents who's never scored a presidential penalty, I should say, in the Kings League. And he will get that next chance to do it will be in the KL MENA Split 1, which starts in September. Is that right, Thomas?
The 18th, to be precise.
18th.
You're spot on it. The announcement, the confirmation that the Kings League MENA will return. We announced it at this tournament, the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. So that is fantastic news. That's looking perhaps a bit too far ahead. Let's, again, time travel back to yesterday. David Loaza for Parceros turned the game on its head yesterday. THR, no rules, actually went into the fortnight match ball needing just that one goal, but Parceros scored the 2 goals they needed. Loaza then with the level and then the winning goal. This is the team which has as co-president one of your favourite players, I know, James Rodriguez. Unfortunately for him, for you, should I say, never played for your beloved West Ham, the Colombian great, and no doubt he would have been watching on yesterday and delighted with the spirit that his Wolves showed yesterday, showing their fangs, didn't they, and getting out their claws to claw back the scoreline and go and win it and eliminate the German side. No rules. There was also this very unpleasant moment for Nick Brazo Jr., aka Nick Salihamidzic.
Yeah, it was just below us, Tolo. We got a good view of it. I say good view of it, unfortunate view of it, and it looks as though the moulds on his boot got stuck in the turf and he rolled his ankle. It was a terrible one to watch and to witness live in the flesh, because we knew immediately that there was something severely wrong. We've seen at this competition so far, some players, they do stay down, they do try to influence the referee's decision with a little bit of, should we say, diving or ill sportsmanship. This was nothing of the kind. He was genuinely hurt. He had to be taken off.
And as you know, THR, in Kings matches, there are moments to shine, and Adidas is going to reward them.
The Kings World Cup of Clubs, each player has to make a choice.
Yo elijo F50. Mi elección es Predator. F50, Predator.
Who made the best choice? We will see. Gol ou uma assistência.
1 point.
Double but.
2 points. un gol durante el match ball o al shootout.
Si adivinas qué botas y qué jugador son los ganadores, tú también puedes ganar. We're ready. Are you? Make your choice.
Make your choice. I'm still rooting for the F50s THR for the Predators, and they're currently edging it, aren't they, by 5 points in that Adidas Challenge.
Yeah, well, how it works, Tolo, is pretty straightforward. 1 point is given for a goal or an assist. A double goal is worth 2 points. Match ball shootout goal is worth 3 points. And yeah, the Kings World Cup Clubs isn't the only competition taking place. It's a very important competition between the Adidas F50s and the Predators, and the battle to decide supremacy. Let's take a little moment to talk about the time dilation card. Tolo, would you like to explain that one to our lovely audience?
Absolutely. You mentioned about the Adidas Challenge being very, very important. It's also important that you guys get voting, rather keep voting, because we are almost there. The game in which you at home will decide the game in which the time dilation card will be available. And it looks like it's going to be that Brazilian derby that we mentioned, G3X against Decim Payne. Basically, time dilation card, it's very, very simple. You can either speed up time or slow down time. So 2 minutes could become 3 minutes, or 2 minutes could become 1 minute. And we are, well, I was going to say less than a minute, actually less than 10 seconds away from what it looks like to be confirmed that it's going to be G3X, Decim Payne, our fourth and final game, that Brazilian battle in which we are going to have that time dilation card. Teacher, as we were saying, you can see on your screen there, basically, if you're maybe leading and want to get closer to that final whistle, you can speed up time, so 2 minutes become 1. If you're chasing the game, you want to slow down time, give yourself more time to get back in the game, so 2 minutes can become 3. It's fairly simple once you get your head around it.
I would say I'm very surprised to see that, Tolo, because normally the time dilation card has been given to the game, let's say, with the most pedigree, maybe the strongest teams, the teams that are being the most followed across all devices, and we do have a worldwide audience, as we did yesterday. I think we got up to about 650,000, and it's very interesting to see that it has been given to the G3X Decim Payne game, which surprised me. I would have expected Los Troncos, being the current champions, taking on Furia, who have been the most, if I can say it, most exciting team in terms of, certainly in front of goal, they've been the most exciting team. So rather a surprise that it's not the 9 o'clock kickoff, but it's been designated to the 10 o'clock kickoff, with just gives it more spice. All of the late games have produced drama so far this week, and I'm sure that G3X taking on Decim Payne, the Brazilian derby, is going to be exactly the same. It's going to follow the same suit.
It is going to be exactly that, no doubt about it. And you're now seeing Alex Marti in your picture, because he's going to be in action very, very soon, 1900 local time, taking on Parceros. He has been one of their star players, Mostoles, getting a bye through to this stage, winning their first 2 games. They beat the Stallions in their second game. That's DJ Mario in your picture, who converted his presidential penalty in their second game, which, as I said, earned them their spot here, the chance to take on Parceros. Marti, you haven't actually seen him live in the flesh, but you will today, won't you, THR? He's the top scorer, and the way he's playing, he could also, dare I say it, be the player of the tournament.
Well, yeah, Tolo, as you said, coming into this particular edition, I was looking out for players like Lipao, I was looking out for players, Christian
Oliveira, no doubt,
Oliveira, definitely, but this guy has really impressed me. Not just his goals, but his overall play. Alex Marti, who is top scorer, as they say here in Italy, the Capocannoniere Award, the top scorer award. He's currently on 9 goals, 2 ahead of Colombo, who cannot catch him because Colombo, of course, and his Stallions are out. I'm sure Lipao and Joan Oriol and Michael Hernandez will be wanting to say something about that, but he's leading by, amongst the players still in the tournament, he's leading all of them by 4, so he's in a very strong position. We can see him warming up just in front of us, and he looks hungry, he looks ready to take on his opponents today, which are Atletico Parceros.
I say hungry like the wolf, but they are more of a lion, so maybe ready to roar and try and claw down the wolf. The wolf will be looking to Michael Hernandez, 5 goals, certainly one of their key players and main men, their go-to guys. Michael Hernandez, who has helped Parceros reach this stage. They've had to do it the hard way, of course. They were hammered in their second game against Furia, although there was an early dismissal, which certainly didn't help their cause. This was their first game. They beat Fawaz, the team from Kuwait, who beat Porcinos in their round 2, actually eliminated the former champions. Hear a little bit more about Michael Hernandez. 11 goals in his Kings League Mexico split for debut, opening his experience with a brilliant hat-trick against FWZ, and 5 goals, so he's 4 behind Alex Marti, and no doubt looking to him again, not to be confused with Christian Hernandez. They've got 2 Hernandezes in the team, and we are currently, though, chatting about Michael Hernandez, the go-to guy for them, who can not only score goals, he can also create goals as well. So that's our first game, and then on to our second one this evening. We've got this all-Italian derby between Alpa Kappa and the Underdogs. We're actually a remake, THR, of the Italian split final, which saw Alpa Kappa win it earlier this season, earlier in the split, however you want to define it. So the Underdogs want revenge. The Underdogs, who are fresher as well, because they reached this stage by winning their 2 games. They essentially got a bye to the quarterfinals. Alpa Kappa doing it the hard way.
Yeah, Alpa Kappa have been a really interesting team to look at, not just because of their beautiful salmon jerseys, as we've been saying.
Here he goes.
I love the salmon jersey. I have to say it's my favourite shirt of the competition. But the atmosphere that was created by their fans yesterday really spurred them on. And they'll have to be at their absolute loudest and most boisterous, because they're taking on the Underdogs in an all-Italian derby, as you said, Thomas. But Alpa Kappa coming into this one, I would say potentially as underdogs, if you will excuse the pun, because the Underdogs have been, in my opinion, one of the most underappreciated teams so far in this tournament. I don't think many people expected them to perform this well. And if I was somebody like a G3X or potentially even a Furia, who are the tournament favourites, I'd be looking at them and thinking, I don't want to face them in the semis.
And they won't want to face Matteo Perotti on this form, one of the Underdogs, certainly their key performers so far. 3 goals, 2 assists, and named once the MVP, the most valuable player. So Perotti will be looking to power his team, as he powered that penalty home, didn't he? Although, interestingly, he actually missed his first in that game, but the second time asking, he did get the better of Diop, Czech Diop, who we said goodbye to after TR7's defeat yesterday. Perotti then ice cool from the penalty spot. And Alpa Kappa, talking of being ice cool from the penalty spot there, Presidente Frenesi leading the way, 3 from 3.
Well, he is the only president who has scored 3 from 3. He's the only one who's taken 3. He's the only one who scored 3. There was an opportunity for Blur to do it yesterday, but he missed his spot kick, blazing it over the bar. And we were watching him, Tolo, in the warm-up, and he was practicing his penalties. And you know what? When you look at how many presidential penalties have been scored in this tournament, it works out to just 1 in 3. So he's been a real weapon for them. You don't really expect the presidents to have so much impact on the game. But with these secret cards, with the presidential penalties, all of the fantastic rules that the Kings League promotes, this has been a real secret weapon for Alpa Kappa, and I'm sure he'll be keen to make it 4 from 4.
He will be eager to do just that, Thierry. We'll mention it later as well. We actually saw him warming up. This is the beauty of actually being here on site at the Kings League, and we saw him actually warming up, practicing his penalties. As they say, practice makes perfect, and I'm sure Joan Oriol practiced his long-range blockbusters yesterday, because he delivered the goods against the Stallion. He was in fantastic form with a 4-goal salvo yesterday for Los Troncos, who came from behind to beat the Stallions, sending out the home favourites, the team on home soil. They had to overcome a raucous atmosphere. They were, I don't want to say intimidated, but it was at times an intimidating atmosphere. But Oriol certainly wasn't flustered, far from it. Stunning comeback in the last chance round, scoring 4 times, as we said, to move to 5 overall in the tournament for Oriol.
Well, this was a very interesting matchup. Obviously, the champions coming and taking on the home favourite Stallions, and there was, much like for the other Italian sides, like Alpa Kappa and also Underdogs, there was some very rowdy fans in the house. What impressed me, though, Tolo, about this Los Troncos side is that they're not relying on 1 or 2 players. Everyone's chipping in. They almost don't have a star player, and I think that's going to help them as the tournament goes on. One thing to say about Los Troncos, they started the tournament very poorly. They lost 6-1 to DR7, who were a bit of an unknown coming into this tournament, the Saudi outfit. And yeah, it will be very interesting to see if Los Troncos can continue their form. They're coming up against potentially the tournament favourites. A word on them.
Certainly up there, THR, thanks to the feats of the likes of Dedon and Lipao, and they're very much at their best, and they want to finally ensure that the World Cup clubs comes to Brazil, because Brazil, we know internationally at Nations level, they are so dominant. At club level, they've always fallen short. We have spoken a lot, and we will continue to speak about Lipao, Leletti, but it's not just about them. Also Matteo Cededo made an immediate impact in this competition. 3 goals, 1 assist in his first 2 matches, including a hat-trick against Parceros. So keep an eye on that one. That's our third of our 4 games today, and a little shout out there to the president as well, playing his part in what was a record, a historic win for Furia against Parceros, so winning 11-2. It's the biggest ever win in a Kings World Cup clubs. Of course, it has to be said that Parceros weren't helped by an early dismissal. They also had a couple of suspensions over the course of the game, but you have to be at your very best to capitalize on those opportunities. This was the winning goal, shall we say, in the fortnight match ball, even if it was pretty obvious from very early on who was going to be winning that game, as Furia made light work of Parceros. So they're in action against Los Troncos in our third of 4 games, or 3 or 4 quarterfinals at the Kings League Arena final. We'll be going through to the semi-finals, which will be tomorrow, and of course the final, which sadly tomorrow will be our final day. The curtain will be coming down on this edition of the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. So we also have the G3X, another Brazilian side in action. In fact, 2 Brazilian sides in action in our final, when it's going to be a Brazilian derby. G3X facing off for the first time since the split final, which saw Decim Payne crowned champions. So there's a bit of spice then to that one. It's going to be another grudge match between those 2 teams. We'll see. And it was actually won, as you can see, via the shootout. There was very little to split the teams in the split, if you, again, pardon the puns, the disappointment from Kelvin Oliveira and company. Decim Payne then crowned champions, but they have to get they have to do it again, shall we say, if they want to try and be crowned World Cup Clubs champions, as the intensity, as the pressure, as the level is cranked up once again here at the Kings League Arena. Reminder, we are live from Milano, the beautiful Milano, where the Brazilians will be doing battle at 2200, 10 p.m. local time. And not just Oliveira though in the G3X, also got Ton Spider. It's really impressive. You can see weaving his web here with a delicious finish for the Brazilian side, and we'll see whether he can replicate those feats. It's not just as it's about Kelvin Oliveira, maybe, yes, the poster boy for G3X, but they've got the likes of Ton Spider also making a name for themselves, carving out for themselves a lot of moments in the limelight. And we'll see whether they can do it again against Decim Payne, who are without Nascimento, who has been excluded from the competition for violating the code of conduct, and that came actually because of an incident in the team hotel between G3X and Decim Payne. So again, adding even further spice to that one. Barata, meanwhile, at the other end, it provides the foundation. He's the real rock, shall we say, at the back, the brick wall, or brick wall Barata, as we're going to start calling him, who ensures that at the other end of the pitch, G3X can unleash their full attacking flair, because they know they've got Barata behind and in between the sticks, who can keep things out. The man who reached the 2024 final with G3X and won the World Cup Nations with Brazil in 2025. As you can see, coming off split with 2 with 77 saves and 12 penalty stops. So that could also be key, should maybe go to a shootout, or in those situations where we have any penalty or reverse penalty situations. And now, as we always do before we get going with the action, we have the Fortnite Challenge down on the pitch now with the brilliant Thomas Holmes Reed for our latest instalment of the Fortnite Challenge.
Welcome everybody to day 6 of the Fortnite Challenge. It is time to discover who will face Italy in the final tomorrow evening on Saturday evening. So, as you already know, before the start of each Kings World Cup Clubs match day, 2 pairs, each made of a goalkeeper and an outfield player, will take part in a best-of-3 shootout. If there is a tie after the 3 shootouts, we will go to sudden death. So let's take a look and see how the bracket is lining up. As we can see, Team Italia scrape past Team Mexico, and they place themselves in the final. But the real question is, who will be facing them? It is between Team Germany and Team Brazil in this second semi-final. So let's meet the teams. Team Germany, to my right, Fabio Rasic and Amar Cekic from No Rules FC. And to my left, representing Team Brazil, we have Braga, the goalkeeper from G3X, and Lucas Nascimento from Furia. Everything is set, so let's get started with the coin toss.
Right,
shoot first or second? First, you're second, okay?
It's Brazil who've won the coin toss and they've decided to shoot first. Just a reminder for you, there'll be a 3-second countdown and then the players will have 5 seconds to take the ball forward and try to beat the keeper. Up first, Lucas Nascimento. Nice first touch from the Brazilian. Great save. Fabio Rasic getting down and making the save, keeping Nascimento at bay. So a psychological boost already for the Germans, as Amar Cekic from No Rules FC steadies himself. He's taken it wide here, Cekic. Great finish into the bottom corner. That is how to do it in the Fortnite Challenge, in this shootout process, and it's 1-0 to Germany. Second chance here for Nascimento, going close to the keeper, tries to go around the keeper, and once again, it is Fabio Rasic with the save. He read it well, and Germany now, you believe, are on the brink. If this goes in now from Cekic, it would put real pressure. Up steps Amar Cekic. To win it, he goes for the scoop! Just over the bar, not a bad attempt. That would have been the winning goal, but now it gives Brazil a chance to get a foothold. Nascimento's been fantastic in front of goal in the regular matches, but he needs to score this to keep his side in it. Big pressure here for Brazil. Five seconds for Nascimento. It's another save. 3 saves from 3. Fabio Rasic is the hero. It is Germany who will progress to the next round, and they will face Italy in the final. Handshakes all round, very entertaining from both sides. Congratulations to Germany. They will face Italy in tomorrow's final. Now, everything is wrapped up here with the Fortnite Challenge. Let's see what happens on this quarter-final day of the Kings World Cup Clubs.
Here we go, the start of the quarterfinals. Automóstoles taking on Atlético Parceros. Martí against David Loaz, two players we spoke a lot about in our pre-match. We'll see whether they can deliver the goods once again. The winner obviously going through to the semi-finals and keeping their hopes alive. The loser going home. So it really is now at this stage do or die for every single team. The Sides both ready just to emerge then as the officials lead out the two teams onto that hallowed turf here at the Kings League Arena here in Milano. In the meantime, lots of tension. You can see it etched on the faces, understandably, as the pressure is cranked up. Talking of pressure, we'll see who have the pressure of starting in the 1v1. You at home can vote who you want to see beginning when the ball drops from the cage. THR is back alongside us after the fortnight challenge. Hello again, THR.
Thank you very much, Tolo. Yeah, it's a steep way up from the pitch to the gantry, so I'm a little bit out of breath. Thank you for waiting for me. Appreciate it. Really looking forward to this one. This one, I'd say, of all the four, I would say this one would potentially be the most equal. I'm really struggling to choose a winner here. It will be very interesting to see how Parceros do. They obviously played yesterday. I think they played exactly the day before, so it's 3 games in 3 days for them. Will fatigue be a factor?
And will the secret cards be a factor? Well, no, they are certainly an important factor, but we'll see whether they can be decisive or not. We'll only find out, of course, over the course of the game. We don't know what those cards are. Sometimes we have an indication and we can have a clue, can't we, THR? We glean something, don't we, from time to time in terms of the time that they are played here, in terms of the lineups, the squad, shall we say, the rosters for the two sides. We don't know who's going to be starting. We will find out soon. The announcement is about to be made very, very soon. Who will be beginning, and when that does come, we will pause as well, and we are going to find out.
Il pubblico ha scelto i protagonisti dell'1 contro 1. Ultimate Móstoles, Alex Martí. Atlético Parceros, Juan Tilano.
No surprise, THR, Alex Martí voted, and we're going to see him in action, and I'll bring you in shortly to have your say on him, and I hope that he lives up to your expectations as well.
Well, he was the man who I wanted to see coming in. 10 seconds until kickoff. He is the man that lots of people have come to see tonight. Alex Martí will start off. Here we go, Tolo.
Here we go indeed. Everybody sit back, enjoy the first of 4 mouth-watering meetings on the way. We begin the Ultra Móstoles against Parceros and Martí against Tilano. The ball drops and we are underway. And it is Tilano first to it. He's got the pace. Juan Tilano with combining with his keeper, obviously, early on. Comes here too, Uran. Tilano wants it back. He's got to do something, and that's what he produces. Fairly disappointing as Vidal picks out Martí. Here we go. Vidal staying in support. Martí for Vidal, who does have an eye for goal. But talking of an eye for goal, it is Martí, the team's and the top scorer so far in this tournament. Vidal back with Martí. He's got to get the shot away. Can he get the shot away? He can. Martí adds to his goal tally. He just can't stop scoring.
Well, death, taxes, and this man scoring, an absolute certainty. He's broken the deadlock, and was there any doubt? Was there any doubt? The superstar of this side.
Now Tilano, Uran over the bar, should have kept it down, should have done better.
Great start from Ultimate Móstoles. Am I pronouncing that correctly, Tolo? Because I know your Spanish is a lot better than mine.
You're far too kind. I wish it was. I'm just going to send a voicey to PK now and ask him to have a listen in to make sure we're not messing up these pronunciations. Now, Vidal, that one I do know. Out wide, looking to double their advantage here. Should we call him UM if we have any doubts?
UM, yeah.
Now, Vidal for Alex Martí. Back with the keeper, Vidal winding up. This could be 2. Is it 2? It's a good block on the shot from Luis Garcia.
Not the Luis Garcia, surely.
The one who played for Liverpool. No, not that one.
The ghost goal?
That one? No,
it's not that one.
Okay.
It's not that one, of course. He's long since retired. His namesake.
Luis Garcia back with Vidal. Was it Luis Garcia? He drinks sangria. Something like that, anyway.
Something like that.
Something like that. Vidal. I didn't know it sounded like that. Here is Luis Garcia. Save, make it another chance. Garcia, and then the arm goes up.
So for those of you wondering what that sound is, the klaxon, the horn, that means that another minute has gone by, which means another player is added to the fold in this scale-up. This is how the matches will start in the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy, starting with 1 outfield player and the goalkeeper, and then in the first few minutes, scaling up until we are 7v7.
Now Loaiza, who was brilliant yesterday, who was the hero, can he be the hero again on that occasion? Flushes it wide.
Scored from inside his own half. The winning goal it was, wasn't it, for Loaiza? Fantastic performance. Wasn't a player who I was particularly aware of going into it, I have to say, just purely because in these Kings League matches, sometimes if you're a spectator from home, you tend to focus on the attacking players more.
Now Vidal did indeed score from his own half. Ala Beckham, who famously wore Adidas boots. Now here is Vidal. Alex Marti must score. Does score on the rebound. Parceros appealing for offside. Ultra Mostoles celebrating Marti with a brilliant brace, and only 3 minutes gone.
What a start. What a start from this man. I mean, they're not getting close enough to him. It was ricocheted off the post, if I'm not wrong.
It did,
but,
yep.
Alex Marti on hand. It was an easy finish. And he is now up to 11 tournament goals. This is getting outrageous, contagious.
What were they, the Blair Bear bunch at one stage, those two? And then all artists just mess things back, set things back.
Because
For those who had, they used to be called the iPods back then. Anyway, so they're just questioning this. So we did say they were appealing, didn't we? That they looked across to the assistant. They feel the goal shouldn't stand. This is why we've had a brief pause. It is being checked as we speak, THR. So we'll see whether it's going to be confirmed or not, or whether that joy short-lived for Ultra Mostoles and Alex Marti. Just celebrated netting what he thinks, and many must assume is going to be his second goal and his 11th, as you said, of the tournament.
Of the tourney.
Tonton tournament. That's another team. That's later.
Tonton Spider. Tonton Spider.
And we continue to wait. Clock has been stopped. All eyes on the referee at this moment. We can see we've got him in our pictures to our right. Oh, VAR. They have it, so it was offside, so Parceros were correct in their appeals, so we get back underway then.
Good use of the technology there, Tolo.
Now Loaiza was starting to impress THR after his divine double yesterday, turned things around against No Rules, and he's trying to create something on that far side, isn't he? Now Michael Hernandez awaits, may come to Michael Hernandez! 1-1. They're on level terms, they're up and running. Michael Hernandez, their king of goals.
Well, all about the assist from Loaiza. What an assist that was. Got around his man on the far right wing and then squared it to the man who couldn't miss. He was never going to miss. Michael Hernandez, who is having a fantastic tournament himself. We have two superstars here, Tolo, in front of us. Two superstars indeed.
Here is one of them, Alex Marti, loses out to Tilano. A little bit edgy, isn't he?
Well, I used the word spicy a lot last night, so I'm going to think of a different word for today's broadcast.
Picante. Maybe because they are Spanish-speaking sides.
You could call it picante. Very picante. Picantezza, as they say in Italy. Spiciness.
He's showing off now. Who do you think you are? Patrick Kendrick, Victor Vidal now. Trying to do a Diop maybe from distance. Swung in. Alex Marti. Keeper's off his line. Now Parceros, a chance just to clear their lines here, and this is Michael Hernandez. Just runs into trouble. Good work from Ultra Mostoles, winning the ball back right away. I like that. Good work rate from the Spaniards. DJ Mario's men, who are hoping to go on better than last season, or last year, should I say, when they lost in the final in Paris. The Spanish outfit on the ball as we speak. Victor Vidal. Now the clock continues to count down. We're now going to be the full complement, aren't we, after the scale up, THR?
Interesting start from both sides. We do have a bit of an incident for the referee to take a look at here. Perhaps a late challenge, I've got to say. I was looking up at the screen. I didn't manage to catch it myself. Did you see what happened there, Tolo?
It's just a coming together of players.
Ivan Torres is a big lad, and it would take a lot to send him over like that. He's one of the tallest players for his team, but he's back on his feet now. He clearly wants a...
Actually, this is exactly what happened. Just Torres is basically saying he left the leg out. Listen, it's an off-the-ball incident. I think it would be very harsh for a booking. The foul's been given, and that's a little warning, should we say. Any more of that, and maybe the cards will come out. In the meantime, a secret card has been called by Ultra Mostoles, and we know what that means, don't we, at this stage?
We have a good idea. We've come to understand how the teams use their secret cards. One of the secret cards is called Star Player, in which you can allocate a band to any one of your players, and if that player scores a goal, it's worth 2, and then the band will come off. It's only their first goal that counts as 2.
Indeed. I mean, unless they're really going to shake things up and play a penalty early, which I doubt they would. Should they have the penalty card, or a goal's worth double this stage of the game, as Victor Vidal just passed around. Now we do expect also a little bit maybe of a lull. It'll be a bit more hard fought with less space, as it's now 7v7, space at a premium. Here is Michael Hernandez, and the referee halts the player and comes across. And as you said, THR, we are expecting this to be the star player's secret card.
Let's have a little look.
It is.
The question now is, who are they going to allocate as their star player?
Yeah, it's an obvious one, isn't it? When you're talking about UM and DJ Mario's men, it's clearly going to go to the team's top scorer, isn't
Marti.
it?
Would be a bolt from the blue. Would be a big surprise if it's not. But let's have a look. It is. I was hoping for something more surprising there. I honestly was. I mean, Alex.
But then
Marti,
again, if you were the coach,
what would I do?
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
You're going out to. Remember, this is a knockout match as well. This isn't a match in which either side can afford to lose. Not like the first couple of days in which teams had that last chance. This is very much knockout football. So it makes sense for the coach to choose Alex Marti. Already scored 1 as well.
Ivan Torres is trying to ride that challenge ahead of Carro. It was just in front of us, but we have a bit of a barrier, don't we? So we had to peer over to TJ. He is a very tall and strapping lad, so he didn't have to do too much. I had to almost stand on my stool to see over there Carro and Ivan Torres coming to blows. Torres just passing it around.
So, Tolo, you already know how generous we are in the Kings League. You know what we've got for all of you, a signed jersey by Lamine Yamal. You want to win it, all you got to do is play the WCC Kings League Picks game and win yourself a signed jersey. I know I'd quite like that jersey. All you got to do is scan the QR code that's on your screen. There's going to be plenty of opportunities to scan it because it's going to pop up very regularly. Would you like a Lamine Yamal jersey, Tolo?
I wouldn't say no, let's put it that way. I mean, one of football's hottest properties right now, as that's given away. Alex Marti, certainly one of the hottest properties in the Kings League, that's for sure, as the shop threatens to come in from Dani Linares. We'll talk about Yamal and company in a few moments' time. His team, La Capital, already out of the competition, losing that Spanish derby in round 2 to Los Troncos. And now we have another Spanish side in the form of also taking on the team from Colombia, if I'm not mistaken. THR's Tilano looks to combine here. Pass it around nicely. Michael Hernandez. Now Christian Hernandez's namesake. They're appealing.
They want a penalty. They want a penalty, Tolo. They was very adamant, wasn't it? Hernandez on the far side. He was very adamant. He wanted a penalty, but the referee was in good position, as too was the assistant referee right in the corner. And assistant referee has said no handball.
Yeah, good call. You see from that replay, it came off his leg first, didn't it? And then bounced onto his arm. So we've spoken a lot about the officials, the assistants, the referees, and they've done a sterling job. And it is so fast-paced, it's not easy at all. Chance from a set-piece situation, looking for Loaiza, and it's easy for Vidal.
Well, Lamine Yamal, just going back to him, he was one of the poster boys of this tournament, the president of La Capital, along with Neymar, who's the co-president of Furia, and of course James Rodriguez of Parceros.
This team here, yeah.
So there's a lot of interest, but real disappointing to see La Capital go out so early when you know that there's. I mean, we didn't expect Lamine Yamal to be here physically in the stadium, but it would have been nice for him to make an appearance. But his side very disappointing going out after losing their first 2 games. But it was the manner in which they went out, I think, Tolo, wasn't it?
It was, but by the way, I think the message has got through that you want that meeting with Lamine Yamal and his son. Just don't worry. We'll throw a few more hints through over the course of the evening, so you can get your hands on maybe that signed jersey or meeting the great man himself or the great boy. Is he 17, if I'm not mistaken? It's still a teenager.
Still a teenager.
That makes me feel very, very old.
Yeah.
So 1-1 here. If you are just joining us, you've joined us with the team's level. Alex Marti, unsurprisingly, he scored actually a second, but it was ruled out for offside. Michael Hernandez netting for Parceros, who did the cosh here. And having said that, they've actually won the ball back and they can break here. This is promising. Carro shaping up to shoot, and that deflection took the sting out of the strike.
Just a word on this guy, Angelo Carro. He was down with me yesterday on the pitch doing the Fortnite challenge, and when you get down up close and personal, and when you're here live in the stadium, you realise what the players do off the ball, and this guy does not stop running. He's got an incredible engine. He might not be one of the big names here at the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026, but he's so important for his team, the fact that he presses. He never stops running. In fact, yesterday, during their game, he was absolutely exhausted by the end of it, hitting the deck. He puts in such a performance. Number 10, I mean, maybe, I don't know if he deserves a number 10 shirt in terms of ability with the ball, but he certainly puts himself around, and you need those kind of players, don't you, Tolo?
Oh, you do, and it's one of the reasons why you said those attributes and those traits, and why he has the captain's armband, as well as that important number, the number 10, which doesn't always have to go to the most talented player of the team. I remember Lothar Matthäus for Inter, for example, going way back in time, and he was a different kind of 10. He wasn't a Maradona or a Zico-esque, because that's definitely going to be a foul. I don't know if it's going to be a card. The referee quickly intervened. UM are asking, though, for the booking.
Well, this is something we've seen a lot over the course of the week's proceedings in association football. It's 11-a-side football. Those who gesture for the yellow card towards the officials get booked themselves now. That's the way in most modern leagues. In this particular Kings League tournament, we haven't seen it. And I'll be honest with you, Tolo, if I can give my opinion, I would quite like to see it, because every single time somebody goes down, we see the same gesture. It must get exhausting for these referees. The referee today, Italian, of course.
Chance then from the dead ball situation, and it's gone in. Too hot to handle. The keeper spilled it. Oran will just want the earth to swallow him up right now. thanks to Linares, do double their advantage.
Well, it is an absolute clanger from the goalkeeper there. It was fizzed in with lots of power, but straight at him. He has to be keeping that out, Tolo.
He does, because it's central. You're right. It's fizzed in. There's certainly pace on it. There's power on it, but it's not really much of an angle to make it difficult. You expect Duran to save that. He'll be bitterly disappointed, and it's followed on in a series of errors the past few days. Duque, for example. We also saw an error, didn't we, from Diop, which proved costly, and which saw actually his team lose that Fortnite match ball situation, as UM are starting to rev up here, aren't they, with that second goal. They're full of confidence right now. They come down that left-hand side, and they just don't get the third because I think it hit the woodwork.
Yeah, right off the woodwork. It was one of those, maybe the goalkeeper might have got a touch, but it did look to strike the woodwork. In fact, the referee has given the decision to Parceros. Indicates that the goalkeeper didn't make a touch there, but great fluid move, and they're spreading it around well, aren't they, UM?
They are indeed, as the ball comes to Christian Hernandez. That's a brilliant save, and he can't do it again on the second time around. Christian Hernandez, this Atletico Parceros side, reacting right away and getting that leveler almost instantaneously.
A slice of fortune there, it must be said, as the defender on the line tried to make the clearance, but it just looped over him, and from that acute angle, what a finish that is from Hernandez, who's enjoying it. He's celebrating with the fans. He's come over to the VIP area, celebrating with some of them too, and what a game we have on our hands now, Tolo. 2 apiece.
It is 2-2. Victor Vidal initially making that block, but the second time around, Christian Hernandez quickest to react as well. And finding that far corner, there was a desperate attempt, wasn't it, to clear it off the line. It wasn't to be, as they looked to pass it around from the back through David Griffel. Now Victor Vidal always there, obviously, to build things up from the back. He's a very different keeper to his opposite number. More of a traditional shot stopper, whereas Vidal does like to get involved, doesn't he, in the build-up as Chris Garcia loses out. This is a chance here. Christian Hernandez, Tilano, still with Tilano, twisting, turning, still Tilano. Good block. Now Carro in there quick, like a terrier battling away. They're pinning Van Boorn. It's been given.
Right under our noses. That one was an easy one for the referee, who was on hand once again. Good officiating. I think it's important to credit the officials when they get something right, when they're right on top of the play. We saw some good officiating yesterday, didn't we, Tolo?
We have across the competition, yeah.
Looks like Christian Hernandez is going to be fizzing this one in now. Their opponent scored from a similar situation, so goalkeeper has to be on hand here.
Yeah, and they've got Carron Osorno lurking. played to the edge of the area. First time hit from that man there, the number 20, Marlon.
That's a
Saved by
fantastic
Vidal.
save. Sorry to interrupt you.
No,
That's
no
a fantastic save by Vidal because it came through a flurry of bodies there. There was a lot of people in front of him blocking the view, and he managed to get down. It wasn't the strongest, let's say, of efforts from the edge of the box, but he saw it late.
That's the thing when you've got that block, shall we say, that sea of bodies in front of it. It's never simple for the keepers. It adds to the difficulty level of that save, and sometimes we have seen some saves pulled off for the cameras, haven't we, throughout this competition, but that wasn't one. That was a very difficult one, and that's given away though. Cristian Hernandez now, Parceros give it away in turn as Prokopev gives it away as well. Possession changing hands again and again. Now Marlon just tidying things up. Good work. Osorno, Marlon, Cristian Hernandez, who, like Michael Hernandez, has put his name on the score sheet as we go into the final 2 minutes then of the first period, shall we say, of the first half. Prokopev now, and number 69 on that far side. Garcia trying to tee up his teammate. Goes to ground, no foul. This is the number 17, Loaiza. Still with Loaiza, trickles out, and with that, are back on the ball here. Teacher, I just wanted to quickly pay tribute to the great Franco Baresi, because I mentioned we're in Milan. I've spoken a bit about Inter already. I want to speak about AC Milan morning, and Italy in general. I have to say Italian football morning. The great Il Capitano Franco Baresi. We'll talk about that shortly as he goes back here to Vidal. I know you're obviously a big fan as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when something like this happens and you see the outcry and the sorrow, all clubs, you know, everybody. More on that later.
Martino now, Garcia's there! He's done just that! Luis Garcia makes it 3-2. Marti involved, wasn't able to get that double goal, but they still get the goal and make it 3-2 here. They're back in the driving seat.
Great display of attacking football here from the Spanish side, the Spanish outfit. And just on the eve of what is coming up, which is the double goal period, where goals will count as double. And now the emphasis really on Parceros to get back into this clash. They can ill afford to go 2 goals down, or if they were to concede in the next 3 minutes, let's say after the buzzer, they'd be 3 goals down.
Yeah, of course, we'll continue to wrap up what we're saying. Yeah,
yeah,
the
just
great one,
about Baresi.
Yeah.
The reaction from all clubs, no matter, not just Milan,
True.
from Inter, from Juve, from all of their rivals. He was a real legend of the game. I'm slightly too young, I'll be honest with you, to have seen him live.
Been a fan nonetheless.
Absolutely,
of his work,
absolutely.
of his career. So we'll no doubt have a chance to pay tribute over the course of it, especially as we have Italian teams in action later. Now at the halfway stage, or rather, quite the halfway stage, as we get closer. Halfway stage, 3-2. Is that a fair scoreline? Or do you think Parceros will feel a little bit aggrieved with the scoreline to go into this period training?
I think as we see the full flavour replay from Wingstop there, one of our many sponsors, I think that Parceros will be slightly aggrieved. I think it's been a very even game. The one thing I'm noticing is, though, that they're being pulled apart easier on the transition, and Parceros are being made to work for their goals, whereas for the 3 strikes that they've had, and even the other one which was disallowed,
True.
It was just a little bit easier.
Yep. Hard to disagree with you. We'll hear what the presidents have to say in a few moments' time as well. On this period, the goals worth double. We've chatted about this, haven't we, a lot, and I did in lengthy detail with Miko, Patrick, Kendrick in the first few days of the competition. We've seen teams almost, dare I say it, slow down the tempo in these 3 minutes. Maybe just happy just to get to that halfway stage with whatever score is intact. And a reminder, in this period, goals worth doubles.
Goals are worth double, not just that, but a reminder for all the tournament. Every time the double goal period begins, you can join Adi Club and unlock exclusive Adidas member benefits, like a pair of Dani Olmo Rafinha boots. Get involved and get yourself some quality merch.
So I'm all about the merch. If you cut me, I bleed merch. I've set it off them, and they go ahead, and that's the beauty, isn't it? The complexion of the game can change just like that, can't it, if a goal goes in?
I think we only have 1 goal in this particular period yesterday. I believe there was another double goal, but it was for the star player, I believe, and I think only 1 of the 4 games had a goal in this period. They are cagey affairs. Let's hope that this one will be one where the two sides really tried to go for it. A different approach, let's say.
Oh, Alexis is in the middle, may come here to Christian Hernandez, went for the spectacular. It was worth a go, wasn't he? He executed it well, but unfortunately for him, it was blocked. And he pulled it off, certainly up there as one of the goals of the tournament. We've seen some absolute belters, haven't we? Going back to day one of the competition. Let's give and go, Loaiza. Sorno here on this near side. Just floats it in. That's a clever ball, but it's intercepted well by Marc Granero. Still with Parceros trying to close out then this half on the front foot. Still with Parceros. And Granero once again, does it hit the roof? I think it does, doesn't it? Tichar confirming as he followed the ball all the way to the, I was going to say to the stars, but in this case, just to the roof, just to the roof.
Just looking up there, Tolo, the box seems to be working today, the box that releases the ball. Yesterday, the referees were throwing the ball up, which was rather entertaining.
It is entertaining, it's just not quite the same, let's be honest.
It's not the same, it's not the same. You don't get the bounce, you don't get the physical tussle with the players who opt for the strongest player on the team to start the 1v1.
And you know, obviously, having commentated and been doing commentaries for a long time, when you were commentating, say, the COVID era, just not the same either for a broadcaster or for those at the stadium, the players involved. You need that full, you need everything, you need the full package, don't you?
Absolutely.
Getting hungry. Shove there, the referee has halted the play. Head injury potentially then for Tilano.
With arms. No, they both.
Testing his innocence, questioning why the play has been stopped.
He had a wry smile, didn't he, Mikhail Prokopev?
You know, you and him, the same. With arms and ends, okay? Stop this game, because I sent you off, you and the other, okay?
And hear something that's being said. It's quite difficult, of course, obviously with the noise that's made by the fans here, but now and again, something does bleed through, doesn't it, to the microphone as the countdown is on then to the half-time whistle. That is it, so it remains, as we kind of expected, 3-2. Not really much to report on that 3 minutes of play, was there?
No, I think the big talking point in the first half would have been the goalkeeping mistake from Duque, and he'll still be thinking about that. There's been a lot of goalkeeping mistakes in this tournament so far, but it was such a simple ball to catch, and he'll be dreaming about that. He'll be having nightmares, let's say, when he goes to bed. Just a quick word from our sponsors here. Powerade. The players are getting those important fluids into their system. Pause is power. It's all about the power, all about the recovery, and all about the hydration sensation.
Bueno, primera parte rara. Hemos empezado ganando. Hemos marcado un segundo gol que nos daba ahí la tranquilidad. Nos lo anulan y nos meten gol. Marcamos un gol con un poquito de suerte y nos vuelven a meter gol. Después de tirar al palo. La verdad que estamos marcando, nos están pasando cosas justo al revés. Pero ir a este dado con un gol de ventaja creo que nos da un poquito más de fuerza. Creo que Parcero está jugando espectacular. Nos están presionando muy bien. Está siendo un equipo muy top. Pero yo creo que podemos con ello.
Ya. Bueno, a ver, el partidito está muy bueno. He visto el partido muy bueno, muy igualado. Los dos equipos siempre marcan uno, luego el otro, marcan uno, luego el otro. Está así el partido, está muy bueno. Veo a Parceros jugando muy bien. Es el parcero que ya hemos visto, que la pasa, que la controla. Me gusta lo que estoy viendo. Y nada, esperemos que se nos termine dando el resultado.
So that's the take of the two presidents, and I know Tich and I will chat about what they've had to say, some interesting points raised there. But before we do, we've got the roll of the dice. It's Frenesi, the president of Alpa Kappa, with the honour from booth 7, if I'm not mistaken. So over to you, Presidente.
Here we go then, Frenesi. Oh, he doesn't need any help. Getting the guns out here. The Alpa Kappa president, he rolls the dice, and it is A nice juicy one. Tolo's favourite. Tolo's favourite is the one.
It is. You know me too well, my good friend. The 1v1 situation in which it is an old school 1v1 because the keepers in this situation can't emerge from their penalty area, which makes it so fascinating, so interesting. And obviously for the drop of the cage, as you see, that they tend to send out even the big players, the more physical players, and then we expect the likes of Marti. I think I can see him over there, ready to race onto the pitch. We're back underway. That's Loaiza and Vidal. Oh, wow. Drama.
Well, Thomas, I was just about to ask you this, if you want to confirm this for all our viewers watching.
Read your mind and I can't confirm it.
What happens if there is a free kick during this particular period of reduced players on the field? Now, it will be a shootout, which means that the player will have 5 seconds after the countdown of 3, of course. 5 seconds to dribble forward and try to beat the goalkeeper. It will be worth just the 1 goal, remember, because Marti, who was chosen as the star player, his particular power, let's say, does not come into play during this particular dice period. So if he were to score, it would just be worth the 1 for Ultimate Mosteros.
It would. Excellently explained, as always. Loaiza a bit bitterly disappointed, presenting a chance for Marti to open up a 2-goal cushion. Here he goes. This is Marti, and it's a rare mistake. It is saved by Duque. You mentioned him earlier in our half-time review, looking to make amends, shall we say. Now Loaiza, chance to race forward. Here is Loaiza, takes the touch still with the number 17. Loaiza, can he get that shot away? He's been crowded out. Maybe a penalty. It is a penalty. The drama just keeps on coming.
How do you like your drama, Tolo? Literally just, well, what are we, 16 seconds into this dice period? And that's why we love the dice. I have to say, of all the rules that have been brought in for this particular edition, the dice is my personal favourite. It changes the complexion. How many goals, how many chances have we seen because of this reduced player period? And now, well, it just keeps twisting and turning now. Now it is going to be Atletico Parceros with the chance to convert from the penalty spots. They've chosen to change the player on the field as well, but I'll leave you in the capable hands of Thomas Lawrence, who will take you through this penalty kick, a vital penalty kick.
Yes, Cristian Hernandez, who has already scored, and how quick things can change. A few moments ago, Ultimos was looking at opening up a 2-goal cushion, and now they could be pegged back by the number 88, Cristian Hernandez, who will be full of confidence after scoring in that first period, netting the team second after Michael Hernandez netting the first for the Wolves. It's a lengthy run-up. Here he goes. A deep breath as well. We hold our breath as well. And he scored. Powerful penalty through the middle, 3-3, game on.
Great penalty down the middle, gave the goalkeeper the eyes and just sent it into the roof of the net. That's a fantastically taken penalty, and that's exactly the way that the Colombian side wanted to start this particular period of play, the dice period of play between 20 and 23 minutes.
Marti taking on Tilano, looking onto his favourite left boot, and he can't hit the target on that occasion.
How much power does this man generate with that left peg, Thomas? It is incredible.
Oran. Here is Tilano. Technically gifted. It is the number 18 as he tries to get past. Referee's inviting him to have a go. And he does have a go, and it was a disappointing effort. That's good. Quick thinking. Vidal rolling it out. Making another chance here on the rebound. But Granero not quite quick enough.
Well, he's atoning for his mistakes, isn't he, Tolo, the goalkeeper, Duque? What a save that was, getting down low. But the second gather he had to, because, well, over to you. The action doesn't stop.
This is Loaiza. Has to get the shot away. Now with Loaiza! Brilliant! Vidal rooted to the spot. And Parceros now, for the first time in this contest, lead.
Well, we can't catch our breath there, just talking about the goalkeeper Duque, and then his side go up and score down the other end. Breathless.
This is Granero. Good defensive work from Tilano and Duque, both combining there to thwart Granero. May have hurt himself in the process as well.
Well, the Ultimate Mostoles bench are unhappy with that challenge there. Player's gone off and will be replaced. They were signalling for VAR, but the referee continues on with play here.
This is Luis Garcia, one on Tilano. Luis Garcia, nice work, twisting, turning, Garcia must score! And you know what? He does score, 4-4.
Parceros unhappy, and the referee has indicated for a goal, but the Colombian outfit not happy with this because they feel there was a foul on the goalkeeper. We'll see what the referee's final decision is, but as for now, it is Ultimate Mostoles who are up 4-3.
That evidence there. Is there a foul on the keeper? Or is Duque making a meal of this? Clearly there was, yes, some contact, but it appears there was more Duque throwing himself at Garcia. This is a good angle of it. I think Duque's trying, he actually got the ball. Is that what he's trying to say? But from that evidence, what we've just seen, I can't see why the goal would be ruled out. Here, Luis Garcia just trying to get his point across. Duque hurt in the meantime.
Well, there's one thing is for certain, it's not a foul on the goalkeeper. The only issue, as you said, Solo, is whether the goalkeeper makes a touch. But I don't think it's a foul on the goalkeeper. I think it's perfectly rounded and a perfectly fair goal. I would be very surprised if this one is overturned. But hey, we're not the referees, we're the commentators.
Just heard something. Try and listen in.
No, basta!
Well, treatment
Basta!
continues. That's why we've had this break in play.
Angelo, do you want yellow? Do you want yellow? Do you want yellow card?
On the referee.
Oh.
Marti coming across as well in the meantime. Speaking to the referee. He's trying to protest here and he's questioning why the goal doesn't stand. So the joy short-lived for Luis Garcia, the new Ultimate Mostoles, surrounding the keeper there, and slotting it home. So Duque now back up on his feet after receiving a little shrug of the head from Marti. We also questioning why the goal hasn't been given. And we start again with the score at 4-3 in favour of Parceros. Oh, hang on. Who's out on the pitch? Is that DJ Mario? Just in front of us here. DJ Mario's on the pitch, guys. There he is.
Well, it's all kicking off now. He is not a happy man. Not entirely sure that's within the rules. He's not promoting any product. He's clearly incensed with what's going on here, DJ Mario. We don't see this very often.
You're right, he could potentially be sanctioned. That could be investigated later. Doesn't look a happy bunny or a happy lion, shall we say. We just wait to get back underway then with that shootout. Now, Christian Hernandez send it wide. So what we were just trying to wanted to give obviously full footage to that. It was actually a shootout. We'll dissect it in a moment. All happening. This is Marti saved. We'll come in and dissect everything very soon.
Marti has lost his footing. Yeah,
happening. We'll
Marti has lost his footing, and now it's Christian Hernandez going one-on-one.
Got it. This is Christian Hernandez. Tried that cheeky chip, maybe on the rebound. Now Vidal for Marti. Can he get there? This is Marti. Too careful stretch. Back with Marti. And they're appealing penalty now with that break in play. THO, let's dissect it going back to the initial call when Luis Garcia thought he'd scored.
So initially, Luis Garcia was judged to have fouled the goalkeeper Duque, and because of the reduced player situation, being the dice period, it was given as a shootout. That is why DJ Mario was on the pitch. That's why he was so incensed. But in and amongst all of that, a handball has been given, which was a pretty obvious one. We could spot it from up here, and it does give Aleix Marti, the main man for Mostoles, for UM, the chance to score.
He's the main man indeed. THR now needs to keep its cool from the penalty spot.
Big moment.
Goes Marti! Well, as you said earlier, some things in life are a certainty. One of those is Marti finding the back of the net.
Well, he was denied, wasn't he, in the first half after an offside call, but he's not to be denied here. Fantastically dispatched from Marti.
Michael Hernandez. Shootout.
Just on the buzzer as well, Tolo, because the 3 minutes of the dice period have elapsed, but that was just in time, which means that Parceros will have the chance to...
wow, is that a red as well?
It's a red
card.
card.
It is all happening. We need a break in a few minutes' time to, again, dissect everything that is going on. And he was the star player as well.
So a reminder for the fans who are perhaps unaware of what that red card means and why it is such a big moment in this match. Aleix Martí, not only the star player, but the player who has scored the most goals in this tournament so far, has been given his marching orders. He has to stay off for 5 minutes, and he cannot come on after the 5 minutes have elapsed. A fellow teammate can come on.
Those players are surrounding the referee. This is why the red card has been given, that denying an obvious goal-scoring opportunity, and why the shootout has been given, as THR quite rightly him just before the buzzer. But let's try and listen in and see what's actually going on the pitch.
Aleix Martí, when there was the action, was there. He was there. He was there. The ball here. Yes. I don't speak Spanish.
Can't quite hear anything, but the footage speaks loud and clear what's going on right now. The players unhappy with the decision, but it's been made. Looking at that initial evidence, what we've seen a few moments ago, I can't understand why he's protesting. It was a foul. He was the last man, and it could, well, it's going to prove very costly, I think. Oh, hang on. Am I going to eat my words? What I've just said there.
Aleix Martí. Where's Aleix Martí? Okay.
Let the footage speak for itself.
Yeah.
Not a red card anymore.
Not a red card.
But it's not.
What's happened so far, though, Solo, in the last couple of days of action since I've started commentating with you, is seems that the referees make their decisions, then the team who, again, whether it be a yellow card or red card, they seem to protest. The presidents come down on the pitch or interfere in some way. They end up getting the decision themselves the way that they want, which I'm not sure that's entirely what we all want to see. Aleix Martí put a challenge in. It was the last man, which means he was preventing a goal-scoring opportunity. For me, by the laws of the game, that's a red card. But it's been rescinded, and it looks as though Parceros are going to have the opportunity to score from the shootout.
Yeah.
But I think the red card has been rescinded. But we will confirm that for you when we know.
Yeah, from what we've just seen there, it looked like the red card doesn't stand, and no foul and no shootout, so it's been completely overhauled, and it's complete chaos out there. I have to say, we were singing the praises, weren't we, of the officials on this occasion. It has been very difficult to understand what their reason, even going back to the Luis Garcia goal call as well, which initially seemed to be one that should have been given. So we now look like we're going to play these final few seconds of the 3 minutes with Hernandez and Duque combining here. There's the countdown. Here goes Michael Hernandez. Nice work, Michael Hernandez, wide of the mark.
He can strike them, Solo. He really can strike them, and that wasn't far away. He kept it low, kept it hard. He was always going to beat the goalkeeper, but couldn't quite get it on the inside of the post. Now, the 3 minutes, the very entertaining, very dramatic 3 minutes of the dice period have elapsed, and we are going to continue in about 15 seconds' time, back up to 7 versus 7. Remember, Parceros have their secret card to play, and both of these two sides still have that presidential penalty. The Prezi, the Christmas Prezi.
I like it, taking a leaf out of PK's book. No, dramatic is exactly the right word for that one. THR, I can't remember an action-packed 3 minutes like that in this edition of the Kings World Cup clubs. We've had goal-filled moments. We saw it yesterday in the Stallions game against Los Strongos, but in terms of pure drama, topsy-turvy moments, I can't quite remember. Confirmation Martí, 11 goals and counting, I have to say. You fancy him to score when he does get that opportunity. Still the team's a star player as that goes long, and it's easy then for Victor Vidal.
Well, Michael Hernandez, I should say, third on the list of the top scorers in this competition. Of course, as you said, Solo, with Aleix Martí well ahead, but it is a battle of the two prospective capocannoniere, as we should say, seeing as we are in Italy, using the correct lingo.
We are live from Milano, as we said, hence the reason why we touched upon, and we'll pay tribute again over the course of the night to the great Franco Baresi, the This is where he plied his trade, passed away today at the age of 66. So we're also sending our condolences out. In fact, it's not just Italy's, it's the football world, the football community, and the Kings League is also part of that universe, isn't it, THR, when it comes to football? It's a different maybe type of football, but it's still a football, and we are one big, huge family, as Loaiza plays it out from the back, and back here with Duque's involved in that dramatic moment with Garcia in that 3 minutes. It's actually Oran who, at the moment, now shaping up here to let rip, but the arm coming up offside.
Just notice the assistants on the. Sorry,
yeah.
just notice the assistants on either side of the pitch don't have flags. We used to call them linesmen, lines ladies, lines women, but they don't have flags. Assistant referees, and these ones in this particular edition of the Kings World Cup clubs don't have flags. So it's rather comical to see them lift up their hand like that without the flag. But anyway,
Shot comes in. Came right on the burst there, didn't he? Alexis Gomez out of nowhere, just power his way through there, through the middle.
I like his boots.
I knew you were going to say that. I've got
really
to know
like
you even better in these past couple of days, THR. I think I can start reading your mind.
I always thought that having flashy boots made you run that little bit faster, and apparently that's the case.
You've got to live up to it, haven't you? You know, if you have something with that kind of flair.
Exactly, exactly.
Now Granero still, Granero! And Oran makes the save. Oran and Duque then, so switching over. Did they switch over in the first half as well? I'm not quite sure, but we've got Oran on there now. So yeah, Oran in between the sticks. So as it goes back to Oran. Well, Vidal very nearly with a slight mistake there, but he managed to keep a hold of it. That hot potato, as we were saying. Now this is Garcia, still looking to power his way through. Oran just chips it forward. Loaiza looking for that switch of the play.
Under 10 minutes to go, Solo, until we get to the final section.
You mentioned the boots, but in terms of the shirts, THR, you can get them on JD, can't we?
Absolutely. You already know this. We've said it 1,000 times. JD is the official sponsor of the Kings League, isn't it? So if you're looking to buy something pretty for yourself, get onto JD Sports. Download the app and get into the shops. One of the many sponsors we have this year in the Kings League, Tolo.
We do indeed. And one of them, I know we have spoken a little bit about it. We touched on it yesterday, and we were a little bit disappointed that it wasn't winged our way, those Wingstop chicken wings. The waft and the scent coming through, the odour.
Well, you've already had, well, as far as I'm concerned, you and Patrick Kendrick, who covered the first 4 days, you had some wings, didn't you?
We did, I must confess, yes.
I'm wingless. I'm without flight.
You're grounded.
I'm grounded.
But
I need grounding.
But not in that sense. Not in the American sense. Not as being punished. Just that you haven't earned your stripes as in terms of your Wingstop chicken wings. But I'm sure we can get it arranged. And as we're trying to get that Lamine Yamal jersey to you as well in some kind of way, we'll do our very best for the chicken. I think at the moment you'd probably rather have the chicken wings, seeing the hunger pangs that tend to emerge at this time of night.
So a pair of Adidas Predators as well, which are of course one of the many things that you can win. And I think I'd take wings or Predators. I think I'd go for the Predators.
Wow, big statement. I'd go. It's my dad bod status right now. I'd go for the chicken wings, I must have said. Now Marti under a bit of pressure, back with Vidal.
So Alish Marti back on the field, remember, so his red card was rescinded. Don't think it got converted to a yellow. I think he just left the field of play, and that was a tactical choice by the coach, not a disciplinary one.
Yep. So red card was annulled, chalked off then, wasn't it, after the use of the VAR. Mentioned DJ Murray come onto the pitch amongst those leading the protests as David Griffith looks to carry it out from the back here. Alex Lager, a bit early for a Lager right now. Vidal taking it away from the defender, but then giving it away, or does he? Comes to Marti, and that's good work from Michael Hernandez. And as we've been chatting about a switch of the keepers, Oran and Duque did in the first half, alternating slightly.
such a high-intensity period following the half-time break, Tolo, that we sometimes see these little lulls in game. Not that it's a lull, it's still very interesting with the team still figuring out one another, and it is a pivotal stage, but it's normal to have this stage of a match in which the players have already spent quite a lot of energy. Remember those, the double goal period. More on that in a bit.
And now we do have a card, a yellow card has been shown here by the referee. Osorno clearly unhappy about it, but it's pointless, isn't it? The decision has been made, and that talking about lulls and moments which maybe a little bit more turgid, so a bit more of a stalemate, and things like that certainly add a little spark to the contest.
Absolutely. Just confirmation there of the yellow card, which means he will have to go off for 2 minutes. So his side will be down to 6 players. Porceros with Osorno going off. He will be allowed to come back into the fray following those 2 minutes, but it means that the rest of the team, the other 6 players, need to really sit tight. They need to block. They need to get everybody behind the ball and really see out these 2 minutes. It really puts pressure on his teammates there. It's disappointing from Osorno. Yeah,
and he'll know that sitting there in the sim bin, shall we say, those 2 minutes. And this is, maybe you could say, almost now and ever for Martí to make the most, or rather a fantastic opportunity to make the most of that star player Armband. He's lurking just in front of us, isn't he? The number 92, trying to stay on side, which he is here. Aleix Martí across, and it very nearly went in, took a touch, and Orán, though, he was alert.
Well, he's only got just over 6 minutes to make his mark, to really make use of that star man ban that he was given, because when the timer, I should say, gets to 36 minutes.
Capi over the bar.
When the timer gets to 36 minutes, he will lose that power. The band will be taken off, and any goal that he scores will be just worth 1. So 6 minutes for the talismanic Aleix Martí to make a difference.
Indeed, and I have to say, Tieto, we saw Kevin Oliveira leaving it late in his first couple of outings, and we're going to see him in action later this evening, so it shouldn't always be too concerned. These top players, it doesn't matter when it comes, when that chance arises, they tend to strike, and that is the mark of top players, isn't it? Making the most of those chances when they come your way. A bit of movement off the ball from Capi to release Aleix Martí here. Griffel. Nice touch there by Linares. Back here with Linares. Capi in the middle. Aleix Martí has gone down. And he's protesting. Tom, you are pointing at that scene.
Well, it was right underneath us. It was an off-the-ball incident, so our cameras didn't pick it up, but we certainly caught it, just as Aleix Martí was caught by Loasa, 2 of the talismanic players, if you forgive me for using the same expression. But there wasn't too much of a reaction from this man, Aleix Martí, and we did sort of talk about this before kickoff, in the pre-game show, in the pre-tournament show, and his temperament's been fantastic this tournament. He's a player who I really like. He got back on his feet, didn't complain to the referee, and gets on with the game. That's what we like to see.
We do. We want to see that sportsmanship done with firm but fair. I think we like that as a saying when it comes to the Kings League, as Espinosa gets it away for Aleix Martí. Has David Griffel on the other side. To be confused with Peter Griffin. Thankfully there is a family guy here, and David Griffel. Hey, Loris. Vidal. Linares. Here with Vidal. That was not the easiest of passes to deal with the on-rushing Michael Hernandez. Now here is Peter Griffin, David Griffel. Out wide, Prokopiev trying to use his pace, his power. Prokopiev just running into trouble, really, wasn't he?
Really even game we've got, Tolo. Really even game. We expected that coming into it. 2 teams of, well, let's say similar abilities, but the main thing is that, Parceros have had to play 3 games over the course of 3 days, and that, the longer the game goes on, that will benefit Ultimate Móstoles, because they have had a 2-day break, effectively.
Tijo, with this break in play, apart from seeing what's to come, we tried to recap what we saw with that dramatic 3-minute period, and we also have some extra information which is filtered through now, which I know you're going to explain as to why there was that. We thought there was going to be a shootout, didn't we, and there wasn't.
Yes, so just to keep everybody informed of what went on during the restarts, we heard that there was a cameraman on the field, so it was an incorrect start. That's why the VAR was corrected. VAR corrected the red card and went back to the restart. That's why during all of that, which was a tempestuous few minutes, it was quite hard, even for us as casters, as commentators here live in the stadium, to keep up with it all. So I hope that that has made everything clear as to what happened before.
Crystal clear.
Crystal clear. Well, we are, the clock has stopped because of an injury, and it's another time for the medical team to be called into action. But the game winding down. We've got just about 3.5 minutes total, and then we'll go into the final passage of play, which I'm really looking forward to. Actually, there was some very interesting match ball modes, as it's called, between 36 minutes onwards. If, however, Tolo, the scores are level after the 36 minutes, we will go to a shootout, which is something that we didn't see yesterday, something that we didn't see in the last chance. Will it be the first game of the quarterfinals which goes to a shootout? Drama early on.
It might be, but I have to say, THR, looking at the fact that the teams obviously have their, Parceros have their secret card to play. Both still have their presidential penalties to play. I personally think we're going to see another Fortnite match ball scenario, just because I just sense something could happen. Parceros, the fact they haven't played that secret card yet, makes me think, going closer and closer to that 36th minute mark, it could be, say, a penalty, reverse penalty. This is why the play has been stopped, and why we were able, first of all, to explain what went on in those, as you said, those tempestuous and those frantic 3 minutes, and why the clock has been stopped, and why, though, we are now back underway with Automostoles looking to put themselves back ahead in possession through Victor Vidal. I have to say, THR does also have an eye for goal, Victor Vidal, as he's shown already in this tournament and in the past as well. Last year, he scored a beautiful goal in Paris in the last minute in the early stages of the competition, so you can't rule him out either.
Absolutely, absolutely. Just looking down there at my sheet, and if you are Atletico Parceros, you've got to be quite wary, because DJ Mario, who was on the pitch earlier on, not showcasing the best of him, I have to be honest. I was quite a big fan until that happened, that particular episode. But one thing is for certain, he's a good penalty kick taker. He scored 2 from 2. So if you are any of the staff of Parceros, or the players, or the anybody associated with the club, you've got to be imagining it might be a goal.
This is promising. Referee says no penalty. Prokopov going down far too easily. They're right in front of the referee. Automostoles again unhappy with some of the calls, and you can see their bench leaping up and down there, and they're having words already with the assistant. You can bet he'll be having sore ears, maybe, the amount of protests and come his way. Referee now, once they get back underway, so Parceros, reminder, still have their secret card to play for Automostoles. They play Bruno Alex Martí, their star players. We wind down then, edge ever closer to that 36th minute mark, and they do find Alex Martí. Can he spring back into life? How have you rated his performance, THR?
Had a great first half, but as we've seen in this particular tournament, sometimes when the players get that star player banned, for one reason or another, it might be because of pressure, it might be because the defence get tighter to you. He hasn't managed to really showcase his talent, and I'll be honest with you, I was expecting a little bit more. Of course, he is still the tournament top scorer, and he still played exceptionally well. He's taken his goals very well. He also had one that was ruled out for offside, which you know, would have put his side in the ascendancy. But yeah, he's got very little time left to really make an impact. I would have thought they would be getting him the ball quicker, faster, but as you see, the Parceros, number 17, now closing down so quickly that he's not getting a bite, to quote Patrick Kendrick, a bite of the cherry.
Noaz indeed shutting down Alex Martí. In the meantime, a secret card has been called from Parceros, in possession, trying to add to their goal tally. It was Michael Hernandez at full stop. What are we thinking, THR? I'll let you go first. What do you think?
I think it's a shootout.
Nice.
I don't think it's a straight penalty. I think it's a shootout. Although, yeah, what do you think?
Reverse penalty? Just having a guess.
What do you want to do? Penalty. Joker.
Oh, Joker.
Penalty.
Joker. So that means, as you know, THR, they can choose anything that their hearts desire, and they've chosen the penalty.
Yes, quite obvious, that one, given the state of play and given that both teams still have their presidential penalties to come. This is massive. This is absolutely massive. Quite simply, this has to go in.
It does, because seeing the time that is left on the clock, it would put Parceros in the driving seat for the Fortnite match ball situation. Of course, both sides have their presidential penalties, but as you said, with the state of play, score this 5-4. They're in the driving seat going into what could put us in a Fortnite match ball situation. Should he mishmash? Should he miss? It would be on course, Sean Connery style. He would be on course for a shootout situation. Now over to you, Michael Hernandez. As cool as that, Michael Hernandez picking out that far corner.
That might be the best penalty I've seen live here in the Kings League Arena so far. Right into the corner, and when you need him to come to the fore, Michael Hernandez once again. What a player.
Coming to the dance floor, as we said yesterday, we've named him Michael, the king of pop, the king of goals for Parceros, and it puts them, as we've said, THR one step closer, but we still have those presidential penalties, so it could change, couldn't it? I think they've both been called, haven't they? If I'm not mistaken. I can see them.
Been called,
yeah,
Solo,
the blue lights
both.
flashing. It's not the police here to take THR away for our antics last night. No, it's for the presidential penalty.
I thought it was for a disco. I was getting my dancing shoes on.
Well, we do know you can moonwalk and boogie. Shake that boogie of yours, THR.
So, presidential penalty time, and it looks as though we're going to start with Parceros, who don't have a particularly good record in this championship. They have scored 1 from 3. They've been delegated quite frequently, actually, instead of of course, the president, Pelin Kanger, has been delegating it to Ducanzano. Is that the correct way of pronouncing it?
Yeah, I think, listen, I defer to you when it comes to Spanish pronunciation. They're much tattooed. A president here with the vest. It is very, very warm, and he's just received a pat on the back from the Wolf. Can he strike like the Wolf here and make it 6-4 to Parceros? He can't. They're down. A full stretch, making the save.
Never looked confident stepping up, and they've got a wretched record in this competition from penalty kicks, from president penalties, and I think this might be a turning point, Solo. I think this might be huge, given what is at stake. The other presidential penalty will be taken shortly. I believe it will be taken by DJ Mario, who's got a 2 from 2 record, 100%, and I would put my money on him making it 3 from 3.
I can also say with Tucanasso, just the attire as well. DJ Mario has the shorts on, he's got the boots on. If you're going to take a penalty, surely you should be dressed for the occasion. But again, it's easy to say, watching on here from the commentary gantry with our dad snacks. Unfortunately, no wing stops and unfortunately no Powerade. That's another little hint. Please pass them up here to us. And DJ Mario putting his boots on now, as we say, certainly looks the part. He's 2 from 2 so far is DJ Mario in this competition. This is huge, THR, because score this and it looks like we're going towards a shootout. So there's a long little glance at the ball. That's nice sportsmanship as well there between him and the Parceros keeper, which is now back to being Duque, isn't it, if I'm not mistaken? Huge, huge moment. Does he score? Does he not score? What do you think?
Scores. Easy, never in doubt.
Well, THR, that's why you are alongside me. You can predict the future. You predicted that one. 5-5, great penalty. And DJ Mario cements his reputation also as a penalty specialist.
He is the secret weapon for this UM side. He stepped up. It wasn't the greatest penalty, in truth. If the goalkeeper had dived the right way, I'm sure he would have made contact and kept it out. But DJ Mario gets his team level, and we have under 60 seconds to play of regulation time. Nice little kiss there in the presidential booth.
I liked it. Sealed with a kiss.
We're not that close yet, are we, Tolo?
No. We'll go for a firm, manly handshake, you and I.
Lovely.
You and I, just the two of us. Who says it's not getting intimate in the booth there? Anyway, getting in there quick there, Granero. Nice feed, Granero. Still towards that byline, Granero trying to find Martí, who was just lurking at that far post. And now Uran, who is back on. Interestingly, they put Duque on for the penalty, didn't they? Maybe in the shootout, they'll keep with Duque now. Martí, it trickles out. Is there time left on the clock? Well, the buzzer's gone, and with that, that is it. So, THR, you have been craving for this, as you've been craving for those wing stops, as we see this full flavor replay. You have got your wish. We have our first shootout of the day, maybe, certainly of the quarterfinals. This is going to be dramatic.
Yeah, haven't seen a shootout yet. Really looking forward to this one. 5 apiece, nothing to choose between the sides. It was always going to be a very even match. These two sides coming into it in decent form. But yeah, really interested to see what happens here. Just remind me, Tolo, because I haven't seen a shootout yet. Remind all of our lovely viewers at home. A shootout means the players go from the center circle and they have 5 seconds to try to shoot and round the keeper. How many attempts? 3 or 5?
It's very much like your Fortnite challenge, and on the subject of Fortnite, guys, you can also play it on your mobile phone, but instead of the 3, they have the 5, and then if they all level after 5 penalties, or rather shootouts each, then it would go to the sudden death situation. So it's the same format, just more penalties, shall we say, more shootouts. I beg your pardon, I'm showing my association, football associations. Of course, you've witnessed, guys, over the course of the past few days what the shootout is like. It was actually once upon a time they used it in the MLS, the American League in North America.
Yes, I remember.
In the late 1990s. It's almost a bit ice hockey style as well.
Yep.
Ice hockey. We had the Winter Olympics, didn't we, here earlier this year, and the Paralympics as well. I don't know if you managed to catch any of that or check it out at the Santa Giulia Arena. Or
I didn't. There was perhaps an opportunity to do a little bit of emceeing in Cortina, which is where they were hosting a lot of the events, as well as Milano here, and if I'm not wrong, just north of Bormio in the name of the town now. But anyway, no, there was an opportunity, but it didn't come around. But I followed it. I followed it keenly on the television, and I mean, Milano just exploded in there. It was great to see in this fantastic city, all 4 corners of the globe coming to this wonderful city, coming to this part of Italy to experience what a fantastic occasion that was. Just going forward now, Tolo, and looking at who will take the decisive penalties. While I was doing the Fortnite challenge, it was Carlo who was the representative of his particular team. They were dumped out yesterday, but he looks like he's going to be going first here, I believe. Interesting ploy. Sometimes you leave your better takers, your better shootout or penalty takers. But let's see how it transpires. The Fortnite shootout. Coming up.
I'm delighted that you're going to be a part of this, witnessing and tasting and savouring and sampling your first ever shoot. As we were saying there, 5 rounds and then some. So it's similar to the Fortnite challenge, but obviously 2 more shootouts. And as you quite rightly said, Angelo Caro, to get things going for Parceros, this is where the players just need to hold their nerves. Who has the nerves of steel then? So the countdown begins. Here goes Caro, looking to give Parceros a flying start. Cheeky little chip, and the buzzer's gone, and it's out wide.
Well, there's something in the air tonight, Solo, because 3 players now have tried the dink from a shootout position. 1 in the Fortnite challenge, and Angelo Carlo there just missing. It was a good attempt. He lobbed the goalkeeper, but not quite on target.
Meantime, get voting for your MVP, guys. Luis Garcia amongst them, and Luis Garcia to take the first one for UM, looking to put UM into the lead here. Still going, but as you know, THR, that doesn't stand, because once the keeper has got that touch, you can't take another touch. That's not part of the rules.
Yeah, it's good for the goalkeepers. It's difficult for them to know when to come out, when to try and attack the ball, but any touch from the goalkeeper, as you said, any touch from the goalkeeper means that the action is finished. So back to Parceros.
So the team representing Kings League Mexico, here they go through Loaza. And Vidal got the touch, and he hurt himself in the process, so we're still not off the mark. So here's the replay then, THR.
Yeah, just tried to round the keeper to his left. Goalkeeper back up on his feet, which is good to see. But now the number 10 here for UM. It's a heavy first touch.
Linares! And finally, we have our first goal of the shootout. It is the 10, the perfect 10, who gets UM up and running.
The shootouts, Tolo, they look easier when you're watching it on the screen, but here we know how difficult they can be, and that's exactly what's happening down there on the turf. Just 1 out of 4 scored so far. Let's see what happens here.
Oh, Michael Hernandez racing forward there. Starman is denied. Who would have said it? Who would have predicted that one?
Well, Ultimate Móstoles now have the chance to really pile the pressure on Atlético Parceros.
Now Granero looking to make it 2, take them potentially a step closer to victory. This has gone. Now Granero. That's wide.
Just a reminder for you, that wouldn't have been the winning goal. This isn't out of 3 like in the Fortnite Challenge before a ball was kicked during the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026 competition, the quarterfinals, which is what we're watching. It is best of 5. So currently 1-0 then to UM.
Oh, Christian Hernandez. So Parceros are still in this, but they've got to score. Big pressure here. Big moment this. Christian Hernandez denied. And they just can't quite find the back of the net from the shootout, Parceros. And now, huge moment. Vidal, potentially one of the heroes of this shootout. And it's that man, if you want anyone to step up right now, it is this man, Aleix Martí.
Well, he's the man that everyone was focusing on before we came to the arena, the stadium this evening. Can he be the man to decide this game?
If he scores, they win it. This is Aleix Martí, and it's off the post.
I couldn't quite believe that, Solo. I already saw the net bulging, but it's ricocheted off the woodwork. Can you believe it? He is human.
You and I looking at each other, shocked, flabbergasted. It was tight, so Parceros are still fighting, but they've got to finally get this one, shall we say.
Well, they need to score.
Yep.
They need to score, or it is home time.
Yep. Now, Alexis Gomez, this is do or die, and they're out. Ultimate Móstoles win the shootout, the first team through to the semi-finals of the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. We say adios to Parceros, who didn't score a single one of their shootouts. Commiserations to them, full marks to Ultimate Móstoles. DJ Mario's men marching on. Victor Vidal, the hero.
Well, Aleix Martí, we were focusing on him before kickoff, weren't we, Tolo? But it wasn't, in fact, he who stepped up. It was Victor Vidal and the president. A mention for him, DJ Mario, who converted his penalty in a very particularly important moment of the match. Ultimate Móstoles will progress to the semi-final tomorrow, the second semi-final in which they will face one of the Brazilian sides, G3X or Desempeño. Just a confirmation there of the full-time score, 5-5, and then 1-0 in the shootout. It is UM heading through to the SF.
I like it. I'm liking these abbreviations, the use of initials after, of course, we're going with Tolo and THR, so why not keep it in theme? As you have said, there's plenty more to come. Up next with Alpha Kappa against the underdogs, and Alpha Kappa, the team in THR's favourite kit, are currently warming up just in front of us, as are, of course, the underdogs, that all Italian derby. But our focus, quite rightly, remains for the time being on Ultimate Móstoles. Very disappointing from both sides, we have to say, in terms of the shootouts, but that shows also the pressure, doesn't it, THR? The tension that you could sense here, you could really, it was palpable.
Well, you know, I've been doing the Fortnite Challenge just for 2 days now. The amount of missed shootouts that I've seen, the amount of missed opportunities from the centre circle, it's not as easy. It's the timer that gets you, because you've only got 5 seconds, and then you need to hit the ball before the 5-second timer. And as we saw there, a really poor shootout, but the side UM will not be worrying about that one bit. They will go through to the semi-finals tomorrow. Very disappointing end to the tournament by Atlético Parceros. Just a little moment on them. They really didn't find their feet, I would say, in this competition. They had brief passages of play in all of their matches, but they didn't dominate anyone. And I think to get and merit a point in this place in the semi-final, you need to dominate.
Now over to Agnese for the MVP, which is unsurprisingly Aleix Martí.
Animo! And we're live for the first MVP of today. Martín, third-time MVP. You played 3 games. Está llorando para felicidad.
Sí, la verdad es que ha sido un partido durísimo. Sabíamos que era un rival muy complicado y se nos ha puesto el partido muy difícil. Pero bueno, lo hemos pasado muy mal. no queríamos que fuese el último partido de este grupo por lo que representa, y gracias a Dios pues ha aparecido Víctor en el momento más importante, muy feliz por el equipo.
11 goals and tears of joy, one of the most talented, one of the leader of this Kings World Cup club. It was a really tough game, he said, but thank God they made it for the team and for the tournament. You're about, forse, puede ser top scorer, puede ser el goleador. ¿Qué piensas?
Bueno, ojalá que sí. La verdad es que es algo añadido. Lo más importante es que el equipo gane para acabar de la mejor manera posible, porque es lo que esta familia merece. Y como te digo, muy feliz por el equipo y por la victoria.
Very happy for the win. Of course, the most important thing is not him being the top scorer by now, but it's of course the team will go to the semi-final. I think this is the most appropriate for your win. This and this. Ánimo y mucha suerte para todo. Gracias. See you guys for the next MVP after Underdogs Alpha Kappa. See you guys.
Congratulations then to Ultimate Mostoles after that nail biter, and who knows if this is going to be equally as tense. It's all Italian derby, Alpha Kappa against the Underdogs. I know THR is excited because the atmosphere here is electric, and THR loves it being inside the ground and loves the tifo, loves the tifoseria, loves all that kind of passion that comes with Italian culture.
Well, we have to be neutral as casters, as commentators, but I have to say that this is quite spectacular. You can't help but join in with the chanting and the dancing that the Underdogs fans are providing to the left of our commentary gantry. Yesterday it was all about the pink wave, the pink curva of Alpha Kappa, and I have to say I've been following Alpha Kappa very, very closely during this tournament, but this one at Solo is going to be really interesting. It's the Italian derby for a place in the semi-final.
Titch, I'm going to say, if you were impressed by the Alpha Kappa fans, well, you're in for a real treat with the Underdogs. They've got the brass orchestra, shall we say, as well as a huge banner which is being put out right now in honor of their president, if I'm not mistaken, if my eyes don't deceive. Is that Chisco, their president? They're paying tribute in one way or another. It's going to be tense. It's also a remake, isn't it, of the Italian split final, which is won by Alpha Kappa. So Underdogs want revenge. That adds extra spice, the word we come back to, and that's another hint. Please get us those spicy chicken wings as the Exodus secret cards are about to be drawn. And this is, as we've always seen, and it always comes back to what we're trying to say. These can shake this can shake things up at any moment.
Well, at this stage in the competition, when the teams are evenly matched, as we saw in the first game, secret cards play even more of a role. And as we see the lineup, starting with Alpha Kappa FC and their coach Mauro Micheli is sporting the Predators there, as you can see, the Predators which are up for grabs by winning the competitions, the various competitions that the Kings League World Cup clubs are offering. It's been already a fantastic competition so far. All eyes on that man, Paulino. And there is the tifo, there is the Underdogs curva. Yeah, and this is fantastic. The world is yours.
Conquistare l'onore. I think that was the message, as well as now we find out who is going to be the one-on-one.
Uno contro uno saranno Alessandro Gelsi e Lincoln Oliveira.
So Chelsea against Oliveira for the 1v1, which was announced by one of our fellow casters hailing from it. I wonder who they're supporting. Obviously for them, maybe Split Lords, I don't know, but it's a tricky one, isn't it, for them?
Well, we, as I said before, we're neutral, but who are you fancying in this one, Solo? Who's your money? Underdogs. I'll take Alpha Kappa then, just to make it interesting.
Just because of that, or did you also agree with me on the underdogs? Be honest. We're honest here.
I'll go Alpha Kappa, come on.
Okay, brilliant. Add some more spice in our commentary gantry. Anyway, the ball is dropped. We're underway. Lincoln Oliveira and Chelsea.
Chelsea went flying into that challenge there.
Invited up to his feet. Lincoln Oliveira now. Picking out his keeper, Kirani. Lincoln Oliveira back with Kirani. Takes a touch and finds the back of the net. Underdogs 1-0 up, but there's still a long, long way to go.
Who said this team were underdogs? Coming into it as favourites, and they take the early lead. Wonderful finish from the goalkeeper. And now work to do for Alpha Kappa. Can they respond?
Chelsea looking to respond through Gilly. Saved by Kirani. Decisive at both ends so far.
Gilly has really impressed me in this tournament so far, Solo. Can he bag? Can he get another goal?
This is Chelsea, 1-1 Lincoln Oliveira. Now with Gilly, THL's favourite keeper. Does it! And says to Kirani, anything you can do, I can do better.
Well, that's why he's impressed me so much in this tournament. A wonderful left-footed effort into the corner. He didn't smash it, didn't need to smash it. Poise and finesse.
Now Kirani, after conceding, to get things going again. Lincoln Oliveira, keeping on Perotti on that far side. Lincoln Oliveira. Well, by his very high standards, you do expect better from the number 2, who's hurt himself in the process there.
Gilly up to 3 goals in this tournament then, level with the great Diop as we...
We've baptised him that.
We have.
We've given him that name. We like to give nicknames, don't we?
Well, I need to put all of my faith in another goalkeeper now that Diop has been eliminated.
Gilly?
With Diaz.
Gilly?
I think Gilly's got to be Gilly. Vittorio Gilly, 97. I like that number 2.
Is there a reason why you like that number in particular, or just a special year or a special...
No, not my birth year, not that young.
Exactly, you wish, we both wish. Now Chelsea for Gilly. Coming forward, a real purpose here is Gilly. Now Chelsea for Gilly. Options left and right. Gilly, make all the way here. He's got to track back. It doesn't hurt Kirani. Kirani wasting no time. This is Perotti coming forward. Perotti, empty net! And he laps up the adulation of his supporters.
Well, we've seen the very best and the very worst of Vittorio Gilly giving the ball away. He tried to dribble around. Not the best option. He had a man over. He tried to beat him. He tried to be too clever. Caught out off his line. Wonderful counter-attack from the underdogs.
Now Paulino, Chelsea, now Gilly. We'll talk about the fans in a bit, THR. When there's a break in play and a little pause, there's no moments it's breathless. There's no moments like that at the moment. This is Chelsea, penalty appeals, waved away. Now, Gilly just tracking back. Makes sense, or felt rather, that it should have been a penalty. Staying down on that far side, Chelsea. Chelsea on the pitch, Paulino Scienzo got that winning goal yesterday to send Alpha Kappa through. Their topsy-turvy encounter. Harold Jr. on the pitch, and Gilly, and treatment is coming on. So with this break in play, we can talk about the atmosphere, I think.
Well, I've been silent for the last minute, and apologies for leaving you on your own there, Tolo, because I've just been engrossed with what's happening here. The underdog fans to our left. We are slightly closer to the underdogs fans, but of the 2 sets of supporters, they are the ones making all the noise. They're banging the drum, and they've got a lot of fans. In fact, I think they've oversold even that particular section. You spare a thought for the for the neutrals sitting next to them, because they are deafeningly loud. Even with our microphones and our headsets, we can still hear them through all of this, and it is making for a wonderful atmosphere. And honestly, Solar, I'll be completely frank with you, we are neutral, as I've said before, but it is nice to see this kind of support here in the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy. It would be disappointing if we didn't have an Italian side in the semi-final, and of course, because this being the quarter-final, we will definitely have at least one. Well, just one.
Yeah, we were chatting about this, weren't we? A bit off air as well, weren't we, you and I? On the one hand, again, we have no favourites, we're neutral, whoever wins it deserves it. But on the one hand, it would be nice to have an Italian side in the final for the atmosphere. That's what we're kind of saying, you know, on home soil. Is there anything better? As Perotti tries to maybe take underdogs a step further to maybe making that happen. Twisting and turning here. Here's Cagnotto. Now the keeper, Kirani, back with Cagnotto. Punched away by Gilli and safely into his arms.
Stinging the palms there of Vittorio Gilli, stinging the palms. That was it came at him quickly. And now he's Manuel Neuering himself past the halfway line.
Paulino, Perotti's won it back, and Gilli's scuttled back like a crab into his penalty area. Now Cutrignelli loses out. The referee holds the play. Do you agree with that?
I think he tried to play the advantage. It was good officiating. He tried to play the advantage. Then the underdogs player felt he was fouled, but the referee pulled it back for the initial foul, which was in favour of Alpacappa.
Cutrignelli. Chelsea, one of your main rivals when you're back home and rooting for your West Ham. And now
Chelsea? Never heard of them, mate. Never heard of them.
You would say that. The envious hammer here. Now Lincoln Oliveira shaping up to shoot. That's delicious, but it comes off the bar.
Well, I think, Solo, it's fair to say that the more individual quality come from Alpacappa, excuse me, but the way that this underdogs team, the way that they spray the ball around, the way that they play these intricate passes, and we just saw that there on the left-hand side, they really are a fantastic unit, and they might not light up the match and the tournament in the same way that Alpacappa do, but they are a force to be reckoned with, and they are leading by 1 goal, and we're entering the last 25 seconds then.
Can I just halt you there, just change subject? I've just seen Devi Ilario, the Decim Payne play. He's on crutches, so he's in the ground here, ready to root his teammates on later. He picked up an injury in Decim Payne's first game. That's the benefit we're on site. We can see things that maybe you don't see on your screen, but just to get everyone in the loop. But back to this one, as you said, the scale up is about to end. Paulino, Paolo Scienza, aka Paul Science. Racing forward here down this near side is the number 11 for the underdogs, Domenico Rossi, Dominic Reds. Again, just in Italian, just so much more romantic, isn't it?
Dominic Reds. Yeah,
not quite the same as Domenico Rossi.
Not great. Tommaso Lorenzo, I agree with you, Tommaso Lorenzo.
Tommaso della Casa Leggere.
Good knowledge, good memory there. Memory. Right, let's have a little look, because we have gone past the 5-minute mark. As we know, as all of you know who've been eagle-eyed and watching the Kings League from the very first day, that's the scale-up. The scale-up is done. We are now back to 7 versus 7. And sometimes it takes a little bit of time to get going, but hopefully not on this occasion. Underdogs looking to keep it in, and they do well.
Yeah, Lincoln doing his very best. They're trying to listen to anything Frenesi might say. Nope, just an applause from Frenesi, who, we were saying it's so good from the penalties there, Alpacappa president.
Yeah, he was practicing them, wasn't he, before kickoff, as many of the presidents do, and I don't think I saw him miss one. He's been very reliable.
For underdogs, isn't it?
Exactly.
Salvaterra, Hero Jr. losing out, far side. And the chants are being exchanged, aren't they, from one end to another. In terms of who's winning in the stands, let's be honest, it is the underdogs.
Well, they're winning on the stands, they're winning on the score sheet as well. I wish we could translate what they're singing, what they are singing and chanting, but I don't think that's very politically correct, so we'll leave that one. But,
yeah, we haven't reached the watershed as yet, and even then we wouldn't set you.
And we do have some young viewers. We have viewers of all ages. Talking of viewers, and those of you who want to connect with all kinds of devices on all platforms, we've got to
the youngster, the Millennium Generation Z here.
Absolutely. Got up to 650,000 yesterday. Let's try and eclipse that today. I'm sure we will, being the quarter-final stage.
Oh yeah, and tomorrow, Saturday, huge day, guys. And we've got lots of surprises as well, including an Adidas Challenge as well, which we'll talk about lately. And as you said yesterday, guys, get your tickets. They are still available, aren't they, THR? There's, well, not many left, I have to say, but you can get your tickets still for the final day here at the Kings League Arena. And Salvaterra goes down to the deck there. And breaking play then for the moment, and that was a little moment for us to catch our breath as well, if I'm not mistaken. It's the Dogs having a run there, but they've lost the ball. Hero Jr.
Turnover is going to be important here. Can Alpacappa make the most of this?
Hero Jr. runs straight into Lincoln Oliveira. just going back to what we were saying a few minutes about the Adidas Challenge tomorrow, yeah.
Just a quick heads up for anyone watching out there, if at any point during the broadcast, talk about the Final Four. It's a special challenge, special guest. There's a lot of things going on. It's not just the semi-finals and the final, it's a star-studded event. The challenge will take place, the official challenge will take place after the second semi-final, just before the Kings World Cup Club's grand final.
Ball trying to find Paolo Scienza.
Adidas All-Stars Challenge, are you a fan? Are you looking forward to it, Tolo?
Of course, I mean, you know, hence what we're saying, and we've been trying to say the past couple of days, it's not just the semi-finals or semi-finals and the final. We've got lots of thrills and spills, lots of treats. And I know you'll be delighting us to the Fortnite Challenge final as well tomorrow.
Absolutely. Italy taking on Germany.
That is a classic, by the way, of world football.
Absolutely. Repeat of a World Cup final.
82, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it must be that. Yeah,
Paolo Rossi final.
That's it. And Tardelli, yeah. the Tardelli scream, iconic celebration. And again, Baresi was part of that squad. Franco Baresi, again, we pay our tributes to the great one as they try and find Domenico Rossi.
Well, this actually does give me a chance to ask you what you thought about it, Tolo, because you've, you know, he's clearly a player who you've seen. You're a little bit older than I am, if you don't mind me saying.
You're quite rightly to stress it. Unfortunately, I am, yeah.
How did you feel when you read the news this morning?
No, naturally fighting back the tears, the touching tributes that have come through. And it's not just about his playing ability. Everyone said the same thing. His leadership, his captaincy, his humility, his human qualities. He's got he had a very tough background, tough childhood to overcome it and to bounce back, as he also he's survived by his obviously his family and his older brother. Many forget he has an older brother, Beppe Baresi, who played for Inter, so that was also a real source of pride for him to have his brother also play the other side of the city. And often they skippered respective clubs in the derby. So yeah, it's a tough moment, Italy coming forward, but we wanted to say pay tribute to him in the best possible way and remember all the good things from his life and his career.
Very well said, Tolo. Very well said indeed. I couldn't have put it better myself.
We are Marin at the back here. You spotted something in the stands?
No, just approaching the 10-minute mark, and there do seems to be a pattern of play here emerging after the exciting period, the scale up in the first 5 minutes. Sometimes the second 5 minutes, between 5 and 10, do seem to be a bit cagier. That's exactly what's happening here. Neither of the two sides wanting to show each other their cards, not their secret cards, obviously. They're hypothetical cards.
Salvatierra just continuing his run here, crowded out. That's good battling. You know, you and I like a good battle, a good tussle between the two players fighting for the ball. They're snapping away. They're like terriers or bulldogs in the underdog case, and a llama, I think, in the Alpa Kappa case, as Marin comes away now. Salvatierra looking for a teammate. And who else is there? Lincoln Oliveira, right place, right time. I'm a big fan, by the way, of Lincoln Oliveira.
Yes, he's impressed me so far. He has impressed me so far.
Complete player.
Yeah, with these sides who automatically qualified for the quarter-final because they won their first two games, such as underdogs, I haven't had a real opportunity to commentate them in the flesh. So it's very interesting for me to see some of these underdogs players. Lincoln has impressed me massively. Not just saying that because you're a big fan of his. He's been good on the ball, and the way he picks out the passes and finds teammates is miraculous.
Cagnotto. He had Prezioso to his left.
Precious.
Go for goal. Hi, Precious. Fabio Precious.
Very good goal impression.
Yeah. Looking, and for him, that his Precious is that loss, that trophy, I was trying to say in Spanish, el trofeo, the big trophy that you saw on display, didn't we, yesterday, the quarter-final draw. That's what everyone is competing for, and tomorrow we're going to get close and personal with it. I think this is Prezioso himself finding Rossi. Rossi, it's blocked, and Lincoln over there to tidy up the pieces as always.
How quickly were Alpa Kappa over to close him down there. Wonderful defending. They're keeping that. We saw it yesterday in their match. They keep a really tight back four even. Obviously, when they get the turnover, they're quick to get forward, but it's a very, very difficult low pink block to break down. And I think this one could be very cagey. Very cagey indeed. Still, both sides need to play their presidential penalties and their secret cards.
Yeah, no, cagey is the right term indeed. It's tight, it's hard fought, but it's very nice intensity, very nice tempo about the game. That we have to say, which isn't always the case when it's 7v7. Let's be honest and fair to our viewers.
100%. I think the fans are spurring on both teams. There's pride here. Let's not beat around the bush here, Tolo. The fans, even in the bar area before, just down to our right, there were some fans sort of mixing and nothing untoward.
Prezioso now.
But there's a real rivalry between these. Even when the draw was made, I believe there was a little bit of some comments made between the two presidents in the booths.
Now Veneroso, there was indeed. We'll talk about it shortly. In the end, it's easy for Chironi. Yeah, the Italians, they call it campanilismo, don't they? That rivalry between obviously fellow national teams, domestic teams, and yeah, this is an all-Italian derby, and they're fighting for their respective colours. It's onside here. Can he finish? Sliding in there was Lorenzani. Does the arm go up? It does. Your assistant on that far side, THR, with the arm, as you mentioned earlier, no flags.
That's a big chance. Big chance. Good ball fizzed across the area. He's got to be making contact there. Any contact would have resulted in a goal, and it would have brought Alpacapa level with the underdogs. But it is a... What do you think about the underdogs' performance so far, Tolo? Do you think they'll be happy with how they fared? Do you think they would have wanted to be further ahead at this stage?
No, I think they'll be very happy. I think they'll feel they're in the right place at the moment, that they're leading, which is obviously, as we know, can quickly change in the Kings League, but it still gives you that psychological edge, doesn't it, over your opponents. That they are in front right now. They're leading 2-1. They've been clinical and the chances have come their way. I think they've edged it in terms of possession as Prezioso tries to wriggle away, and that could be trouble. He's digging into his pocket, is he?
Should be a yellow. It is a yellow, in fact. Yeah, it was one of those. He had to go for it. He had every right to go for it, Prezioso, but he mistimed it. It wasn't particularly malicious. It was just mistimed, let's say.
But earlier, that was potentially malicious. If you go back to the initial challenge, because he wasn't booked for this one, he was booked for that one.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think the yellow card was for the one that we just saw, the second one, not the prior one. But as you can see, he will be taking his place on the bench. The 2-minute suspension, so the team will be one short, and that is not what underdogs needed. This is a big next 3 minutes, because remember, 3 minutes of normal time before we go into the double goal period, where goals are counted as double.
Yeah, so Marin stayed down on the deck. Marin was caught awkwardly, to put it politely, by Prezioso. Then Prezioso went sliding in a few minutes later, which is why Prezioso was given the yellow card, not for the initial foul. That went, I think, unspotted by the referee. So Prezioso simbin, shall we say, for 2 minutes, and it's actually the final 2 minutes, isn't it? Before, or final 3 minutes, I beg your pardon, of this first period, and of those final 3 minutes. 2 minutes without Prezioso. This is a chance for Alpacapa, I think, to really stake their dominance, isn't it? And put a real foothold now, as Marin has recovered, and Marin has a go. Chance on the rebound here. It was Ronchi running in.
Well, we haven't seen too much of that man, Christian Ronchi. He was one of the heroes yesterday for Alpacapa. His first shot on target, I believe. Now he's going to launch it in.
Ronchi with the throw. Lincoln Oliveira. Now underdogs backs or fur, seeing as they're dogs, the underdogs, the bulldogs against the wall.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Ronchi, don't make me chuckle now, especially if there's going to potentially be a goal. Yeah, big shout out to the great Jeff Daniels and Jim Carrey. I like it a lot, Harry. I think, were they imitating Mick Jagger, or were they just being foolish? Anyway, Benedetti back to the action now. Ronchi, can he give a play? There's your answer. Hard to believe that was out in 1994. So that makes me feel even older. So listen again to the roar of the crowd. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's as if there's 30,000 fans inside the ground with this kind of atmosphere that's been generated.
It's what it's been missing. I mean, we did have some spicy encounters, some ferocious encounters, particularly the last one last night, but this is different gravy, if you excuse the expression. This is incredible to hear from these two sets of fans. Let's hope the players live up to it. Let's see a few more goals.
Ronchi shielding the ball, and the referee, the arm up.
Only 30 seconds left of Prezioso's yellow card, and then he'll be allowed to re-enter the fray. Good 2000s band, the fray. How to save a life.
Yes, started in Christian Rock, if I remember, and then made the move over to the mainstream, and the Kings League is so much in the mainstream right now. Benedetti, trying to poke it through. You and I love our pop music, don't we, you and I? We're big fans, and hence there's a lot of musical references as well as the cultural references. Now it's a chance for Veneroso to conjure up something. Goes back to Marin. Now Veneroso, I like Marin the way he plays, commanding out from the back, not afraid to carry it forward.
Disappointing from Alpha Kappa point of view not to have profited from underdogs going down to 6 men. But Etios are back on the field now, so it is back up to 7 versus 7. But apart from that Ronchi chance, they didn't really have many, did they?
No, they didn't. 2 minutes goes by very quick, doesn't it, in the Kings League? In the defence of Alpha Kappa and underdogs defending is just very, very deep, just getting men behind the ball. Almost that's all they could really do for those 2 minutes was dig deep and stay compact, tight, organised, which they have done. So 4 marks to them, and now final 10 seconds is their time. There is launched in. Now Lincoln Oliveira and company look like they're going to go into a 2-1 lead for these final 3 minutes with Goldsworth double.
Well, pulsating wouldn't be the word I'd use to describe that. It's been more action, let's say, in the stands than on the pitch, but the two sides are separated by just the 1 goal. Alpha Kappa 1 and underdogs 2. We are now entering the final 3 minutes of the first half, in which goals count as double. And this would be a fantastic opportunity for both of these two sides to showcase the attacking talent. We know it's there. We've seen it already in this tournament. Yet to really get going this one. It's a very low-scoring affair. 17 minutes gone. 2-1 to the underdogs.
Yep, there's the Presidente, Scott and his entourage, shall we say. Looking very mean in green. Green is mean. The martial men with those military kind of colours, and now the troops are ready then. They're ready for the onslaught from the Salmon side.
Just got a whiff of those tasty wings.
My sweat. No, Judge.
I'm not entirely sure why, but maybe they're preparing some wings. Agnese, of course, goes down with the player of the match, who has awarded a nice box of chicken wings, and I think they might be frying them up now.
Just pokes forward, trying to find Rotti. Can he get there? There's your answer. We've also got a player down in the meantime as it's booted back towards Gilly here in front of us. Now, Gilly's going to get, I don't want to say abused, but he is going to hear a lot of chants, shall we say, coming his way from the underdogs.
Absolutely. Chelsea there, just something we pick up being here live in the arena. Chelsea was unhappy there, the number 23 of Alpha Kappa, because one of the, I didn't catch who it was, one of the underdogs attackers kicked the ball away in frustration, which should be a yellow card offence, but the underdog attacker got away with it because I don't think the referee spotted it.
And back with Gilles, who have his supporters obviously behind him in the second period, which is on the horizon. A little, well, less than 2 minutes away. It's Kironi. Just take his time here, I think. I think, as we said, I think underdogs would certainly take this. I think on the balance of play, just about edged it. I think, as you said, you explained it and summed it up really well. As a team, underdogs have played better individually. Some more moments, though, from Alpha Kappa, and they are packed full of stars, but they need to start maybe gelling a little bit better if they want to go through here.
I agree. I agree, Tolo.
Around.
Yeah, two very different styles of play, and it's interesting to see how they're going to counter one another. As this patient play from the underdogs, they're running out of time in this ×2 period.
Shot coming in. Was that man Perotti wasting no time. Gilly trying to find Paulino. Picked out nicely by Derico. And carries it forward. And very nearly found the back of the net.
Derico scored a fantastic penalty earlier on in the tournament, didn't he? Right at the end of I think it was Underdog's second game, wasn't it? To get that crucial win to send them through to this stage. And he really looks like the leader of this Underdog side, sitting at the back, absorbing the pressure. And yeah, he dispatched his penalty really, really well. Against DR7, just on my homework there.
You always do, THI, your example for us all. No, even this morning you were boning up as well, weren't you? Looking at your notes this morning.
Doing what?
It's a northern expression. It means studying hard.
Oh yeah,
revision. Revision.
Yeah, I was doing that exactly.
Shot coming in, punched away. Nicely done by Gilles. Is their time flicked on there by the underdogs, number 9, Jorginho. With that, the first half comes to a close. I suggested, and this is a fair reflection of what we've seen. THR, your first thoughts on the first half?
Yeah, very cagey affair. Most of the first halves have been since the last chance stage. I would have expected a little bit more bites, but the players are going to get rehydrated now, and that's going to be key because it is hot in here. The sponsors Powerade, and their phrase is pause is power. Well, we're getting a pause here. The players have a little bit of a chance to get hydrated, and also they're going to get some tactical advice from the two coaches, which I think is needed. Let's hear from the two presidents.
Buongiorno, buongiorno. Mi sentite?
Penso di sì.
E niente, bella partita, difficile come ci aspettavamo. Forse un 2-2 sarebbe stato un pochino il risultato più giusto, ma comunque combatteremo fino alla fine questa partita contro i sottocani.
Ovvero
fai?
Hai capito?
No.
Ma perché stiamo parlando così?
Non lo so perché,
Ok,
non ho idea, non sapevo che cazzo dire.
Ragazzi, una bella partita, niente da dire, bella partita come ce l'aspettavamo.
Ci siamo, siamo vivi.
Lanciano il dado? E adesso arriva il dado. Ciao.
Ci siamo?
Ci sentite? Oh, ma io non vi sento mai. Cioè, ogni volta che vi collegate con me non vi sento. Mi sentite? Eccoci. Eccoci. Cosa devo dire? Sudata. È una partita... Bella combattuta. L'hanno studiata e è molto equilibrata al momento. Fanno fame le squadre. Se parli un'altra volta ti alzo le mani. Ok, scusate. È molto equilibrata. A sostegno della squadra.
We'll comment on the comments from the two presidents in a while, but before that we've got the roll of the die. It's Luis Folla, the host of Kaze TV from the President Lounge. Well, he needed a little nudge to do it, but he does do it, and we have a 2v2. We heard there from Frenesi, didn't we? First, the Alpha Kappa president, and we do apologise for some of the language for any Italian speakers listening in, and there was also similar bit of coarse language from the underdog side, but that is the tension. It means so much to them. Emotions are very raw, and we are expecting more emotions and more excitement now. The drop of the cage for these first 3 minutes, and we have the 2v2 in which the keepers can come out, and we expect them to do roll-on, subs. Okay, so Chelsea trying to tussle over the ball. Can he keep it alive? Who gets the call? It goes the way of Alpha Kappa. And with that, as you said, when they're in possession, they're going to take their keeper off, basically, and have two outfield players. Here is one of their main men looking to find Hero Jr. And he is back with Hero Jr. And Rosso now! Denied by Chiaroni.
Top save that from Chiaroni, absolutely top save, pivotal. We've seen how many goals have been scored in this particular passage, in this particular moment of the game, the dice period, as we're going to call it.
We are. We've baptised it there, haven't we? Now, Hero Jr., this is a big moment. Veneroso, Hero Jr. thought about the cheeky chip. Veneroso invited to shoot, does shoot! And Alpha Kappa on level. Frenesi loving it.
Frenesi indicating that he's got ice in his veins, and that's exactly what the Alpha Kappa players wanted. And I have to say they're going from 0 to 0, Chiaroni.
Perotti now, still with Perotti. Rossi in support. Rossi back with Perotti, still! Good save by Gilly, that's why he's so good.
So much space there for Perotti though, Tolo, so much space.
And he goes for goal, the keeper! It stands, it's in, he's done it! Gilly celebrating in front of his supporters, they've turned it around!
Diop who? This is the new hero. This is the guy, Vittorio Gilli. He can do it all. What a strike from inside his own half. That's the risk. Play without a goalkeeper.
Perotti now looking for Rossi, takes a touch and then finds the back of the net. We said it, didn't we? We all said it. This was going to be exciting, emotional, and it's proving just that.
Whatever Alpacapa can do, underdogs can equal. What a start to this second period here. End-to-end action.
Now Paulino Scienza. Now Ronchi, can he get involved? Paulino. I thought that was in. Just wide.
Ball science, not quite getting the angles right.
Well, it's not physician than is he? Maybe it's more biology or chemistry. No, it was good.
Apologise.
He wasn't specialised in physics, let's put it that way.
650,000 people watching on. I apologise.
Now Lincoln Oliveira. They made that substitution. They have some support in the form of Perotti. Perotti, Oliveira's free. This is Lincoln Oliveira. Really cool finish with the on-rushing Gilli, and the underdog score.
You know what they call him? They call him Justin. Just in time.
I love it, because he was there in the nick of time as well. Well, he's a Lincoln, like the famous US automobile there. And he was there just in time, as you said, delivering the goods across state lines. Celebrating quite rightly. Now with that, we need to catch our breath as well. We also need to reassess our jokes. I'm aware of that.
The dice period is such a great addition, isn't it? It's such a great addition. It opens the game up. It gives the attacking players a real chance to regain a bit of confidence they might have been lacking in the first half. Because let's face it, there was not too many chances. There were chances few and far between in the first period. But now it is Alpacapa 3, underdogs 4. So still with that 1-goal advantage. And both of these two sides still have a secret card to play. The fact they haven't played it yet indicates that we probably have some idea of what they'll be. Don't want to guess or estimate now, but I'm sure we'll be discovering them soon. And both have the presidential penalty, which will be key, because the Alpacapa president has scored more than the underdogs president. Underdogs have been underwhelming in front of goal in terms of presidential penalties so far. Yeah, 0 from 2.
Couldn't agree anymore. It's a case of as you were, really. Going into halfway stage, underdogs leading by 1, and they continue to lead by 1 as Caldera tries to find Jorginho, the number 9, a very Italian-sounding name, Jorginho. Of course, being facetious on that far side. Benedetti unable to keep it in play.
I have to say, Tolo, it is a pleasure. It's always an honour, well, to commentate with you, but to commentate here on the Kings World Cup Clubs. But I have to say, I am really, really enjoying this match. The atmosphere, the fact that the two teams clearly respect each other.
I knew you'd enjoy this one. I just knew it.
There's been no gamesmanship from either side, let's say. It's been very fair play so far, but it's a real good battle. It's a tactical battle, lots of quality on show, and both teams for now keeping their temperament, and that's what they're going to need to do in the latter stages of this game. We've got 12 minutes of regulation time before we go to the Fortnite match day, or excuse me, not Fortnite match day, what am I talking about? Fortnite match ball mode.
Coming forward now, Bacapa, they've got men in support, and it was Salvatore on this near side who wanted that, but it's rolled out right away quickly to this man here, Perotti. That was fantastic, wasn't it, THR? Just the wrong side of the post.
Mamma mia, to quote a good friend of ours, Manuel Pascali, mamma mia, fizzed just wide of the post. That one, I thought it was in from up here, I really did.
Also, battle of the two keepers. It's hard to pick one or the other, isn't it, in terms of Gilli and Chironi. They've both been outstanding so far at both ends of the pitch.
Well, Chironi will have to be at his very best tomorrow in the final of the Fortnite Challenge, which will take place just before the semi-finals and final. Gianmarco Chironi.
I've been enjoying that with you and Patrick earlier this week. Great work, guys, and great work to the guys out on the pitch, because they're the one that really obviously make it happen without taking anything away from you guys.
Absolutely, absolutely. Where would we be without the players?
Flicked on, Salvaterra's down, and it comes to Chironi, a wag of the finger from both THR and I. No foul.
Well, sometimes you can just tell by the player's reaction. He didn't remonstrate. He didn't look towards the referee. You can see him when that happens. He just loses his footing.
Now Cagnotto inviting his teammates to push up. Here he is in that little pocket. Perotti. I got it in my pocket, boss. Late. Do you remember Mike Bassett, my Football Manager? Did you ever watch
Mike Bassett, England manager?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Cagnotto now. Cagnotto! Oh, very nearly. Falconi for Caldera had continued his run. Now safely in the arms of Gilli. Again, this is what you're talking about, that tactical phase as well, THR. They're not forcing things. They are waiting and biding their time, both teams, as Chelsea goes to ground. Penalty!
Penalty kick given, the referee on the ball. He was right over the action, and he didn't have any hesitation there, pointing straight to the spots.
Well, Chelsea then winning the spot kick then. And it will be tough, I have to say, for whoever takes this Falcao. But yeah, Stonewall really, isn't it? It was clumsy there.
Crystal clear.
Love it. That's the second time I've been impressed by the use of the alliteration there from THR this evening. Or was it yesterday? I'm getting confused. One day just merges into one. So Derrico will want to atone for that, make amends. And the time Marina, I was going to say, intimidating, is it? Because he's kicking towards the underdog's curva.
Very much so. Vlad Marin, who's already got 1 goal in this tournament, stepping up. Huge moment for Alpha Kappa.
Can Marin draw his side? Level! He can. He beats Kirone. Well taken penalty. 4-4.
Another penalty down the centre, and he looked very confident stepping up there. The number 3, Vlad Marin, makes it 2 for the tournament. But more importantly than that, he gets Alpha Kappa level. 4 goals to 4.
And you know what? We've still got the presidential penalties to come, the secret cards. There's an extra ball on the pitch, which is why we're just waiting to get back underway.
That'll be a good rule for next year, wouldn't it?
Multi-ball kind of thing.
Multi-ball madness.
Love it. You heard it here first from THR, and he wants that to be patented in his name as well, should you bring it into play, the powers that be at the Kings League. He wants that more, I think, than the chicken wings, or maybe more the chicken wings. I don't know. He keeps glancing across. Guys, get the hint, bringing something to eat. Please, this man has been on his feet for hours.
I was checking out, maybe give it a moment, because I think underdogs are about to start an attack here. When the ball goes out, I'll tell you what I was thinking.
Please do. Jorginho shielding it. Derrico also involved, and now's your moment to have your say.
Well, I'm looking. We're right next to the VIP box. I'm looking down at some of the faces. I thought I saw Colombo from
Stallions,
yes. But I think it might be a doppelganger. I thought I saw him, so I thought he might be here to maybe cheer on one of the 2 Italian teams, but I'm not sure if it's him. I have to go and get my glasses on and have a little closer inspection.
You and I both, THR, with our advancing years, our eyesight isn't what it was once upon a time, as Perotti sends it straight into the wall, and that goes flying up into the stands up there now. Derrico looking for Jorginho. I haven't seen too much of Jorginho, I have to say, but he's involved there. Caldera in the middle. So I haven't seen too much of him. Mark Tiley has been, they've kept a close eye on him.
Absolutely, absolutely. He was the one to watch for the underdogs, and he will get a chance here. 2 in the centre as the ball comes in. No, they play it shorts.
Cagnotto. Still with Cagnotto on that far side.
Alpha Kappa, when it's 7v7, are a very hard team to break down. We've seen that yesterday and today. They defend really well when it's 7-on-7. The majority of the goals they concede come from when it's a reduced amount of players on the field, like the dice or the any of the cards.
Here's an opportunity here, trying to bring into play Chelsea. It very nearly made its way to Chelsea from Massa Jr. as Perotti comes forward. Not to be confused with Felipe Massa, former Ferrari favourite, very popular in this part of the world. Felipe Massa, of course, with his Italian roots. Have to flex it in! Did it cross the line? He's celebrating. We were just saying we hadn't seen too much of him. He was involved there, that diving header.
The very diva-esque wag of the finger from the match official telling us that it didn't cross the line there. But how close can you come? Underdogs have the wind in their sails, and it looks as though they are going to be most likely to take the lead.
Yotta with a strike. Punched away by Gilli. Bertaglio coming across here, and it's hit, not quite the roof, but one of the railings, if you can call it that. I need to, again, improve my vocabulary when it comes to sort of rail fixings. Now Chelsea trying to combine here on this nice side with Massa Jr.
He's been quiet, Chelsea, today.
Yeah, by his very high standards, yeah.
Can't always have a great game, but he's been very, very quiet.
That shows that how much we expect from him, doesn't it, THR, when he's playing well, but not really taking it to that level we expect. Cagnotto floats it in for Jorginho! That is world class. Brilliant save by Gilli.
Well, a moment to appreciate the cross. We don't see many lofted crosses in the Kings League. That was exceptional from the left-hand side from Underdogs.
Still not over. Derrico on that far side. Just loses his footing. The man who gave away the penalty. Reminder, one of the many moments we've enjoyed in this thrilling game so far, which is delicately poised, and we expect more to come here as the Underdogs continue to enjoy more of the ball, I have to say. Now Jorginho trying to bring Lincoln Oliveira into play. May come to Lincoln Oliveira.
What a challenge that was, last-ditch challenge. He might have hurt himself in the process there, but what a last-ditch challenge that was. Just getting ready to strike the ball, but putting themselves on the line. As you say, let's have a look at the full flavour replay. The Wingstop full flavour replay.
Deserves it. The full flavour replay, that was it. Oh. This was earlier, wasn't it? Well, this was before.
From that angle, looked as though it may have crossed the line, but we do have the technology. We do have the goal line technology, the VAR in place, so clearly it didn't. The whole ball didn't cross the line. Underdogs showing their pedigree chums, as a secret card will be played.
Yeah, it's Alpha Kappa. Oh, both sides actually. Both
sides are playing their secret card. So Alpha Kappa, I think, got in there first. So I think Alpha Kappa will take theirs first. It gives the players a chance to just come off and get some tactical advice. Let's have a little look and see if we can confirm that then. Frenesi it is who is the president of Alpha Kappa, is that right, Solo?
Confirmed. Does it say shootout?
Oh, is it a suspension? Suspension, sorry, I thought they pressed for president, sorry, misread. I thought it was a president penalty, but it's a secret card, a suspension.
So if you are Alpha Kappa, who do you take out? The Underdogs, wrong? Perotti maybe? Who do you choose to suspend for 4 minutes? Jorginho, Lincoln Oliveira? It's tough. It is a difficult one.
I would probably go Lincoln Oliveira, and it looks as though it is going to be Lincoln Oliveira.
Yeah.
Perotti, he's shown flashes of brilliance, but in the final third, particularly today, he's been lacking. He hasn't done too much. He's got himself into really good positions, but I think that's a right call to take off Oliveira, and he will be off, as you said, for 4 minutes. Disappointing for him. You can see he's frustrated, and those are the rules of the Kings League. You've got to play to the rules, but he has been influencing the play massively, and he'll be very disappointed. Let's see the secret card for the Underdogs. I think, if I'm right in saying, will they be able to do it now, or will there be another passage of play? Let's have a look.
Yeah, they're waiting to reveal it as we speak. But as you said, there has to be that break in play before it's called. We continue just to wait here as well.
Well, the Underdogs fans to our left still making noise, and some of them dressed in green has got me thinking how many Italian teams actually play in the colour green in their home strip. Of course, Sassuolo in the top division of Serie A. Can you name any more, Tolo?
Well, that's put me very much on the spot. I can make lots of second strips, of course, but in terms of home strips, that's a great quiz question. You think of the Nero Verdi, don't we?
Absolutely.
I suppose that the Arancione, Nero Verde of Venezia, but that's not quite the same.
Yeah.
So, Alpha Kappa
Secret card.
have a reverse penalty.
Well, no, Underdogs have used their card, and it is a reverse penalty.
See that.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll explain it in a moment when it's on the bottom of your screen. We'll talk about it because now we want to let the footage, the pitch, do the talking. Here goes Gianmarco Massa. Off the post.
So Massa has missed for the second time in this competition a reverse penalty. The Underdogs were brave to choose him. He had to step up to the plate, and he has missed again. You've got to feel for the lad. It is such a poor, not a poor penalty, let's say, but it's so unlucky with the ball ricocheting off the post. And that, as we know in the rules, gives Underdogs a goal. And, well, you've got to feel for Massa Jr. The second time that he's almost been targeted by the opposition players. What must he be thinking now?
Yes, I think you're right. It wasn't a bad penalty, as you said. He struck it well, but came crashing off the post. And yeah, it all happened so quick, and the Underdogs playing their card then perfectly and cause chaos. Guys, take control, F50 or Predator.
Are you F50 or Predator? You're F50, aren't you?
Listen,
you like taking control.
To be fair, I've got to be honest, I prefer Predators, but PK said Predator, so I've been stuck with a 50.
Okay.
You want a Predator because you want to be like Beckham, which I don't blame you, who doesn't want to be like the great Sir David Beckham. But I'm happy to be Predators this week. I certainly wouldn't say no. So Chelsea having a few words with the official. He does get the call go his way, and now Alpha Kappa, though, a reminder, they do have an extra man, though, so they still have just over 3 minutes to make the most of this numerical advantage. Players in the box, Paulino's gone down, it's all happening, it's penalty area, chaos, melee, a real scrum there, a real ruckus in the middle of the box.
Still 2 Prezi penalties to be taken, should they wish to take them. Only twice in this week of Kings World Cup Clubs action have the teams decided against taking a presidential penalty, which makes no sense. You don't lose anything if you miss it, so you might as well take it, even if you have a president who's not particularly good in front of goal. As we've seen, I shall not name, I don't want to get in any trouble, but there are certainly some who are less able than others, let's say that.
You've made your point, we don't need to say any more. We saw in our pre-match show as well, the kind of presence we're referring to now. Chelsea trying to find Paulino. He's disappointed. He expected more, didn't he? Paolo Scienza from Chelsea. Paulino, the captain, wearing that captain's armband for Alpha Kappa. They need a captain's performance from him to inspire them, to find a leveller here. They've got just over 2 minutes to make the most. Lincoln Oliveira, a reminder, taken off after the secret card played by Alpha Kappa. The underdogs hitting back with a reverse penalty.
Less than 3 minutes to go of regulation time. Less than 3 minutes.
Benedetti, great ball, Paulino Scienza! The arm goes up.
Well, we're in line with it, Tolo. I don't think he's offside. I think this is going to be checked. The arm went straight up from the official on the far side. It will be checked, of course. It's such a pivotal, monumental moment in this match. Well, I think he timed his run here, but look, we have the privilege of watching it again. Let's have a look.
Over to you.
Well,
that's not the best angle.
That's not the best angle. There's going to be a Hollywood angle. Let's see if we can. So I don't think that's the player in question. I think it's the player who just entered the shot, but let's have a little look. In and amongst all of this, there is a player down needing some attention. It is just offside. I thought number 19 was keeping him on. I really did. We were in line with it, but just shows how close and how tight the balls are.
Yeah, Gorgoglione in the end did play that offside trap a la Arsenal 1990s under George Graham style. Also made famous, remember that film, The Full Monty, the Arsenal playing that stupendous offside trap to perfection. Great side with the legendary Tony Adams, Steve Bold, Winterburn, Dixon and company in that back four. Maybe later.
Company, he played for Man City, didn't he?
Here he is.
I'm here all week. Well, I'm here until tomorrow.
We're here till Saturday, and then Sunday we're going to rest and have our day off, aren't we?
It is the day of rest, Sunday.
It is the day of rest.
You will have earned it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Now, Cutrignelli, Veneroso to aim for, looking to shed top marks to Chironi.
Incredible save from Chironi because there were 2 Alpha Kappa players ready to pounce.
And now you called it, you said it, presidential penalties, but you can't take your... Now we can. Now we can take our eyes off the guns just for a little second.
They've got 2 minutes left to choose to take the presidential penalty. It looks as though underdogs have chosen, and it means, will it be Il Rosso, who is 0 from 2, yes, or will it be delegated? It can't be delegated, of course, to a player because the president is present, but sometimes we've seen one of the other streamers or somebody in the presidential party take it. Let's see if it's going to be Il Rosso again.
Looks like it is. He's dyed his hair green, obviously, for the occasion. So those green slash red locks. It's not Cisco, but it is Rossi Rosso. He likes to be called that. He's gone for the Brazilian style Rossinho.
104. Curious.
Very interesting.
34 minutes on the clock. Alpha Kappa 4, underdogs 5. The presidential penalty from Il Rosso. Tolo, over to you.
There goes Rossinho. Can he roll it home? He can't. Chile saves it. And here's disappointing run from the spot. It continues, doesn't it, THR?
Well, we know how good his opposite number, Frenesi, is from the penalty spot, and presuming that he will score his, of course, that's not a given, that would tie things up. So that was a very, very critical moment in the match. Would have given underdogs a 2-goal advantage. These presidential penalties are becoming even more important to the proceedings, Tolo, because really, if you have a regular scorer, it makes such a difference. And Il Rosso there, despite dyeing his hair green, he never looked comfortable. And honestly, I don't think many people thought he was going to score there.
I want to pick up on that point. I completely and contrast this with Frenesi, the way he's walking to the spot, full of confidence, oozing belief. It's chalk and cheese, isn't it? It really is. It's gesso and formaggio.
Absolutely. Great Italian.
Well, I'm trying my best. Does he score? Does he make it 4 from 4?
Frenesi is 3 from 3 in the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. The man with the shades, up he steps.
Here is Frenesi. He's done it again.
He's gone over to goad in front of those underdogs ultras. He's giving it to them. He's taken off his shirt. Frenesi, 4 from 4, the only president to score all 4 of his penalty kicks. And Alpacapa, with under 2 minutes on the clock in regulation time, draw things up. 5 goals to 5.
And those lucky supporters as well, thanks to that successfully converted penalty, have won themselves some boots and the chance to sit and watch pitchside. What an experience for them, a Kings League match. So they'll be thankful to Frenesi, let's put it that way, won't they, THR? Benedetti. Chelsea now. Veneroso. Chelsea may come to Veneroso, still there bobbling about, and then just booted away. No nonsense from Cagnotto.
Well, the secret cards, the suspension, you have to say that's played a part, because Alpacapa have been, let's say they've been dominating the play. Of course, the presidential penalty, a real gift for them, and Oliveira will be entering the fray, Lincoln Oliveira that is, in 28 seconds. His suspension will finish. 4 minutes, it does seem like a long time, doesn't it, Tolo? 4 minutes suspension, quite a harsh suspension. When you consider a yellow card is 2 minutes.
Yep, that's the secret card, isn't it? That's what it's there for. Level terms then, can Alpacapa poke themselves ahead, or the underdogs go back ahead? That penalty from Rossino, that miss, that's looking really costly, because had he scored that 2-goal cushion as well, you're piling on the pressure even more on Frenesi to try and find a way back, and then you're just working into hands of Frenesi, as you said, is so good, and we saw a few minutes ago, 4 from 4, leading the way when it comes to presidential strikes.
Just over 30 seconds away from our second shootout of the evening.
Can you believe it?
36. Well, we didn't see any yesterday, did we?
This is the best way we can get on football cliches. Like London buses, you wait so long and 2 come along at once.
Love it. If we don't get on after that, there's no hope for us.
We've got to find our way somehow. Gilly.
Got to find the angle.
I think it's more angle finds the angle. To quote a good friend of mine and the former colleague of THR's, as it's chipped in. Oh, I thought someone was going to connect there. No connection.
Looked to be Benedetti attacking it there at the back post. That would have made things very interesting. But we are now into the second shootout of the evening. The Italian derby cannot be separated in normal time. 36 minutes have come and gone. It was a tactical battle down there on the turf. It ebbed and flowed, and now it will be all down to the poise of some of these attackers. Will it be another case of the goalkeepers being the heroes?
And talking of being heroes, you can be a hero on Fortnite, which you can play on your mobile phone now. And talking of heroes, well, these guys obviously getting their prize thanks to that successfully converted penalty in the Adidas Challenge. They have Frenesi to thank, and that's why they're also watching pitchside now, the reigning of this contest. Talking of heroes, we mentioned them a lot. Chironi, Gilly, they were brilliant in that game. And now, perhaps, I think the difference could be which one of those two has that edge, because I think it's going to come down to the keepers, which one is going to make the most stops. That's my take on this shootout.
Well, as you know, Tolo, not blowing on my own trumpet here, but I am a very knowledgeable man on the Fortnite Challenge, so I think Gianmarco Chironi might be one of the key players here. He was the one who sent Italy to the final. The goalkeeper has made so many saves, and I think he could be one of the standout figures here for his side.
So such drama then, such drama. We had it previously in our first game. Mostoles marching on, weren't they? THR now we'll see in this all-Italian derby, as you guys know. Alpa Kappa have the edge in terms of the fact they are the winners, or they won the Italian split. They beat the underdogs in the final, so it's a remake, it's a grudge match as we're going to have the toss of the coin.
Well, this is sorry to interrupt you there, Tolo. This is very important because we have the fans in the stadium. Normally this wouldn't, you know, going first or playing it down which end, it doesn't really make too much of a difference. But between these two sides who have heavy support, this is huge. Not only to see who tries to score first from the shootout, from the centre, but also which goal we're going to be facing, because that will play a massive part in who will emerge victorious.
That's spot on. I think it can go both ways, can't it? On the one hand, maybe having that the support of your fans drawing you towards you on the one hand, but does that increase the pressure? Well, it looks like we're going towards the Alpa Kappa section of the stadium, THR, as we will begin with Paulino Scienza, the man with the captain's armband, and they need their captain right now, don't they, THR, to get them off to a flyer. So it is Paulino Scienza up first then for Alpa Kappa against Kironi. Here he goes. Can Alpa Kappa get off to a flyer? There's your answer. Celebrating quite rightly in front of his supporters.
Paolo Scienza scoring the first goal in the shootout, getting Alpa Kappa off to the best possible start. 1-0 to the side in pink.
And now Cagnotto looking to hit back right away. Didn't have many penalties, or rather the shootout score did win the previous game, but on this first evidence, this early evidence, it looks like this is going to be much more high scoring. Cagnotto now for the underdogs, looking to make it 1-1. It's Cagnotto going round the keeper just before the buzzer. It was 1-1.
He's silencing those fans behind the goal, the wave of a pink, the curva, the salmon curva. I have to say, when he stepped up, he didn't look confident, but he's proven me wrong. And a great response from the side in green, from the underdogs, who needed to score that, just for, not because of any risk of losing the game, of course, or to lose to the shootout, but just to get themselves on the board early. It's such a motivational boost when they can do that.
It is. Cagnotto has a word with Benedetti. I'm wondering whether, well, I don't think that was saying best of luck, was it? I don't think it was saying buona fortuna, good luck. Anyway, we'll chat about that shortly. This is Benedetti for Alpa Kappa. Benedetti, can he get there in the nick of time? Was it before the buzzer? It's been given, so they make it 2.
Just before the buzzer, well, he gave the keeper the eyes, he rounded him. I have to say, these have been some spectacular shootout efforts so far. We've seen so many players struggle from these positions, or, you know, not get to the shooting opportunity before the 5 seconds has elapsed. This has been fantastic from both sides so far. Pressure on underdogs.
Yep, Derrico, who gave away the penalty, you may remember, in normal time. Derrico. Just waiting here for the all clear. Here he goes. 3, 2, 1. We're underway. Derrico for the underdogs. Derrico off the crossbar. First miss of the night.
Well, celebrations from the Alpa Kappa players, but this is far from done. Remember, it is a best of 5, not a best of 3, like in the Fortnite shootout, the Fortnite challenge, I should say, before the balls are kicked, before the matches are played. So still plenty of time for Derrico's side to help him out here. Chance for a 2-goal advantage here, though, Tolo.
Which could be massive. Ronchi underwhelming in normal time. Can he leave his mark now? This is Ronchi. It's squeezed in. And he's lapping it up in front of his adoring public.
Well, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? He's been the poster boy for this Alpa Kappa side in this tournament so far. I thought he took a heavy touch there, but the goalkeeper, in fact, got a touch. But what an effort. It beat him. It just about crept through. And now the real pressure starts for underdogs.
Yeah, they're going to check it. There's some complaints from the underdogs players, and the keeper Kironi, the first to question. Was it maybe that first touch that they were unhappy about? They're checking out now. Both set of players, they're checking out on the screen, aren't they? You can see the Alpa Kappa players across from us looking on the screen to make sure that the penalty did stand. All eyes on the referee. This may be chalked off, and he may have to take it again. We wait and pause, THR.
Just having a look down there. Some of the underdogs players, some of them on the floor, some of them on the turf, praying At the moment, it's 3-1, but we'll give you the final message when we hear. Perhaps we can tune in and hear to what the listen to what the referee has to say about this.
VAR. And the goal stands. So after a check, it is 3-1. As you said, 2-goal cushion now. Huge pressure on Perotti, isn't there?
Yeah, not quite. He has to score to stay in it yet, but to have any realistic chance, this has to hit the back of the net.
You said it. Perotti to keep the underdogs. Hopes alive. Perotti, that touch appears too heavy. It was. And now Frenesi jumping with joy in front of us after the miss by Perotti, because with this one, what does this mean now if Alpha Kappa score?
Well, it is game, set and match if this goes in. And the man entrusted with leading Alpha Kappa FC is Hero Junior. Yes, exactly.
And here the replay of that miss, which is why Hero Junior has the match point, to quote tennis commentators. I have the honour of shouting that, and a wry smile from Hero Junior. This is it. Hero Junior to send Alpha Kappa through to the semi-finals, and he sent it wide. The underdogs, they are still in this. They are not out yet.
They're not out yet, Solo, but they do need to score. And cometh the hour, cometh the man. It is Jorginho Fernandez, or Fernandes, as Patrick Kendrick would say. And he needs to score to keep his side in it. If he can score, what pressure that would put back on Alpha Kappa as well. This isn't over yet.
So if he misses this one, then that means it is it. Huge pressure. Now Jorginho slots it home. They're protesting. Gilly unhappy. It doesn't stand. And Alpha Kappa are through to the semi-finals. Alpha Kappa win this all-Italian derby. Jorginho's penalty doesn't count. Wild celebrations, and just like in the Italian split final, Alpha Kappa beat the underdogs.
A controversial way to end any match at Solo. It was a slight touch, the faintest of touches from Vittorio Gilli, who was imperious in the goal for Alpha Kappa. He got the touch from Jorginho in the final, the decisive shootout kick, and it is those boys in pink who head through to the semi-final. They overcome underdogs who came into this match not as the underdogs, as heavy favourites, but it is those men led by Frenesi, the Alpha Kappa FC, who will go into tomorrow's semi-final. Let's have another look at the decisive shootout spot kick.
Yeah, this was it. So we were saying Jorginho just, well, we'll have it with you shortly. Either way, we'll check it out in a moment. Frenesi and his boys enjoying this moment in that all-Italian derby. We have an Italian team. We were guaranteed one in the semi-final. Will we have one in the final? That we'll have to wait for tomorrow to find out. It all came down then to the shootout. The second successive game this evening decided by a shootout, by the way. Gilli, the hero, getting that vital touch, and Jorginho's penalty not standing. He had to score and successfully created to keep it alive. And coming up, Furia Los Troncos, which we'll talk about shortly, but for the moment we'll enjoy these scenes as well. It shows how much it means to them. Yes, there's that fun side, the element side to it that we talk about, the entertainment, but it's competitive. They want to win this, THR, don't we? I'm going to bring you in shortly because Gilli is coming across to have a word with Agnese.
It's time for the MVP of the second match. Alpha Kappa are going straight to the semi-final. Here we are with our MVP, Gilli, goalkeeper of Alpha Kappa. So first of all, how are you feeling? Come stai?
Sono molto contento, stanco ma molto contento, soddisfatto perché i ragazzi non hanno mai mollato anche quando eravamo sotto, e alla fine il lavoro paga sempre.
He said that they're very happy, very tired, and all the work they've done through the year, it's finally giving them great results. Do you have a message for your Italian opponent of today? Hai un messaggio per gli altri italiani di oggi?
Assolutamente, ringraziamo tutti quelli che ci sono stati vicini. Mi auguro che anche gli altri italiani magari che tifano altre squadre possano essere d'aiuto per noi in semifinale, che comunque ci stiamo giocando un mondiale.
Of course they're playing a World Cup, so he hopes that all the other Italians that today were supporting underdogs and yesterday were supporting even stallions can go all the way in with Alpha Kappa. Your next opponent
Sarebbe...
Come ti senti per questa cosa, che i prossimi saranno in Furia?
Se vincono.
Se vincono. If they win, sorry guys, you're right.
Devono giocare adesso, quindi sicuramente le due squadre che si affrontano adesso sono squadre comunque di un grande blasone, di livello, ma noi cercheremo di preparare la partita nel meglio dei modi.
Concentration, no matter what will be the team they're fighting, they're gonna be concentrated for everything. Prendi quello che vuoi.
Posso?
Tutto quello che vuoi. And this, thank you, congratulations, go celebrate. Guys, see you to the next MVP. Thank you so much.
So we now have our second semi-finalist in the form of Alpa Cap. We're now going to find out our third semi-finalist. Will it be Furia or Los Troncos, who are getting ready then to go head-to-head here in the quarterfinals of the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. And of course, once again, alongside me, the brilliant THR, Thomas Holmesreid. How are you faring up? Feeling the tension as well?
Well, it has been a scintillating first couple of games here. 2 shootouts in 2 games, and we didn't see any of them yesterday. This is the match, really, that I was wanting to keep an eye on. Of course, the Italian derby was fantastic, but Furia coming into this match as the tournament favourites, coming up against the champions, the current champions, Los Troncos, who are finally finding their feet in the tournament. I mean, this one is mouth-watering, to say the least.
Mouth-wateringly good, just like those chicken wings once again.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. No one's brought me any wings.
Another hint, get them to this poor man here who's working his socks off as always. In the meantime, you guys, while you're enjoying this and maybe, who knows, munching on some Wingstop chicken wings, get voting who you want for the 1v1 Lipao and Oriol. It seems at the moment, unless there's a real swing in the pendulum in these final few moments before we head into kickoff. And now the Exodus secret card review, which is always a very, very special moment, and we'll see over the course of the game what will be released. And on the subject of Exodus, new action RPG wishlist now.
I have to tell you, Solo, I'm a bit of a fan of RPG games. I'm a bit of a fan, and Exodus is a cracking game, and I would thoroughly recommend anyone out there who likes a good RPG to get involved and buy it. Now then, the lineups for the 2 sides. Furia FC. I'm very, very excited about this, Tolo, because I haven't had a look at Furia up close and personal. They qualified for this match directly by winning their first 2 games. As for Los Troncos, they've had to go the hard way. They won yesterday in the last chance. Remember, they beat Stallions by 8-5. And let's see who has been chosen for the 1v1.
Il pubblico ha scelto i protagonisti dell'1 contro 1. Furia, Lipao, Los Troncos, Juan, Oriol.
Well, there you have it then. The 1v1 has been announced. Furia against Los Troncos. Then it's no surprise, is it really? I mean, who doesn't want to see Lipao in action? And Oriol, so after his fabulous performance yesterday against the Stallions, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about so many different things over the course of this game and the rest of the evening. So many talking points so far, but the talking points now are this. The moment is this, the drop of the ball from the cage. We are underway. Lipao, like a sprinter, like Usain Bolt, charging out of the blocks and getting first to it. So Furia on the ball then. And they have Victor Hugo, who likes to get involved as well. He's got an eye for goal. Keep an eye on him on THR. Lipao now for Victor Hugo. Back with Lipao, as easy as that.
I haven't seen Lipao in action firsthand here at the arena. It's taken him less than 20 seconds to leave his mark, and I have to say I'm very impressed. Lipao with the opening goal.
A little nod as well, tribute to Victor Hugo from Lipao with that ball across now. Oriol for his partner in crime for the moment, Amoedo. Empty net. Hugo. Lipao, keeper's got to get back. Lipao, lovely stuff. There must be a foul. It isn't a foul. What do you think, THR? I thought it was a foul, my initial instinct anyway.
6 of one, half a dozen of the other, in my opinion. The arm was stretched, but not enough to, certainly not enough to put Lipao on the deck. I'm going to be trying to pronounce Lipao in the Portuguese way, the Brazilian way.
Amoedo fires wide. You're quite right to do it. I've just sent a cheeky text to our colleague Patrick Kendry. Said, listen out, how are we doing on the Brazilian pronunciation? I want him to give us a score as well out of 10, because we're going to give it everything, full throttle, as Jefinho's out on the pitch now. Lipao there.
So teams up to 3 versus 3 in the scale-up, remember? The format, first 5 minutes, teams will go up to 7v7.
This is Lipao, still with Lipao, and you're surprised when he misses, aren't we?
Absolutely. He hasn't really found his shooting. He did score a hat-trick in the last game, it has to be said, but he's not up there with the likes of Alish Marti and, of course, Michael Hernandez, who we saw earlier.
We did, yeah. Amoedo, options right and left. What do you think about this? He's got to have a go. Amoedo, who's invited to strike, otherwise he'd been halted for passive play. Second chance for Amoedo, and he's fired it off target. The scale-up continues.
Those of you looking at the Furia President's box might see a familiar face, Douglas Costa, the ex-Juventus and Bayern Munich winger. No Neymar this week, of course. Bit of a shame that we didn't get to see Neymar, but Douglas Costa certainly a star.
Oh, absolutely. Always great to have former players in the house. Jefinho, Dedo, Lipao, Jefinho's waiting in the box, as is Dedo. That was cheeky, that was interesting, trying to maybe make the most of any sort of deflection and touches. Amoedo goes long and he's picked out a teammate. Nice work. Reyes. David Kings, David Reyes sounds better certainly in Spanish, that's for sure. This is Oriol, Carlos Planas, not to be confused with Nigel Plana from the young ones in the 1980s. Oriol now.
Too old that reference for me there.
Fair enough. Amoedo. Oriol is blocked by Dedo. Still with Los Troncos. Oriol, who was brilliant yesterday, wasn't he, against the Stallions?
Fantastic, the left-footed drive from outside of the box. It was powerful, but also so much accuracy, beating the goalkeeper from that range.
Well, that's the thing, you're right, the accuracy. It's one thing hitting the power, and he has got the power.
Pauses power.
Not to Powerade. As Lipao unable to keep it in play, if I'm not mistaken, just in front of us, as we said. Got this commentary gantry as well, so just blocking our view on that one. So Los Troncos keep the ball, and they keep the ball so well, don't they? Spanish style.
They do.
To stereotype a little bit.
Tiki-taka, as they say, and they do keep the ball very well, wearing down the opposition. But this will be a good matchup. The explosiveness of the Brazilian outfit against Los Troncos.
Oriol shaping up to shoot. Now Arce. Arce does shoot, block. Jefinho, can he get there? Arce recovers well.
So the last minutes of the scale-up. We're now at 6 versus 6. Just the one goal.
Up, yeah.
Just the one goal.
Just the one goal.
From Lipao.
Understandable in some respects, cancelling each other out. Two quality teams, packed full of quality as we move on up with the scale-up. See whether Los Troncos can move on up a level. They've been halted for passive play.
Do you want to explain that to some of the viewers there, Tolo?
Yeah, you've got to show that attacking in 10, it's not enough just to pass it around. You have to try and go forwards in terms of that attacking style, basically. Something they took from basketball, from handball as well, which PK is a big fan of, as he revealed to us earlier this week. It's good to you get to know each other a lot better. Getting to know you. Lipao floats it in. Getting to know me. Brought down by Furia on that far side. We have a sort of Porcinhos-esque shirt, don't they, with that pink trim?
Yes.
But they are Furia. Yeah, Furia, the Brazil now.
I wanted to see their change strip. Their change strip, because you're a big fan of their home strip, the black and white.
Reyes now, I am indeed. In fact, I'm a little bit disappointed that they're not wearing those colours. What's caught your eye, THR?
Well, there was a fantastic atmosphere in this Kings League arena here in Cologno Monzese, just out of Milan, in the Italian derby, the previous game, underdogs going out to Alpa Kappa. But those fans who were creating all the noise have departed. It's more of a calm atmosphere now.
Dedar from distance, and you could probably hear, couldn't you, because of that, should we say, calm atmosphere, the ball striking the frame of the goal.
Absolutely, he did fancy, he opened his body up, shaped to shoot. They were slow to close down and inches away from doubling their lead. Just a moment to
tap in with Visa, can't you, in the meantime?
Yeah, tap in with Visa from your mobile or your smartwatch, Tolo. You don't even need your phone, you need your smartwatch, and you don't even need the card. No need to open your Banks app or get internet connection. It's fast, it's safe, it's easy. It's like tapping into that comeback goal, but in real life.
Wow, so you're saying I don't actually have to go to the cash machine anymore?
Cash machine? Who uses cash machines?
Well, there you go.
2026.
Yeah, there you go. Well, say if you didn't get my reference to the young ones, it just shows you you're not going to get my daily activities going out to the bank and speaking to the bank manager, asking to draw the lack of money I have left in the account. Anyway, here we go. Back to the action. Patiently building up here. Furia on that far side. Trying to get Jeffinho. I like Jeffinho as well. Everyone talks about Leao, but it's not just him. Sorry, President, you spotted something.
No, sorry to interrupt there, but it's very early to be calling a President penalty. With this, well, this is unprecedented. I mean, we've seen this. We've seen presidential penalties used so often in the second halves of matches, but it looks as though they're going to use theirs now. Furia. It's Chris Gerish, is that the correct pronunciation? Who is 1 from 2 in this tournament so far. Remember, Furia have just played in 2 games, so he's only had 2 opportunities to find the net. But a very interesting tactic. Explain this one, Tolo.
No, Ticha, I have to admit, I quite like it because it's early on. You stamp down your authority, don't you? You put a real marker down. If he scores, though, if he doesn't score, then obviously it hasn't come off, and he's left with egg on his face, isn't he? And it gives Los Troncos a boost, and they've still got their president penalty that they can play later on. So it's a huge moment. It's a bold, it's brave. I like it.
Let's see if it pays off, Cotton.
So it is Chris Guedes. Can he take a leaf out of Douglas Costa's boots and score here? One-on-one with Amoedo. Here goes the president, and he's failed to score.
Well, that crossbar has taken quite a rattling so far. We've seen already in this game twice already, I believe, that it's been ricocheted off that upright, but difficult to take that one for Furia. They could have given themselves a 2-goal advantage, and as Tolo correctly said, now Los Troncos have their presidential penalty to even things up if they want to use it. I'm sure they'll wait until the second half at this point, but that's a missed opportunity. That's a real point of disappointing moment there for Chris Guedes, who's now just 1 from 3. Not ideal going into the latter stages of this competition. You want someone like a Frenesi, you want someone like Perchita, for example.
Yeah, the Los Troncos president, who we saw yesterday scoring, doing against the Stallions in front of the Stallions stand, as we christened it, didn't we, yesterday?
Absolutely. DJ Mario is another one, the Mostoles president, who scored all 3 of his presidential penalties so far.
Very good from the spot. Very good from the spot. It was Jefferson passing back to Ivo Alves. They've had a switch in between the sticks. Halt the play offside, and I know you wanted chicken wings, but the packet to lunch has been brought up into the commentary gantry THR. So every cloud has a silver lining.
Beggars can't be choosers. I'll take the food now, but I would, before the day is out, I would quite like to try some of these chicken wings. I think it's just because you and PK had some, and you've tried how wonderfully succulent and juicy they are. I would quite like to experience some of the Wingstop chicken wings, especially if they keep coming up on our screen. But anyway,
another shout out to one of our many sponsors, Wingstop with Powerade. We saw Visa a few minutes ago, Powerade, and guys keep getting involved as that's flicked on by Dabo. Arce for Los Troncos. Loses out there. Maybe just took his eye off the ball. That's a wayward pass. That's a rare mistake by Furia on the ball. They're normally so good. They rarely squander possession. Now here is the captain, Carlos Planas, trying to find Dabo. Oriol goes to the deck, and he's got the free kick.
So good at that, Oriol. Just draws the challenge. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was never getting the ball on the other side of the player, but he just anticipated the contact, hit the deck, and won himself and his team a free kick in a very interesting position here. It's a very dangerous position. They could choose to cross. I'm sure they might try to test the gloves of the Furia goalkeeper.
Yeah, they've got Ivo Alves in now. We started with Hugo. Now they've had a switch in between the sticks. Winding up here. There's Arce, talented number 10, straight into the wall, and then bouncing into the Furia bench. So Chris Geddes now alongside Douglas Costa. You can see it in the background as well on your screen as well. Costa enjoying his moment in the limelight. Scudetto winner during his time with Juventus.
What a player, Tolo, what a player.
Yeah,
didn't get the plaudits he deserved, in my opinion. He's such a good team player, explosive on his day. When you think of those kind of players,
Robben,
yes,
that kind of style.
Well, when you think of those wingers at that time, your Ribery's, Robbins, he didn't quite get that recognition, let's say. But a great player on his day, Douglas Costa. So, 9 minutes, 9 minutes, 30 seconds nearly on the clock. Presidential penalty's already been played by Furia, but they do have their secret card to play, as do Los Troncos, who have their presidential penalty too. So the game delicately poised. This it's a very cagey game. We have seen a few cagey games, but remember, the period between the half-time whistle, between 20 minutes and 23, the dice period, as we're going to call it, or we've decided to call it, will, I'm sure...
It's a dicey moment.
Some dicey moments, exactly. What did you say? You diced it earlier?
Like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you made that one earlier.
No. That was yours. That was yours. I would never take credit for anything you have invented.
Well, hopefully that period of play gives us some goals. The game really does need to open up. We have seen this from Los Troncos. They do approach these kind of games, these big games, with a very precarious approach. They do try and keep it tight. They try and keep the ball and frustrate the opposition. And when you think, Tolo, Furia in their last game put 11 goals, just the 11, past Atletico Parceros, who are now, unfortunately, out of the tournament. They lost the first game of tonight's action against Ultimate Móstoles.
Yeah, it was a record win as well. Never before had a team scored that many goals in a Kings World Cup clubs. So kudos to them. They become a real important calling card as they continue to pass it around here. It's Jefferson. Now Pedrinho. Dedo, who scored the goal to take Furia through to this stage in the 4-9 match ball situation. They're winding up, going for goal from distance. It was well wide from Kenu, not to be confused with Kenu Reeves. Matrix Man, I know you love that film. Love your sci-fi, don't you?
Quick speed to think of that one, mate?
More of a Wayne's World man myself, if it comes to that man there. Anyway, we're back underway. Marc Soroche.
Credit to this Furia side. They're used to getting the ball forward quickly. They're used to really playing on the front foot, but they're going to have to defend today. And as you can tell, very tight. Only 3 players in the defensive line. We saw in the last match, Alpa Kappa with a back 4. It's risky, but on the turnovers, on the counter-attacks, we are going to see the fury of a Furia, I imagine. Hasn't quite materialised just yet, but I think the best of this game is certainly to come. So keep your eyes peeled. I think there's goals incoming. That would be my estimate.
Oh, absolutely. They're just always around the corner with the Kings League, whether it be via secret card or the various phases of the match or a presidential penalty, even though, as we saw a few moments ago, if you are just joining us, as I always say, where were you? But do not worry. You are welcome. Chris Geddes missing his penalty, calling it very, very early, which is, it's an unorthodox approach, we have to say, seeing how the Kings League in general, and not just the Kings World Cup, was played, as that's trying to find Arce, just couldn't quite bring it under control. Still with the skipper, Carlos Plasta, the one club man, Marc Soroche now, floated in, trying to find it. That's Dedo rising highest, and they've kept the ball well.
Just a moment, Solo, just picking out Furia's number 27, Pedrinho. He's really impressed me. Really impressed me. Been everywhere that he's had to be. He's made some crucial clearances, some important touches, and he's keeping the Los Troncos number 11, Soroche, who is their danger man, one of their many danger men. He's keeping him at bay at the moment. We haven't seen too much from Soroche, have we?
No, we haven't. He's been marked tightly, as you've said, closed down the space really well on Soroche, but he's one of those players that can come to life. We saw it yesterday against the Stand. He just needs that one chance. It only takes a minute girl to do it. As they try and hold back the flood here.
Have to get you singing a little bit more, Tolo. I think that beautiful voice of yours is wasted.
Just floated up here to Carlos Paz. Lovely little touch. May still fall kindly here, but Dedo, who's more renowned for his action in front of goal, doing his part in defence.
There's a man free at the back stick. Alex Cubedo, it looks like.
May come to Cubedo, and it would have done had not been for Jefinho.
Just guilty there, the Brazilian side, of just switching off from the corner. 2 Los Troncos players free. As the ball is going to be whipped in again. Let's have a look. Goalkeeper staying put for now.
Here's Cubedo. Cubedo's ball. You can see Contreras tried to go for that cheeky little touch. Back with Arce, loves to get on the ball. He's got that character and that personality, always wants it. It's these kind of moments you want those players, don't you, to call for the ball. You don't want them to be any shrinking violets, these tree trunks that they are. Los Troncos, as I think we spoke about this off air, they always want to try and put roots down early on, don't they?
Oh, I thought you said you didn't steal any of my jokes.
Oh, okay, I'm borrowing it, Planas. Soroche, the man we've expecting big things over the course of this game, nodded nicely into the path of, or at least towards, Contreras now on that far side.
Well, it might be a bit strange, Solo, to be complimenting Los Troncos, seeing as they haven't found the net yet in the opening almost 15 minutes, but the fact that they're keeping this Furia side at bay, that's the most impressive thing. They'll be delighted with how this match is going so far.
Just headed over the bar, that was Cubedo.
Just going back to Los Troncos, there's certainly something to be said for growing into a tournament. They lost their first game against, was it DR7? I think 6 goals to 1.
They were hammered by DR7, yeah, surprisingly.
And it was, I mean, they were the reigning champions. They were the team that everyone really wanted to see. But they've bounced back really well. And they might not be playing a swashbuckling football, which is a great adjective to use. But they are growing into the tournament, Los Troncos. Certainly one to watch.
Here is Jefinho, like with Dedo. Trying to play it through nicely to Silvestre, who will settle for a corner kick. And Leletti, haven't seen much of Leletti either, have we?
No.
And that's also testament and credit to the defence, the Los Troncos defence so far. Plays short. This is Jefinho trying to catch everybody by surprise. They'll keep up the pressure. Second corner in quick succession. Leletti standing over it. Jefinho again there has the option short. Leletti. This is Jefinho. Now Dedo. Power wide with Jefinho now. Furia starting to build. Want to close out this first period of the first half in style. Dedo, they continue to lead 1-0 thanks to a goal from Lepau. This is Tambinha. Tambinha takes it over the bar.
Well, you look at the scoreline, Tolo, and you might be forgiven for thinking that this wasn't a great game, but actually the play down there, the intricate passing, the close control, it's two-touch football. I haven't seen this quality so far in the last 2 days. This is an exceptional game of football, really on a knife edge.
Yeah, and this is why one of the minutes I'm sure you're looking forward to seeing Furia up close and personal, live. One thing is watching them from home, whether it be your devices, or even watching them from the stands, actually being here in the commentary and we're so close to the action. We can taste it, we can smell it, we can't quite touch it.
Play the form, okay?
Even though I know you want to get out and have a few touches of the ball, you've been very keen, haven't you, to have a kick around the, and to be so close for it must be agony.
Well, just instead of being a bit critical of the presidential penalties, of which I have been guilty of criticising some presidents and their penalties. I want to see how easy or difficult it is. Haven't had a chance yet. I think maybe tomorrow I'll have a little, maybe get my shooting boots on, maybe some F50s or Predators, and get down there on the pitch. So, 8 seconds to go until the 17-minute mark.
It's just leaping up, and that will be that then. So, as everybody knows by now, but THR will remind everybody, as we always do, Goldsworth double in these final 3 minutes of the first half. And we've seen, has to be said, mostly quite a cautious approach when it comes to these final 3 minutes across the competition. In this case, Furia would be very happy to take this scoreline into the half-time break, as would Los Troncos, to be fair. Keeping it tight, that's the key, I think, for both sides. That's their objective.
Yeah, the only match so far of this Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026 to get to 1-0 at this stage. But hopefully Now that the goals count as double, there might be a little bit more attacking intent, attacking impetus. Remember, a different colour ball added to the game now, and that signals that every goal is worth double. Remember, no added time. There will be a klaxon, there will be a horn when the 20-minute mark passes, and we'll have a break where these two teams can get some tactical advice and some fluids on board.
Laletti. Here is Tambinia. Cefinho. Now Laletti for Dedon. In that little pocket. Once again, this is Laletti. Just chipped in, that's Tambinia. Can he get on the end of it? That was good defending from Contreras. The referee halts the play offside.
Once again, evidence of the Los Troncos defending. They are one of the best at defending in this tournament so far, and they are frustrating Furia, who would have expected to have scored at least 2 or 3 goals by this stage. And remember, just a brief reminder for you, I know we said it just moments ago, but every goal in this 3-minute window is worth double. We haven't seen too many in this edition of the competition, but this would be well, what a way to go in at half-time, getting 2 goals instead of the 1.
Well, what a boost it would be. You think about it, don't you, THR, going into that quick break it is, but that turnaround with the heads, head high, full of... And think of the opposition, heads dropping. Potentially, if you're Los Troncos 3 goals down when you've kept things just so tight for so long. And it has been tight, as we expect, because so much is riding on this. And a lucky lad there, a lucky Chico. I don't know if they'd say that. I do not know. I'm just throwing it out there. Giving away possession once again. Now Laletti. Silvestre in the middle. Can't quite find him.
Yeah, some of these Brazilian stars taking a while to get into their groove. I'm sure we will see the best of some of these superstars. And quite rightly, they are superstars, some of those players down on the field. Some of the best we have in this Kings World Cup clubs.
Yeah, looking to get into the groove then, Furia. Rolled across the face of the box, and it was Oriol, right place, right time, showing he's not just about the goals. Laletti, Dedon, Tambinia. Got to get a shot away. Clock ticking down, there's a player down, and
referee holds the play.
Just a word on Furia and how impressive they've been in front of goal. Solo, the Brazilians, 11 goals scored, as we said, against Barcelos. But they also scored 5 goals against Porcinos, who came into this competition as one to watch, of course. They were the runners-up in the last edition. They were inaugural winners, the Little Pigs, but they were comprehensively beaten by Furia, and that really set the precedent, didn't it? That really let everybody know that Furia were a club and a team in this competition to be reckoned with.
Oh, absolutely. Even their calling card once again. Furia. And with that, oh wow, what a way to close out the first half. Yellow card for Reyes.
Yeah, not too many complaints, not too many complaints. It was a clear shirt tuck, and you just can't do that under the nose of the referee. And that is time for the first half.
Yeah, we're talking about going into that interval on a high, on a low, and Los Troncos with that go into that interval on a low. So we're bitterly disappointed. He'll be trying to pick himself up with this though, with the Powerade.
Yep. The players getting some well-needed fluids into their body. Pause is power. Remember, hydration, sensation. And at this late stage in the competition, hydration is needed. The players are playing almost in consecutive games, and it is a chance for the players to get some hydration. We are going to hear in a matter of moments from the presidents. We'll do our best to translate. 10 seconds until we hear the presidents, so let's see what they have to say.
Galera, jogo duríssimo, a gente já sabia que ia ser um jogo muito duro contra os Los Troncos, atuais campeões do mundo, mas está 1-0 para a Fúria, o jogo ainda está controlado, vamos voltar aí para a segunda parte, vamos ver os nossos erros, vamos voltar para a segunda parte e, se Deus quiser, vamos sair vitoriosos daqui direto para a semifinal. Bora.
Valeu, meu, tudo bem?
Rapaz, aquí, quan juguem aquí, Reyes, aquí no en juguem l'1 contra 1. Quan tu estàs aquí i te la donem,
Bueno, partido con mucho respeto, creo, de los dos equipos. Han empezado ellos en el inicio 1-0. Creo que ninguno de los dos quiere perder. Creo que los dos equipos son muy buenos. Vamos a ver si podemos dar la vuelta a esto. Me da mucha rabia esta amarilla absurda. Queda un segundo, macho. Queda un segundo y hemos hecho una falta muy tonta. Y nada, a ver si podemos dar la vuelta a la segunda parte. Se nota el respeto, se nota el miedo y que mañana la Final Four y todos quieren estar ahí. Así que disfrutar del partido.
Those the thoughts then from the two presidents at the interval. Now, teacher, I think I've spotted CR7 in the President's Lounge, but I have been corrected in my ear. It's actually Luca Sperandio, who's a looky-likey in the President's Lounge for the role of the die.
Well, on the note of Cristiano Ronaldo and his look-alike, Tolo, my colleague, will be saying "see" because it's a big fat one, and that's exactly what you like to see, isn't it? That makes the game much more interesting with the one-on-one. Remember, goalkeepers have to stay inside their boxes, only the outfield players, and this normally means, I don't want to jinx it, we are going to see some goals. And I think, Tolo, that is what this game has been crying out for. 20 seconds to go, it's the 1v1, and surprisingly, looks as though it's Dedo for Furia. I was expecting, to be honest with you, I was expecting either Lipao or Leletti.
Yeah, listen, you've been calling for, you wanted goals, and now we are going to get them. Dedo and Dabo with the drop of the ball from the cage. Handling each other there. Who's going to get on top of that one? It is Dedo racing away. Dedo over the bar.
Well, they were getting to know each other briskly there, let's say, and well done to the referee for letting that go on, because of course it's difficult to officiate when the ball's coming down. They're going to be grappling with each other. Good officiating once again. I know I've been very complimentary of the officials.
Dabo one-on with Dedo, and now Dedo comes off, bringing on a more attacking player in the form of this man here. It is Lipao. That's all he needs. He is clinical and deadly in front of goal.
That is sensational from Lipao. He scored in the first 60 seconds of the first half. He's repeated the trick in the second. Lipao, 2-0 Furia.
And can Los Troncos get off the mark now? Amoedo. David Reyes, who, as you guys know, is suspended, but able to take part in this phase. Trying to chase that one, he can't get hold of it. Alves and Jeffinho coming off, and understandably trying to bring on this man here, Lipao, looking to take on David Reyes now. Here is Lipao. He is on a hattie. Lipao! Oh, how good is that man? Lipao! It appeared to be an impossible angle. It isn't for him.
No words can describe what this man is doing down there on the turf. A hattie, a hat-trick, and Furia are 3 goals to the good. Things are getting tricky for Los Troncos.
Well, the tricky trees then trying to run their way out of the box here through David Reyes. Passive play, he's got to do something here, or possession will be handed over. David Reyes doing his very best, but Dedo standing his ground, still with David Reyes for Los Troncos. And it's still very early, but maybe Lipao has almost single-handedly brought down the tree trunks, Los Troncos, and he's not back on the pitch at the minute. It's currently with Leletti.
Forgive me, Tolo, but why was that given as a free? Was it given as a free kick there?
No, it's the passive play. It needs to be more direct in his approach, show more attacking intent. Yeah. Now Leletti trying to get it on the act. Leletti! Oh, the Brazilians have come to life in this 3-minute phase to begin the second period. Not content with the hat-trick of Lipao. Now that man there getting involved, Leletti.
The heavens have opened and it is raining heavily on Los Troncos now. Things are getting very ugly very quickly.
Amoedo for Dabo over the bar. It sums things up, doesn't it? In this 3-minute period, Furia have blown away. They've blown down the tree trunks.
Just as they did against Atletico Parceros in the last round, they used this particular period so well. 3 goals inside 3 minutes. 1 a minute. 1 a minute. There's a bit of maths for you.
And with that, THR, understandably, Los Troncos have played their secret card because they need something right now to get them back in. They were just blown away there. And that's talking about the role of the die that can shake things up. And it played so kindly, didn't it, into hands of Furia when you got the likes of Lipao hat-trick. He was out of this world, wasn't
Well, quickly, just before we get started, 13 seconds, but the competition between Lipao and, of course, Kelvin Oliveira, you're familiar with both players. Lipao is certainly leading the charge for best Brazilian player of the tournament.
Yeah.
We will see Kelvin Oliveira in action in the next match, of course, when G3X take on Desempeñ, the Brazilian derby. That one is going to be exciting. Stay tuned for the Brazilian derby coming up in around about 20 minutes.
Yeah, and it's also a remake of their Brazilian split final, which Desempeñ actually edged them out, and Reyes, obviously that suspension now continues. He was sent off, if you remember, just before half-time. He was allowed to take part in those first 3 minutes, naturally, of the contest.
Accélère, slow down.
Now find out
Accélère.
What do you think, Tolo? Predictions? Penalty. Oh, wow. Time dilation.
Clever. Very clever.
The time dilation. It was you guys at home who voted for this particular match to be the one with the time dilation, which means that Troncos have decided to use it now. And remember, just a reminder for you, the team can choose to speed up or slow down time.
Yeah, in this, obviously, with their suspension, they're going to speed it up so Reyes can get back on the pitch as quick as possible.
Interesting, though, because it does give them less time to try to get back into the game.
True, that's a fair point as well. But when you're trailing like this, I don't think they'll want to go for that approach, will they? And slow down time. So, yeah, slow down the time. And interesting presidential penalty being called. Los Troncos. This is Lalete trying that slide rule pass. And that's a bit of argy-bargy on that far side from Pedrinho.
Word on that, Tolo. It's been a very fair evening of competition of Kings World Cup clubs action. We did see things escalate a little bit too much, in my opinion. I think in most people's opinion, in the final game yesterday, which was Stallions taking on Los Troncos.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would agree with you on that one, THR.
Good to see that it's being played in the spirit of the game. Now, presidential penalty. Sometimes these things can make the difference, but the presidential penalty for Los Troncos coming on to the pitch where we expect it to be Perchita.
It is Perchita on that far side. You can see him. There he is. He looks the part, very much like Frenesi did earlier for Alba Kappa.
Well, he's currently on 2 from 3. Trust me to have my stats out. But let's see, this one is a very, well, I mean, it's huge. He has to score. They're 4 goals down. Perchita stepping up to take the penalty. He has to score this for Los Troncos.
So, pressure for Perchita. Total concentration from Perchita. Alves trying the mind games. Here is Perchita, and he scores. You said he had to score. He has done just that. It's something for them to build on.
Straight down the middle. Not for the first time tonight. The presidential penalty is straight down the middle. And well taken. He's up to 3 from 4, 75% success rate from the spot. And that's good going into these final stages of the tournament. It's a good outlet to have a presidential, or a president, I should say, who could convert the presidential penalties, the prezzies.
I like you getting into the Kings League lingo. Aren't you, THR?
I'm loving it, absolutely loving it. Loving commentating with you, the absolute professional that you are.
Loving it, loving it, loving it. He's loving it.
That I do get. That's a reference I finally do get. Finally. Thank you. Bit of 90s.
I've come back into your era. Now, Dedo trying to get into striking range. Lalete, lovely ball. And Dedo continued his run.
Would have been one of the assists of the tournament. Honestly, we were right behind it. What a teasing ball in there. And Dedo just had to apply the finishing touch.
He went, in the end, hurtling into the net, didn't he? The guy that Piqué compared in terms of looks anyway to the former Chelsea defender, played for Brazil.
David Luiz.
That's it, you got it.
David Luiz, yeah, David Luiz, Cucurella, maybe Carlos Valderrama.
Wow.
Sideshow Bob from The Simpsons.
Or Sideshow Mel, but more Sideshow Bob for the true fans of the Matt Groening's legendary show.
He has impressed me, Dedo. Of course, some of his Some of his teammates, like Lipao, will get the headlines, but he plays out from the back. He's a strong physical figure, and I think all of these teams who are looking to go deep in this tournament, you need a balance, and Dedo certainly gives that balance to Furia. There's no doubt about that. Now it is the turn of Furia to keep the ball and try and frustrate Los Troncos. Back to 7v7, by the way.
And a winner, a national team with Brazil, and the recent World Cup nations on home soil as well, and they beat Colombia as Jefinho slides it across. Oh, I thought Lipao was going to get there. Los Troncos a chance to break. They've got to be quicker. Carlos Planas, and the header goes wide from Escoto.
So the turnover, Tolo, deep into the Los Troncos half. They get the ball, Furia out of position. I'm looking up the pitch to see who's up there in green. Not one player was in the opposition half. And they're 3 goals down with less than 10 minutes to play. They have to start going for goal. This 4-man defence is just not... well, it's bewildering, in my opinion, bewildering. They've got to start taking chances.
You've got to gamble, haven't you? You've got to go for it. And even if it means conceding a goal by taking a risk, but with all due respect, do you understand what I'm trying to get at? As a player goes down, you might as well take risk. 3-1 down, if it's going to be 3 or 4 goals at this stage of the match, it doesn't really matter.
Absolutely. Well, you
Change,
saw
Danny, for you.
bottom of your screen the Adidas boots, the Predators and the F50s. Remember, every time that the double goal period begins, that we saw that in the first half, but we do have another chance in the final game, Game 4, and there is going to be plenty of chances for you guys to win lots of goods, signed merchandise. Remember, there's still that Lamine Yamal jersey to be won, which I'm keeping my eye on. I'm putting my phone up to the QR code and trying to win it.
I'm rooting for you, pal. I mean it.
Couple of boots, a couple of Adidas boots would be quite nice too, I'll be honest with you.
Trainers would be nice as well for you. It's Jefferson. Sylvester back with Jefferson on that far side. And here he is once again on the ball, such a commanding figure. Back with Alves. Now Jefinho, this is what they can afford. They can afford to take the sting out of the play. This is a concern. This is a worry, isn't it? This challenge hit and wise off at the minute. Lipao, the hat-trick hero.
Well, he's the man. He's the man who's made them tick. He's got the goals. He's on a hat-trick, I believe.
He's got a hat-trick,
He's got the hat-trick, yeah. He's already achieved the hat-trick, excuse me.
Now Tambinha, over to you. We're saying about Lipao, seeing him on the touchlines, it's a huge concern. You can see in the presidential booth as well, they are worried.
Well, they have to manage their minutes because, as we know, tomorrow, any team that qualifies for the semi-finals will play both the semi-final and then potentially, if they win that, the final. So there's a lot of football still to be played. With Furia 4-1 up, of course, they can't count their chickens yet. They can't think that the die is cast, let's say. But in this position, you'd expect them to go on and win the game. Lipao, he's receiving treatment. I wonder if he's just taking a little bit of a rest because he has played a lot of football. He's been their man for the 1v1s, for the dice roll. He's been the poster boy for Furia in this competition so far. I just wonder if they're managing their minutes a little bit here.
Yeah, and I was also going to say that you discussed and touched upon it. Well, the way we saw Los Troncos, who didn't really break forward a few months ago with any kind of purpose. The fact the way Los Troncos played, they're thinking maybe we can afford to rest them a little bit because they're not asking us too many problems. We can manage this lead with this 3-goal cushion that we can afford to take off our star man.
Absolutely, Tolo. Absolutely. Well, the clock is ticking down. That will suit Furia and Neymar, wherever he is. The president, of course, the co-president, I should say, of Furia. He'll be very happy with this. Neymar, who did feature at the recent World Cup in the United States, Canada and Mexico. Unfortunately, his Brazil getting knocked out rather early, the round of 16 against Norway.
Yeah.
It was. I was quite looking, as an England fan, I was quite looking forward to seeing an England-Brazil quarter-final, but that dream was dashed from my very eyes.
Yeah, obviously coached by Carlo Ancelotti, from a Milan man. A reminder, we are live from Milano at the Kings League Arena. So that's taken quickly, looking for Dabo, saved, and then tucked away by Tambinha.
Top save from the goalkeeper there. Important to keep the lead at 3 goals. They can ill afford to concede here, Furia.
Chance to break now. Steaming forwards here with real purpose. Comes to Jefinho, and then the strike, the arm is up, and THR, you have a future as an assistant or an official. You called that right away.
It helps to be in line with it, but yeah, it was a clear decision there. Just the way, once again, I know I'm probably overly complimenting the Brazilian side Furia, but every time they break forward, just tiki-taka, one touch, two touch, playing it into feet. There's no loose passes. They've really impressed me, Tolo, really, and I have to say, I still got to commentate a fantastic game later, Desempeño against G3X, but Furia are going to take some beating in this tournament. They really are going to take some beating.
You know, I'll ask you that question after you've seen G3X as well, up close and personal, because that will be key for you as well, as Tambinha tries to just dance his way through. Once you've seen the other Brazilians in action, then we'll see who do you think maybe has the edge between the two. I'm in your camp at the minute. Furia as Pedrinho tries to just spread the play to Tambinha, who's a very tidy player.
Still, of course, a potential for an all-Brazilian final because Furia, G3X and Desempeño are all on different sides of the draw. Well, Furia are on the different side of the draw to G3X and Desempeño, who will go toe-to-toe after this match. So we could have an all-Brazilian final. How tasty would that be, Tolo?
It would be. Any kind of derby is always tasty, but especially in the Kings, we know the pedigree that the Brazilians have, how important it is, as Arce just chips it in for Cubedo, brought down now by Reyes on the turn. It's blocked. They are appealing for a penalty. In the meantime, we play Dedo at the other end, trying to get past Oriol. Easier said than done. They want to take it quickly. Furia will take a pause as well with the ball out of play. Penalty, no penalty?
Not for me, not for me. He had his hands to his sides and it hit the hand that was close to his body, so no, not for me. Correct decision by the referee.
Dedo into a Los Troncos sandwich there, wasn't he? And the two players, actually it's the Los Troncos players that have come off worse for wear, rolling around. It's the skipper, Carlos Paz, one club man, always played for Los Troncos. It's a rare breed in general, isn't it? In football, in jobs, in life. Someone so committed to the colours. He very much, if you cut him open, he bleeds, should I say.
If you want to be referee, take my whistle
can,
and I take your hand.
Quite nicely bring back the late Milan number 6 as well, if that's okay for you, Tolo. I know we mentioned him earlier. But the sad news, that came through this morning of Baresi's passing. And talking of one club in, I mean, he and Maldini, of course.
Maldini, Totti.
Okay, which number?
Alessandro Del Piero.
Bergomi for Inter. Yeah, there are, but it's rare nowadays, isn't it?
Very much so, very much so. Dying breed.
Dare I say, will we ever see someone like that again?
Can you think of any current Serie A players who are one club men? Or
Berardi?
Domenico Berardi, PK's favourite. Hope he's listening in. Mimo, big Mimo.
Is, yeah.
Good shout, Tolo. Good shout.
Thank you. I'm here also till Saturday alongside you two, and I cannot wait, but we still got one more to come. As Dabo brings it down, and as things stand, it looks like we're going to be commentating on Furia once again, unless there is an incredible turnaround from the Los Troncos. They did it against the San Giusti, but they were much closer, weren't they, in the scoreline? They weren't trailing by this many goals. They're always at least 1 or 2 goals behind, so very, very different, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and how much energy have they spent in the last 2 games?
Dabo wide.
Well, Furia have chosen to play their secret card. Big moments here because we only have 4 minutes left of regulation time. Furia are leading by 3 goals, by 4 goals to 1 the total score. Let's see what their secret card is. Predictions, please, Thomas Lawrence.
Could still be a goals worth double that they played it late, for example, but it's more likely to be a penalty or a shootout.
Which number? Shootout, number 10.
Shootout it was. Mystic, do you remember Mystic Meg on the roster? Mystic Meg, Mystic Thomas, Mystic Tolo. So it is a shootout for Furia, so things could go from bad to worse for Los Troncos. Let's see.
And their main man's back on the pitch as well, THR, Lipao.
He's not moving at 100%, if I'm being honest. He's moving rather gingerly. So let's see if he does take control of the situation. You would expect it to be Lipao.
Lipao.
Just a reminder for those unfamiliar with these particular circumstances. Lipao, who's taken control, he's taken the ball. He has a 3-second countdown, and then he has 5 seconds to try to score past the Los Troncos keeper. And that, don't want to speak too early, Tola, if they can establish a 4-goal advantage, that could be curtains.
Here goes Lipao looking to make it 5. Touch a bit too heavy, and did get the shot, I think, on the buzz, and Amoedo making the save. And we were saying, weren't we, it did look like he wasn't quite fully fit, 100%, moving a little bit gingerly after taking that knock and coming off. That wasn't vintage Lipao.
gives Los Troncos something to cling on to, and they haven't had much hope in this game so far. It's been a pretty miserable affair. None of their key players have really stepped up, and that's credit to Furia, of course, but that is something that maybe they can build on. Maybe if they can get a goal in the next minute or so, just to make things interesting, just to give themselves a bit of hope.
Yeah, at this stage, you said that they're going to cling on to anything, any kind of little bit of hope that can give them some kind of belief. I say with this, apart from Ultra Mostores, what a disappointment for the Spanish sides in this competition. The likes of La Capital and Porcinos all going out very early in the competition, and we're about, from the way things are panning out, unless there's a miracle as the shot comes in from distance, a good save from Alves on Soroche, we're about to bid farewell to the champions. Reminder, as you said, still to come, G3X against Desempeñ. That's after this one. We're expecting Furia to get the job done, and they're looking to come forward and maybe get that 5th goal. Pedrinho. Sylvester's in the middle. Dedo back with Pedrinho. Still with Pedrinho.
Beautiful spin down here on the near side touchline there from Pedrinho. What skill, the Brazilian skill. The Zinedine Zidane turn, I remember it being called in the early 2000s.
It did, yeah.
What a piece of skill there, what a player.
Yeah, a player who played his trade in Italy for many years before moving to Real Madrid with Juventus. Zizou.
I thought you meant Pedrinho.
No, he's playing in Italy. We are, of course, live in it from Italy, from Milano, as that's clearly a foul outside the box.
I think it was outside the box, but it is a yellow card. And if we remember, in the last couple of games for Los Troncos, they've had to come through a bit of adversity, and they've had to come through some difficult situations. So they never say die. They never lay down, Los Troncos. And I mean, time is running out for them. But this, with the yellow card accompanied with this free kick, might give them something, a little bit of hope here. Let's see what they can conjure up with this free kick. Who's going to take it, Tolo?
Well, they've got several options. They have Reyes, they have Soroche standing over it as well. Soroche's looking menacing.
Penalty area, guys, okay?
As you said, something for them to believe in again. It's a lengthy run-up. It is going to be that number 11. Here he goes. And he's strike here. It's a very difficult angle. It is Soroche, and he's sent it soaring over the bar there, Soroche.
Disappointing, just when his team needed him to provide that bit of a spark, that magic that he has provided in the last 2 games. He's been the catalyst, he's been almost the match winner against La Capital in that 7-4 victory, and then he followed it up yesterday in that very difficult match against Stallions, which went the distance. Doesn't look as though this one's going to go the distance, though, with Furia 4-1 up with under 2 minutes to play.
Yeah, it's got David Brent, maybe a foregone conclusion in this one. Arce. With Soroche. Now are we witnessing the final few moments of the champions then. Rolling across, trying to find Dabo. May still come to Dabo. Difficult for him. Soroche still. Nice feed. Soroche went for that near post. And Dabo, good battling from him. As you said, they're not going down without a fight. Tichar, you mentioned it earlier. You wanted us to get to 600,000. We're getting close. We're at around 300,000 in terms of devices connected. Come on, guys.
Not bad, but I think we can do better than that, guys. Remember, you can follow on your device. You can follow across all platforms, all social media platforms. So get involved, get your friends involved. The Kings League has provided us with so many surprises and top moments. We'd love you to join us for it.
Oriol. Carlos Planas, this is Reyes, just dithered, didn't he? Now back with Arce. Have a go from distance. It makes sense that looking at the time left on the clock, have a go, try and get a goal back and give yourself a little bit extra hope, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. It's not the day, is it? It's not their day for Los Troncos in the final 30 seconds, and with this for just one gone, they're going to have their player back as well very soon in the form of Kenu Leandro. Reyes. Still going, and he may have actually caught his opposite number there, didn't he? So a foul actually going against Los Troncos. I have to say, I can never say it's over in the Kings League, but with this scoreline, it would be a miracle. It would be a miraculous thing for Los Troncos to come back.
Just a word on Reyes. I know he was suspended early on in the game, but I think he's the only Los Troncos, player who can leave tonight with his head held high. He's played really well. He's put himself about. He looks the only one who's actually up for the challenge tonight. Now, we've got to remind ourselves, guys, that Los Troncos have played a lot of football so far. They played late last night. It was the final match, whereas Furia have had a 2-game break.
Indeed, that certainly will have helped as Soroche tries to find that top corner. It wasn't a bad effort. So with that, Furia then just need the 1 goal in this Fortnite match ball situation against Los Troncos. The champions look like they're going home. Full flavour of this. You saw it. You called it Ala Zizou, didn't you?
Oh, beautiful. Just look at this. He could have gone down. So many players would go down there, try to get the opponent booked. He wanted to stay on his feet. He wanted to be productive and make something happen. And that is absolutely fantastic. Well, now, as we know, just to remind everyone, because this is the first time that we are going into this particular mode today, which we are calling the Fortnite match ball mode. And as you can see on your screen, you can play Fortnite on your mobile. You don't need your console. Just scan that QR code and download it on any device that you have, Fortnite runners. But just to go back to the rules here, it is now a race to 5. So Furia just need 1 more goal. Los Troncos need to get 4 without reply. So as Tolo, my good friend and commentary companion, says, it ain't over till it's over. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. But Furia are in a very commanding position here.
Absolutely. And Furia look very relaxed, don't they, as well? I think Los Troncos, I think they just want this to be over, don't they? They look a little bit dejected. The champions are all set to bow out. And are we seeing the champions elect in the form of Furia? Dead on.
If you are part of the Furia camp, if you're a player or any members of staff, you want this game to be over as soon as possible. If Los Troncos get a goal, you know, doubt starts to creep in, you start making mistakes. They want to get this over as quickly as possible, just as we saw Alpacapa do yesterday.
Reyes may come to Planas and Ivo Alves just diving onto that ball. In the meantime, guys, get voting for your MVP, who will be chatting to Agnese shortly and getting their hands on some tasty chicken wings, Wingstop chicken wings. Again, another hint, please get them up to our dear THR, who's doing a sterling job and needs some sustenance, like myself as well, to be fair. Now, Laletti just down that far side, the number 11. He's won a corner. Is this the moment? Lipau's in the box. Lurking. Sylvester.
Lipau lurking. Love the alliteration.
Thank you very much. I'll take that. Now Jeffinho. Leletti. Sylvester. Sylvester on the turn. It was rising.
So the descaling, as we've come to call it, which means every minute that passes by, 1 player needs to leave the field of play. But of course, the ball needs to leave the field of play before the players can go off. That's why both sides are deciding which players to take off now. So it is effectively a 4 versus 4, 3 outfield players plus the goalkeeper. Effectively, it should make it quicker to see the goals come. But well, we're into 1 minute and 36 seconds. Still no goals. Rather a surprise. But let's see. Lipau on the ball. Can he be the match winner once again?
Still with Lipau trying to find Sylvester, and he's got a corner, but the play halted here just in front of us. It doesn't go out for a corner in the end. It's Oriol carries it forward. Scotto to his right, Planas to his left. Here he is, Planas, the skipper. Amoedo's off his line quite rightly. They have to take these kind of risks. Here is Amoedo. Massive play incoming, unless he gets his shot, which he does, and the less said about it, the better from Amoedo.
That's why he's the goalkeeper, Tola. Bit naughty of me, I know. I apologise to
You're allowed
Eloy Amoedo.
Everyone's allowed 1. Everyone's allowed 1.
He's a better football player than I am, that's for sure. Right, that's Klaxon, that horn that sounded means that there's another player to be coming off when the ball goes out of play.
Pedrinho trying to find Sylvester. It's on to the crossbar, Amoedo. Well, he may not be potent in front of goal, but he does his job in between the sticks, getting a touch on it and out, as we have more changes incoming as we get closer and closer to more action here with the Furia players waiting to take this corner kick.
No, it's okay. No keeper.
Laletti there's a short option. Pedrinho
Brazilians playing without a goalkeeper now, Tolo.
This is Laletti. Laletti over the bar, and now will they now quickly make that change and bring back Alves in between the sticks? Yeah, good tactic to try and wrap up this game as soon as possible. Have more outfield players, give you more opportunities to score.
And that's exactly what Los Troncos have done now. They have to go for broke. We might be seeing once again another winning goal from their own half because Los Troncos are playing without a goalkeeper. Here we go, 3 attackers on 2 defenders.
This is Archet, it's blocked, and this could be it. There's an empty net. Dedo to seal it. He does just that. Furia marching on to the semi-finals.
Well, Dedo wrapping things up for the Brazilians just as he did in the last game. And it will be Furia who go forward into the semi-finals tomorrow evening. And that means we say goodbye and good night to last year's champions, Los Troncos. Well, a fair result on the balance of play. Los Troncos never really finding their feet, and Furia with a furious few minutes in the first stages of the second half, in the dice period, as we're calling it now. And the real star for them, as he has been throughout the tournament, Lipao scoring a hat-trick once again. It will be Furia who go forward, and they will progress into the semi-finals. And they will face the Italian side, the only Italian side left in the competition, Alpacappa. And we will find out shortly who will be facing Ultimate Mostoles. Will it be G3X or will it be Desimpain? So the images you're seeing on screen, very respectable between the two sets of players. Los Troncos, who were riled up last night by Stallions, but it was a very fair game. And on the balance of play, you have to say the Brazilians deserve to go through. Furia, who are the surprise package in this tournament, they are safely through, and they've booked their place in the last 4. And you'd be a fool to bet against them. You really would. Coming up for you then, G3X FC taking on Desimpain. No surprise to see then that the Furia attacking player Lipao has been given the MVP award, and he is down on the pitch talking to Agnese.
And it's time again for the MVP, and for the third down, Lipao is the MVP of Furia, who's leading his team for the semi-final now. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Como stai?
Como está se sentindo? Qual a sensação? Muito feliz de estar nessa Final Four. Agradecer a Deus primeiramente, meus familiares torcem por mim e esse grupo maravilhoso, a gente merece.
E chiedi che cosa pensa dei prossimi sfidanti, gli underdogs.
No.
Scusa, gli Alpacappa, ragazzi, oggi sto fusa.
É o time da casa, né? É um adversário muito difícil. A gente sabe da dificuldade que vai ser o jogo, mas a gente vai se preparar bem de hoje para amanhã para fazer um outro grande jogo.
Sì, allora lui ha detto che loro sono molto forti e giocano in casa, quindi è una partita molto difficile e stiamo molto pronti per fare una grande partita.
Thank you so much. While I'm translating, choose whatever you want. I know you're in a rush, okay? So choose. Yes. He said that Alpacappa will be a hard team to beat. Ciao. Will be a really hard team to beat, even because they're playing at their home. But we will see this game tomorrow. Now we have one last game for these quarterfinals. See you guys at the last match. Thank you.
Welcome back to coverage of the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. It is the final quarter-final, the fourth quarter-final, and what a treat we have in store for you. G3X, some people's favourites coming up against their old foes from their homeland, Desimpane. It is a Brazilian derby, an all-Brazilian derby. We just saw another Brazilian side book their place in the last four in the form of Furia, who were ferocious against Los Troncos, dumping out the champions, and now our attention turns to this particular match where Desimpane, interesting to note, have got a large following behind the goal to my right. Didn't expect that, being so far away from home, but they certainly have the home crowd on their within them and supporting them and cheering them on. And we will be looking ahead to see who will be taking each other on the 1v1 challenge to kick us off. My Italian colleague to my right, Matteo, will be revealing to the arena shortly. But this one certainly is one that, well, I personally have been looking forward to since the beginning of proceedings when the quarter-final draw was announced. Desimpane, of course, getting through yesterday in that last chance against DR7. It was a very cagey game, a 3-1 win for Desimpane, and they will have to be at their very best. They only conceded one goal in the entirety of the match yesterday against the Saudi club, and it will be much more of a challenge coming up against some people's favourites, G3X. I think you'd be a fool not to go with a Furia the way that they're playing, but G3X now looking to put down the marker and saying, well, we are not to be taken lightly here. There's more than one Brazilian side who can compete for the title. So just a reminder for you, it will be Furia taking on Alpacappa, the home favourites, the Italian home favourites in the semi-final. And the winner of this match will proceed to play Ultimate Mostoles, who have been trudging along quite nicely, in truth. Not many people have given them a chance of winning the whole thing, but they are down to the final four. DJ Mario's side. And it will be very interesting to see if they can cause a shock against either Desimpane or G3X. So the 1v1 votes, you've got to vote in the chat, and you don't have, well, you don't have a lot of time to do it, just 2 minutes, and we will be revealing to you who will be starting the game. It is so important, the early stages. We've seen a plethora of goals so far. Before we do that, though, let's have a little look and see the presidents taking the Exodus cards, the secret cards, which have been used very well. They've led to a lot of goal-scoring opportunity already tonight. Just a quick mention for the RPG game Exodus. I am a keen player. Been playing it back at the hotel. So we are almost all ready to get started here. And I wonder who it will be. Who will be the two players starting off? Let's have a look at the lineups, though, before G3XFC. Some players to look out for them. Of course, Kelvin Oliveira, who is a wonderful Brazilian attacking player. But my particular eye has been drawn towards Andreas Vaz. He has been exceptional on the wings. Real good turn of pace. He can strike the ball. He was very unlucky in the last game, catching the upright not once but twice. And, well, it'll be very interesting to see. There he is there, the number 10. He carries the number 10. But let's take you over to Matteo, who's going to announce who will be starting the 1v1.
Il pubblico ha deciso. Ad iniziare l'1 contro 1 saranno Kelvin Oliveira e Wellington Giganchi.
Well, there you have it. Thank you, Techo, just for holding the line for me while I was getting a bit of sustenance, and now I'm happy to replicate the favour, return the favour. Kelvin Oliveira, unsurprisingly, he's starting, as you'd expect, against Gigante. Techo, you're now going to see Kelvin Oliveira in the flesh for the first time after seeing Lepau, and soon I will ask you maybe in which camp you're in, because it's very much like CR7 and Leo Messi as well. You're either Oliveira or Lepau as the ball drops. We're underway, our fourth and final quarter-final. Kelvin Oliveira gets there. Is he fouled? The referee says no. Okay, you can see from his reaction, he's disappointed there. Well, if this is an early sign of what this game is going to be, it's going to be very, very tasty. A challenge very early on between Kelvin Oliveira and Gigante. And he's stayed down on the deck, Kelvin Oliveira.
Thank you very much, Thomas Lawrence. We up and running then in the fourth game, the fourth and final quarter-final. Just a quick question, a personal question for you, Thomas, if I may. Our colleague who carried us through from the first day to day 4, a big Kelvin Oliveira fan, is his favourite player. Who would you say is yours? Maybe after this attack you can tell me.
I will.
Have a think about it. Have a think.
I need a bit of time. That's exactly why I'm buying time. Kelvin Oliveira for Barata. He doesn't need time to release his shot, but it goes wide. I'm more in the Lipao camp.
Are you Lipao?
Yeah.
The two Brazilian superstars.
Yes.
Can they play together?
Yes.
What Gerard Lampard?
That big questions are being asked here. Now Keiki Sousa with Gigante. This is Keiki Sousa still, and that's a good save from Barata. The brick wall, Barata.
Why did he take so long to get it out of his feet? He had a clear scoring opportunity there, Keiki Sousa.
He's going to take the corner. Try and bring Gigante the scale up. We're now 3v3. Gigante for Christian. Now Gigante. Andres Vass on for G3X. We'll talk about him soon. Gigante caught in possession. There's an empty net. Andres Vass. Kelvin Oliveira trying to get there, sliding in. It was a difficult angle. Good work from Christian, tracking back, closing down that space. They'll settle for a corner. Well, it's been a tight start. A few nerves. They're a bit nervy, aren't they?
100%. Well, that goal, that clearance there is worth a goal, in my opinion, from Christian. Wonderful play. Didn't think that Kelvin Oliveira was going to have the pace to get to it, but he did. And yeah, very interesting start here.
Andres Vass, still with Vass. It's blocked and it loops up and it comes back to Barata, wearing the long johns as well. I'm quite surprised. Does he really need them? Maybe a bit of protection when he go sliding in onto the deck on the AstroTurf, maybe.
Barata starting in goal, of course, as you said, for G3X. It was his teammate Braga, who played in the Fortnite Challenge earlier on.
Now, Andres Vass. Is that a handball? They're appealing. The referee halts the play and he awards here a free kick, it seems, on the edge of the area, according to the referee.
Harsh, in my opinion, Solo, very harsh. It was close proximity, and players look for it now. They try to clip the ball up and try to win. Look at him there. He's trying to win that. Yes, you can say Bolt, who's one of your favourite players, I know, had his arm stretched out, looked to be on the line, and I think that's what G3X are complaining about. They want a penalty. Let's have another look at it. I mean, it is a handball, but in that proximity, has Bolt done anything wrong there? Can he get his arm out of the way? I personally don't think so.
Well, the referee is touching his earpiece. He's trying to listen in to anything that's coming from the VAR as we speak. Difficult with the noise as well, isn't it? It's a great atmosphere. It has been all night. Sell-out crowd once again. Just trying to listen in.
Outside, Denis. Ya, que no escucho.
And we wait. So this could actually be a penalty. Bet Bolt is certainly worried right now. So everybody involved with Decim Payne.
Okay.
G3X, they were adamant. In fact, there you have it. The penalty has been given. Andres Vass had the ball ready. He's given it to Kelvin Oliveira. So an early opportunity for G3X then to break the deadlock. And it'll come from the penalty spot, this opportunity. Referee initially awarding it on the edge of the box, and then after the intervention of the VAR coming in, Bolt, a judge then to have fouled, or rather handled the ball inside the box.
As I said before, Solo, harsh in my opinion. Decim Payne can feel a bit aggrieved here because Bolt didn't do anything wrong. His arm was out, it was outstretched, but difficult. And it gives G3X the chance to score. It's been not the most exciting start in terms of goals so far into the 3rd minute. Over to you, Tolo, for the penalty.
Here he is, K9. Kelvin Oliveira, that stuttered run up, and he's fired into the bottom corner. Ice cool, Kelvin Oliveira. That is a pinpoint penalty.
Well, we saw Lipao open the scoring for Furia about 20 minutes ago, just over, and now it is the turn of Kelvin Oliveira, the other Brazilian, superstar in this tournament. Good penalty, a little bit of luck coming off the post there, I have to be honest, but yeah, great start for G3X, great start.
Completely agree. Just got that kiss off the inside of the post as well. And Andres Vass then just preaching calm for G3X. They've got the lead. It's Ton here, Ton Spider. And we've got Well out for Andreas Vass, who loves to get on the ball. Here he is, Andreas Vass, and produce moments like that. 2-0 to G3X. They opened up a 2-goal cushion in this Brazilian derby.
Exquisite from the number 10, and you'd expect nothing less. He was a little bit unlucky in their last game, but he's off to a flyer here, netting inside the first 4 minutes.
That was gorgeous, wasn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Majestic strike, wasn't it, from Andreas Vass? Now what did Decim Payne have in their locker? Bolt looking to make amends after giving the penalty. Now Kevin Oliveira at the other end. Did he handle that? I think he did.
Bolt was appealing for a yellow card. No yellow card needed. I think at this point, Decim Payne going 2 goals down so early on in the contest, they're going to protest for everything, aren't they, Tolo?
You would, wouldn't you?
It's not looking good for the Desempeñans. Is that the correct?
I think that can be accepted. A reminder, obviously, Decim Payne without Devi Hilario picked up an injury in their first game. He's in the house, though. He's watching on. We caught a glimpse of him earlier. There's Luisinho. There's it Bolt shaping up to his shoes here. Bolt. This is Gigante. Vass sliding in. Good challenge from him. Vass showing it's not just about the goals. Happy to do the so-called dirty work as well, and celebrating there as if he had scored. Love the celebration. Love the confidence and the physicality they bring. As Bolt lunges it into Alemão. Luisinho unable to get there.
Just a word on Davi Hilario. You mentioned him. He is in the house. He is on crutches, so obviously he'll play no further part in the tournament. Tough for Decim Payne to lose such a star player so early on. And, you know, things might have been different. They did get through their last chance, didn't they, last night? But they would have liked to have him available for this match here against arguably the tournament favourites.
And G3X have a, well, we assume it's going to be the star player secret card. They've called it on it, unless they do something revolutionary, as Vass is in behind, and it's saved by Kaiki Souza. Unless maybe they have, say, a penalty and they want to take it now and build on this 2-goal cushion. But we expect this to be a star player, don't we, THR?
Yeah, that's what we've seen so far in this competition so far. Let's have a look and see the secret card. Tolo, Mystic Tolo. Let's have a look. It is the star player. He doesn't make many mistakes, does he, my colleague Thomas Lawrence? Wonderful again. On the ball, star player.
Thank you, Patrick Kendrick. Oh, sorry. A mistake there made by me, of course, just after you singing my praises. No surprises who's it's gone to.
Yeah, it was no other player really worthy of taking that fluorescent green band. I made a bit of a fool of myself earlier with the Ultimate Mostoles when I asked you who you thought would get the star player, obviously being Alish
Martin, wasn't it? Yeah. Now, Luisinho had the star player yesterday, didn't he? But he wasn't able to score as Christian is crowded out here. They're hunting in packs, aren't they, G3X here? The G3X coaching staff calling on their players to keep this up, keep their foot firmly pressed on the accelerator as they pass it again here. Coolly, calmly, crisply. And well, it's done well. Can he do well again?
Well, that was a very nice move from the team in white, from G3X. Just checking my notes, as I like to do, taking a little moment just to sort of assess everything. Looking at the presidential penalties, and G3X is 0 from 2 in the 2 matches. So it is important for them to establish a lead, because they can't always depend on their president to get them on the score sheet, let's say.
Another handball. It's a very good point, unless you've got someone like the Frenesi or a DJ Mario, to some extent. Berchito, obviously, he is out. Los Troncos out. Reminder of what we've seen, and we'll recap everything at the end of tonight's action.
Could add Blur to that, but he's been eliminated, of course.
He has, and he certainly ended his experience on a sour note. The atmosphere turned rather sour last night for Blur and his boys. Again,
it's blur. Let's transform that, or I would say transform it into a positive. I think that there's been a lot of good sportsmanship here this evening, and even at the end of the game, Los Troncos were the team involved with the fracas, if we can call it that, with Stallions last night. But they showed nothing but respect for Furia. They were dismantled, weren't they, by Furia in the previous game? But everyone was shaking hands. There was a really nice moment where some of the Los Troncos players even went up to some of the fans of the opposition, which was really nice to see. And that's what the Kings League is all about. we didn't like that silliness from Blur and some of his players last night. I think he was instigating it, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, I think the footage, it speaks for itself, doesn't it? And we can leave it at that. Now, Bolt. Still a really good atmosphere for this, as it always is with the Samba style, with the Samba boys, the Brazilian boys and girls inside the house. Lots of noise being made. Great way to cap off the quarterfinals. And this one is Christian. Very nearly runs into trouble. So far, G3X or 40, or was it a bit too early? Do you need a bit more of a sample size? You can be honest, maybe I was a bit too early to ask the question.
Yeah, maybe in 10 minutes or so. What I will say is that we haven't seen too much of the star player, Kelvin Oliveira, since being given the band.
Can I just come in on that? I do agree with you in terms of even his previous performances, previous games, but in the key moments, he has delivered, Kelvin Oliveira.
It's difficult to get the bonus if you're not actually on the field. Kelvin Oliveira has been taken off, which is rather surprising, seeing as he was given the responsibility of scoring. And remember, if he is to score, his first goal counts as double. But, as we know, he can't score if he's not on the field. So perhaps a fatigue problem or an injury problem, I'm not sure.
I think just a quick little rest, knowing that there's a long way to go. It has been intense, as it always is with the Brazilian sizes. Ton Spider battling away on the edge of the area, goes to the deck, no penalty. Referee well placed, good view of it as well, as Ton Spider, 8 legs, 6 legs, 8 legs, 6 legs. Spider is an arachnid, not an insect, and he is their number 12.
He just wrapped his daddy long legs around the ball there. Been really impressed with...
again in the box, another appeal waved away.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Tolo. Just been really impressed with Bolt. You highlighted him before the game. Didn't have the best game yesterday, if I'm being completely honest. And I was thinking, you know, what can this guy offer? But he's controlling things from the back, and he looks to be a serious player. He's almost the quarterback, if we're speaking American football terms, or for any of my friends in America, football.
Yeah, that sort of fly half kind of role in rugby union. Quarterback who dictates the play, doesn't he? Calls the shots out on the pitch. As Kelvin Oliveira lets rip. And took a touch on its way through. At the end, very simple for Kayke Souza. So yeah, no questions that going to be looking to Kelvin Oliveira. I was just going to say, I was saying earlier, I agree with your point. Kelvin Oliveira hasn't necessarily impressed throughout the game, but in those key moments, he knows when to take them, if that makes sense. He's one of those players that maybe you don't even see much of him for a while, but then when the ball comes to him, you give him half a chance and he will take it. Very different to Lipao, who wants to get on the ball and make things happen. Different players.
Very good point there, Tolo.
Different players for different needs. Bolt trying to find Sujao. Now Kelvin Oliveira at the other end. Still with Kelvin Oliveira, great strength, looking to set up a teammate, and that has to be one of the misses of the tournament from Gabriel Messias.
Well, spare a thought for Kelvin Oliveira, because he had a shooting opportunity. He was selfless. He squared it to his teammate who blasted over. But remember, if Kelvin Oliveira had scored that chance, it would have been worth two. So perhaps the decision-making there of K9, not to be confused with any breed of dog, K9.
Or anyone from the Underdogs team.
Very good. Very, very good.
It's a bit late to go walkies at this time of night.
But it is
11 p.m.
quarter to 11 local time in Central European time. It's been a good evening's football. Hopefully there's a little bit more drama to unfold. I have to say the match that I was more engrossed by, probably because of what happened at the end, was the Stallions Los Troncos yesterday. And I do think sometimes the later it gets, the more the pressure starts to build, and the players really feel that, you know, there seems to be more on the line when the clock is striking, let's say, 10, 11, and even beyond 11. I know you and our previous colleague who was with us at the beginning of the week, Patrick Hendrick, was saying, you know, you've been working here until midnight in some days.
Finished just before midnight. As Thiago Brito tries to power his way through. Yeah, it depends. You know, we've had shootouts as well. That naturally extends the length of the contest. We had in the first two, didn't we? Shootouts in that All-Italian derby, one by Alpha Kappa. And that was exciting, and also because of the noise and the atmosphere brought by the fans and Number 8 there, Matheus Rufino stopped in his tracks there. He was looking to race away, wasn't he, Rufino?
Rufino is a very stocky player, very stocky player, and he was warming up just underneath our commentary box, and yeah, he's got a lot of muscle on his body, so no surprise to see the Desempeñ player there going flying under the challenge.
Ailton José. This is Bolt trying to find Su Xiao. Now Kelvin Oliveira trying to just power his way through, stopped in his tracks. The challenges are starting to fly in, aren't they? BK's replacement for day 4, because I was going to say BK and I'm trying to dig myself out of a hole. That's why, THR.
No problem. Do we look similar? No, probably same amount of hair, I'd say. That's probably...
Very similar, yeah, very similar in terms of the height, stature, both very good footballers.
Oh, no.
Enjoy it on a Wednesday night.
Oh, I'm not a good player. I'm a bench warmer. What do you like on the football field? Are you any good?
I once, but I've retired now, of course.
Were you any good?
Listen, I wasn't good, but I was a very hard worker. I was the midfield engine, but like a Gattuso, breaking down the play and giving it to someone with good feet.
Nice. Back to the action in front of us now. Desempeñ need a foothold in this game. They're 2 goals down, remember. G3X just going through the motions. Game management, I think, is something that we need to focus on, and G3X doing it well. They're not conceding many chances. In fact, I can't really remember Josildo Barata Jr. being called into action yet, but of course that could change. Foul potentially Kelvin Oliveira, who's protecting the ball.
Tasty.
Well, these players know each other from playing in the Brazilian league, and now it's all boiling over, just as it did 24 hours ago.
They did indeed. Of course, there's grudge elements to this game as well, because this is obviously beating G3X in the final of the Kings League. Brazil split. So will that give them the edge? As they did for Alpha Kappa, we have to say, against the underdogs earlier, but at this stage it's G3X leading. As it's brought down by Victor Bueno, to be confused with the tasty Italian treat, the Kinder Bueno, which at this time of the evening, I think anything associated with food names makes me think of any savoury treats and sweet treats. I have to just be patient. We're almost there.
VB.
Into a dinner.
Patrick Kendrick was referring to him as Victoria Bitter, which is a very niche reference.
I thought Victoria Beckham.
Victoria Beckham, VB. Wembley on the ball now for G3X. Playing around with it at the back. It's a high press. Late challenges. Getting a bit niggly, isn't it, Thomas Lawrence? There's a lot of fouls, and I think Desempeñ are perhaps just losing a little bit of their temperament, and they need to be careful here, because so many players, as we've seen in this tournament so far, have been booked for dissent. And now this is the turn of, looks to be, is it Christian down there, who's telling the referee in no uncertain terms exactly what he thought of that decision.
Yeah, you don't need to speak Portuguese, do you, to maybe get an inkling of what he's trying to say, at least the message he was trying to get across. As Andreas Vaz, again, doing defensive duties. He scored an absolute peach of a goal, didn't he, after Kelvin Oliveira's penalty. As Desempeñ trying to find a way back as we approach that final minute and a half or so. Victor Bueno from distance spirals up in the air, 50-50. Bueno goes out.
Great block there from the number 8, Rufino, just getting in the way there. That's what he does. He does the lavoro sporco, as they say in Italian, the dirty work, not the dirty work, what would you translate that into English?
I think you can say that sort of the so-called dirty work, that work off the ball, the nitty-gritty stuff. Photographs for Victor Bueno, timed his run well.
So approaching the 17-minute mark, 30 seconds away from the 17-minute mark, which only means one thing. We'll go into the double goal period. Their goals will count as 2. Desempeñ, remember, if they were to score 1, they would tie the game at 2 apiece. I'm sure that's something they will be looking to do in the 3 minutes that remain. There will be a gong and just about a 30-second period for the players to just get a bit of tactical advice from their coaches. And some teams have used that very well, as we've seen. 8 seconds to go then in this first period, we should call it.
Well, there it is. There's the buzzer. And at this stage of the game, G3X in control. As you said, struggling to think of too many clear-cut chances from Desempeñ to G3X. Very good value, I would say, for this score. And and you'd sense they'd be happy to keep things tight in these next 3 minutes and go into the interval with a 2-goal cushion. Destin Payne, I think, likewise, I think they might say, okay, let's just get to the halfway stage, regroup, let's make sure we, if a chance comes away, yes, we must take it. Otherwise, let's just keep things tight. Don't want to be going into this one 4-0 down. Countdown is on then. 5. We'll see what these final 3 minutes of the first half have in store. It's been relatively low-key, hasn't it, today, has to be said, but that's also because of the tension, I think, and what's on the line.
Well, I was about to reference that. Incredible. You read my mind. Yes, the tension. Yes, they know what's on the line. It is effectively well, it is last chance. It's elimination football. It's tournament football. But these are the best teams left in the competition, and we have to give credit to the defences as well.
Indeed, we speak a lot, don't we? Naturally, because the Kings is so attacking so many goals, but defence is on top, that's for sure. We've seen some defensive masterclasses, haven't we? Yesterday we saw the first clean sheet as well, which we hadn't seen, which was very impressive, which you don't always, well, we rarely see, don't we, in the KL, in the Kings League and the Kings World Cup clubs.
It's important.
Salamao just tries to come in. Back to you, pal.
Oh, just looking down there at the stats, as I always like to do. I'm going to get a nickname for being a bit of a nerd, I think, because of my love for stats.
Mr. Statistician.
Stats pack. We'll think of statistician.
As Barata tips it over. No, you are the stat man. Well, the stat man.
Looking down, G3X, their game so far. 5-1 win over Karasu and a 5-2 win over Alpa Kappa. Just 7 goals and 6 goals respectively, so very low scoring affairs. They're not a team who tends to blow the opposition out of the water, but they also don't concede a lot. So perhaps 2-0 is a pretty expected score. It's not particularly a surprising score given how G3X set up. You know, we look at some of the other teams in the competition. You look at teams like Ultimate Móstoles, who've qualified already for the semi-final. 6-3, 9 goals in that one, and then 9-7, 16 goals in that particular match against Stallions. So maybe it's the type of team that G3X are.
Yeah, no, you are right. You spoke about that defence, the solidity, and they've got that as well. They work hard as a unit. They get the job done. As Kelvin Oliveira looks to ease the pressure on his defence. So good at shielding the ball, isn't he? Protecting the ball and bringing players into play. And he's free on this near side. This could be trouble for Destin Payne. This is Kelvin Oliveira. Of course, that's funny. That goal would have been worth double, but not because of the star player armband, but because of the fact we're in this double goals phase. And it wouldn't be worth forwards. That would have been some story and some rule, wouldn't it?
It would have. But thankfully, you are here to save my bacon, because I did forget about that rule. But as you can see, the graphic, it wouldn't have counted as 4. It would have counted just as 2. The 3 minutes before and after the halftime whistle, all star player cards and all the cards that can be played, the secret cards, are null and void.
So as we suggested, very cautious, not too much going on in these final 3 minutes as well. Tries to pick out Rufino. And they're just taking their time here. Kaiki Sosa passing it around, will just lump it upfield, trying to find Victor Bueno. And that will be it, ladies and gentlemen, for the first period. G3X then in the driving seat. Kelvin over an early penalty, and Andreas Vass with a peach of a strike. Let's check this out. This save, well, one of the rare times he has been called into action then was this one from Barata.
Yeah. A save you'd expect him to make. It was made all the more dramatic with that dive. But yeah, good save from the goalkeeper there. Just a quick word on one of our sponsors, Powerade. The players getting on some very vital fluids and staying hydrated. Hydration is key. Pause is power. And this is an interesting moment now, as we're going to hear from the presidents in a couple of moments' time.
Vambora, rapaziada de casa, jogão aí. Estamos felizes, obrigado torcida aí brasileira, todo mundo que tá mandando todas as mensagens de carinho, torcendo pelo G3X, hoje é dia. E vambora, velho, torcedor aqui na arena fazendo a festa bonita aqui a topar. E vambora, com muito futebol, terminar de ganhar essa partida aqui que é importante pra caramba, pra gente conquistar aí mais um passo aí no nosso objetivo desse campeonato. Vambora, velho.
É isso.
Jogo truncado pra caramba, a gente sabia que ia ser difícil,
Porra, tomamos 2 gols em 1 minuto ali, a felicidade do Andres e um pênalti que honestamente, porra, eu não achei pênalti, mas também faz parte, o jogo não acabou. É virar essa chave e buscar, mano, que tem jogo, é Kings League. São 2 gols de diferença, dá pra buscar, mano, dá pra buscar. Vamos virar essa porra, vambora, vambora.
So after the message from the respective presidents, you know what it is. It's the roll of the die, and I can reveal we have DJ Mario, a very happy DJ Mario, of course, the ultimate Mostoles president after overseeing and watching his side's victory early, albeit via a very nerve-jangling shootout. He is going to be rolling the die then here for the contest between G3X and Decim Pain. There is 3, it is. 3 is the magic number. They'll be looking to get to 3, that's for sure. G3X in this one, or maybe even possibly more in this phase when the space will open up for both teams. So you can look at the other way, a chance for Decim Pain to get up and running, get off the mark then. In these first 3 minutes of the first period, we saw so many goals, we have seen so many goals, and of course, I can see the previous game from the Brazilian side of Fúria. And it is Decim Pain in possession. Kaique Souza immediately making the changes, bringing on more attack-minded players. Keepers coming off as well. Here is Gigante for Victor Bueno. Christian on this far side, or rather our near side. Here he is, Christian. Gigante, can't lose the ball here. This is Victor Bueno, they're appealing for offside, it's not been given, and Victor Bueno has taken the ball out of play.
Olha lá, o cara levou a bola embora, pô. Beleza, fez o favor, olha aí, ó.
And they'll go with Andreas Vass then taking the keeper off. We'll have to tune it off. Here is Vass, Ton Spider and Kelvin Oliveira. Dare I say it, the best 3 players in terms of attacking talent for G3X. Vass with Ton, the 3 tenors here. Ton, Vass and Kelvin Oliveira. Here is Kelvin Oliveira! That's what he does to make it 3-0. Takes his chances when they come his way.
The Express A-Train, bing, boom, bam. Kelvin Oliveira with another goal, and it is 3-0 G3X.
This game is at risk of running away then of Decim Pain. That you mentioned about the Express Train. Maybe the Express Train is running away from Decim Pain. Bim, boom, bam. This could escalate fast. So we just wait here before getting back where the clock has been stopped.
For those of you wondering why that goal only counted as 1 as opposed to 2, because Kelvin Oliveira, of course, is the star player. It's because in the 3 minutes before the half-time and the 3 minutes after, the star player power-up is not valid. It goes out of the window, but he will be reinstated as the star player when the clock hits 23:00. There's a check here for the goal. Let's have a little listen in, shall we? Tolo.
You can try and hear something, glean something. The goal does stand then. It is 3-0, and Decim Pain have a mountain to climb as things stand. And here the importance, we'll talk about it soon, about the things like the secret cards and the presidential penalties to give you a foothold, something to get you back in the game. Open net, this could be it. Well, it's in from Well. 4-0. They are starting to cruise here, G3X.
Well, this Thomas Lawrence is getting pretty embarrassing for Decim Pain. 4-0, 4 goals without reply.
Oh, Luis Signor. Well, when he can't hit the target, then you know it's maybe not going to be your night. They are 4 goals down, still under a minute of this 3v3 situation. You wouldn't put it past G3X. Bagging another one. Vass looking hungry for goals. His thirst for goals hasn't been quenched. This is Ton Spider. There he is. This is Vass. Kelvin Oliveira. This could be trouble Unfortunately, it wasn't for Desimpain.
Well, look, every time he gets the ball, he looks to curl it. Every single time he gets the ball, he looks dangerous. Santa, yeah, this game is running away quickly from Desimpain. But they are attacking now with 3 attacking players and 2 defenders. So let's see what can happen here. They need to get themselves into the game.
This is Christian. Now Gigante, they are up and running, they are off the mark. That's something for Gigante, and there's been a little clash there between Gigante and Kelvin Oliveira.
Well, you don't like to see it, compatriots, of course, but Kelvin Oliveira still on the deck. Good finish from Gigante, or as our ex-colleague Patrick Kendrick would say, Gigange, which I really appreciate. I don't think I can quite put it off, but Gigange is an important player for them, and that goal gives them a little bit of a foothold, something to work on. And now we are going to go back to 7-on-7. And the state of play for the next 13 minutes means that the players can use their presidential penalties, and they can use their their secret cards if they have them. Of course, as we know, G3X have already used theirs, which was the star player for Oliveira.
No, you're right about Gigante, THR, but you think when they've started these 1v1 situations or the 3v3 situations, or he's always there, he's always in it, he rarely has a rest, he's rarely off. It shows how important he is to the Desimpain machine, and we'll see whether that is the start of a comeback here, or whether it's just a little flash in the pan, flash in the Desimpain from the Brazilians.
Very nice. Very nice indeed, wordplay, love it. Right, back underway then, a huge 13 minutes. 13 minutes for Desimpain to keep themselves in this Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty. You might have heard that phrase a couple of times. I said it in the Fortnite Challenge, and I think my colleague Thomas Lawrence has said it a couple of times. Getting down to the nitty-gritty means getting down to the really important moments of the tournament. How would you say, what matters, the basics, Desimpain do need to throw caution to the wind now, but that's a good interception in the centre of the park. Calmly done by VB. He's impressed me, not with his shooting boots, but he's been decent in play.
Nice hair as well.
Oh, I'd love it. I'd love half of it.
Well, you and I exactly with our, my receding hairline here. Just here, unfortunately, I'd love it to take a bit, pinch it, maybe glue it on or something. I don't know. Anyway, Victor Bueno now on that far side. Just floated in, and Luisina diving in at that far post. Presidential penalty time. I know you love these moments, THR.
Yeah, I love the presidential penalty. Very interesting, and I think at this stage in the game, it's a very normal time to take it, second half, and it can really give you a foothold. And as we've seen, Desimpain trailing by the 3 goals. If their president can come down to the field and score, that reduces the arrears just to 2, and perhaps... Oh.
That could have been costly.
That could have been costly. Could have been Kevin Costner.
Well, he didn't have his bodyguard, did he, with him? So would have been trouble.
What was the goalkeeper doing there? Dancing with Wolves, I think.
I think the Wolves are out, though, aren't they, Parceros?
Here we go. It is Renato, as we know him, Renato Vicente. I'm sorry if I'm butchering the name, but he's 1 from 2, with Hilario taking the last one, so he's back, Renato. And he looks confident stepping up to the plate. He's very nice boots as well. What do you think, Tolo? Goal or no goal?
No goal.
No goal. I'm going to say goal. I think that Desimpain are going to get back into this game. I think there's drama, and I think it starts here with the presidential penalty.
Well, he certainly looks the part. He's come out here with real confidence. It is Renato Vicente. He does score. THR, shake your hand. Top man. You predicted it. You can predict the future.
Well, that is what it means to Renato Vicente. What a penalty that was. Sent the goalkeeper the wrong way. Maybe gave him the eyes a little stutter. I'm a big fan of that. And that is a pivotal goal at a pivotal moment. Now, they do have enough time to turn this around. Of course, the star player Kelvin Oliveira still has his band on, so there's potentially danger to come for Desimpain, but they've given themselves a chance, and that's all they could have hoped for.
Well, that was it. That's what was so important. They got at least a goal, which they did in that power play, didn't they? With Gigante way back in it, and a presidential penalty. Now things are looking a lot better. Things are looking up for Desimpain. This is what we say. Things can change so quickly, can't they?
Vaz, who at the beginning of play I did mention as maybe one to watch, and he scored that absolute beauty, which is always very nice to happen for a commentator when you sing a player's praises and then he proves you right. But hit the deck just a little bit too softly for my liking there, if I'm being honest, Tolo.
Here's once again. Yep, you're spot on in terms of the talent. There's no doubt it, but little things like that, sometimes you don't want to see it. Too many of those incidents. As Rufino tries his best to bring it down. It's a real scramble there, isn't it? Really chaotic. Rufino. Nice back heel pass, didn't quite work out.
So fast-paced, this game at the moment. I'm not sure if that's coming through on your screens, on your devices. We're live here in front of the action. We're right on top of the action in the commentary box, and I can tell you it is frantic. The pace in which this match is being played is fantastic, and there are going to be some very tired legs at the end of it. And remember, a place in the semi-finals is up for grabs for either of these two sides. Lots to play for.
Ton Spider! Did it touch the woodwork?
Yes, it did. Through? Yes, it did. It touched the top of the... It glanced off the top of the crossbar.
Shot on the turn there from Ton Spider, as you can see. Full flavor replay. Pomp on the replay. Now Gigante. As you can tell, my real dream is to one day maybe be a DJ on a radio and
I'd come to one of your gigs.
Thank you very much.
I'd make up half the people in the crowd.
If I'm lucky, yeah.
Just a note on G3X here, Tolo. They've upped the ante. They're really going for this now. You can see the runs that they're making. They're getting the ball forward to this man quickly, and it makes for a really good spectacle. This is exactly what we've been crying out for, this Brazilian derby.
I'm loving the roll of the R's. Welcome to the club. Patrick and I. A little nod and tribute to the Italian language, and the secret card's been played. Yep.
Just a reminder, F50s, Predators, take control, cause chaos. I love causing chaos. My colleague Thomas Lawrence loves taking control. We are very different, and that's why we choose different boots. But remember, they are some of the finest boots, actually, I would say. Some of the finest boots that you can get your hands on. And there are competitions, of course. So much going on in this Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. It's not just about the action down there, although it is certainly part of it. And it is a secret card that has been played from Decim Payne. Let's have a look and see what it is. Curious time to make it. 27th minute. It is a reverse penalty. One of my personal favorites. Just a reminder for you, the reverse penalty works like this. They can choose, Decim Payne, any member of the G3X team to take a penalty, and if they miss it, they get the goal. If the goal goes in, nothing happens. The score stays at 4-2. It really puts the pressure on the player that's chosen. We've already seen one of them miss today. Massa Junior missed for Alpa Kappa, if I'm not wrong. His second of the tournament.
It was struck well, but came crashing off the post, if you remember.
So they normally choose players who haven't had a lot of, let's say, a lot of time on the field. It's very difficult to come on and take a penalty under these conditions.
That's a nice touch there between Messias and Kaiki Sosa before the penalty.
Compatriots.
So, like it. Richard Whittle here in the house. Now a big moment this could potentially be 4-3. There goes Messias, and it is 4-3, saved by Kaiki Sosa.
Well, I just, my heart breaks for these players that come on and have so much pressure, and he's being applauded by his team, which is lovely to see, but he will be furious with that. He's come on, he hasn't played a lot of minutes in this tournament, and he's come on and he's missed a penalty. And more importantly than that, it means Decim Payne have reduced it to just one. They were 4-0 down, Tolo. They were 4-0 down. Now, we have a bit of an issue here. The referee's gone over to just make sure that everything's okay. As you can see, the fans behind the goal making themselves heard. Long throw out to Vaz, and that's a great goalkeeping coming off his line. Well, Kaiki Sosa, he's been the hero over the last couple of minutes. That penalty save and then lobbing that one, well, not into row Z.
Not quite.
Not quite. Thought it was coming our way, but I'll have to wait to get my hands on a match ball.
How many things do you want? Chicken wings, Lamine Yamal, jerseys, footballs?
At this stage, chicken wings. They just look so delicious. And then, you know, Agnese with the MVPs down there, they only get to choose one. So what's happening with the other three batches? That's my question, Tolo.
I think they're going to the VIPs, with all due respect to you and I. So a little over 10 minutes. Let's swung in there. Potentially 10 minutes, it depends. It could go to a shootout and we could be going well beyond that 40-minute mark. As Victor Bueno tries to close down Barata. Goal there for G3X. And this is what we were saying, how things can change so quickly. Kelvin, a long throw for Rufino on the turn. Now Elton Jose steaming forward. Able to be stopped. Possession changing hands quickly. This could be an opportunity here. Vaz in support, doesn't need him. And it goes over the bar. Thiago Brito.
Well, he had Vaz in support, and Vaz was just indicating with his hands how frustrated is he, Andreas Vaz, because he was in a prime position to take that on.
He was.
And they have got a corner, but Vaz will be... Well, we saw what Vaz can do in the first half with that spectacular effort, but he's not getting the service, Andreas Vaz. He's lurking at the back post, though.
Kelvin Oliveira, now Thiago Brito won the corner and who perhaps should have, in hindsight, passed it to Andreas Vaz, shunning the number 10. Barata under real pressure, he slips and it goes out on this near side.
Desimpain have the bit between the teeth now, don't they, Tolo? They are certainly up for this, and having reduced it from 4-0 to 4-3, well, why can't they go on and get that fourth goal? Brief reminder for you that G3X still do have their presidential penalty, should they wish to use it.
Ton Spider, good positive runner. Another corner. They're starting to add up here. And is this going to be trouble for the number 8, Elton Jose?
Well, he signalled immediately to the medical staff that he needs a substitution here, so he knows something's wrong. I wonder whether he's going to need the doctors to come up. Well, he indicated the rolling of the fingers, which means he needs to come off, but he's back on his feet. Well, very strange period of play there. He looks to be okay. More tired than anything. He'd be a big loss for Desimpain, a huge loss.
He would be one of their key figures, Andreas Vaz with Thiago Brito. Kelvin Oliveira in the middle. Again, just trying to draw in place, maybe open up a bit of space. One of his teammates, which is Ton Spider, Andreas Vaz. A lovely, deft little touch. It doesn't quite work out, though, for the Brazilians. As Barata, no choice but to sweep. This may come towards us. It's gone into touch.
Interesting tactical move here from Desimpain. They are man-marking the danger man. That is, of course, the man with the armband, the man on the ball now.
Now Kelvin Oliveira still has that green armband. Haven't seen much from him since he's taken over that green armband. The star player to Bueno. That very nearly turned into an assist for Luisinho.
Just going back there, got cut off with the action. It's so fast-paced that we can barely get our breaths, even as casters, even as commentators. But Ailton Jose, who's the player down to our left with the injury, he's been marshalling Kelvin Oliveira everywhere he's gone. And when he's out of position, then it's Bolt's turn. They're not giving him a moment's peace, and that's why we haven't seen too much of Kelvin Oliveira since he took hold of the star player armband in the first half.
De Bueno takes a tumble. Bolt takes it quickly. This is Christian. Luisinho on the overlap. Swung in. Now Gigante takes a touch. And Barata has made a mistake there. Tried to avoid the corner. And it's going to be a corner.
Butterfingers, Mrs. Buttersworth. We've seen a couple of goalkeeper errors in this tournament so far, haven't we?
We have indeed. Now Victor Bueno just tried to slide it in at the near post. Wasn't to be for Victor Bueno. Wasn't quite bueno for him on that occasion. Gigante, long throw. Barata comes off his line. Kelvin Oliveira brought down. The referee says play on. This is well. And the ball does go out, and I can see, and you can hear as well, the presidential penalty has been called, hasn't it?
Presidential penalty, an important moment. It is also important to note that Gaules, the G3X president, has scored 0 from 2. So he'll be hoping to score his first presidential penalty of this Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. But I don't think too many G3X fans are particularly hopeful here, considering his record of 0 from 2. But maybe this is the time. To change things. Remember, if the presidents are not present in the arena, in the stadium, they can delegate to a player who will take it from the centre circle and take a 5-second shootout. But if the president is present, physically present in the arena, they are obliged to take it. So let's have a little look. The mascot there cheering the team on, as you can see, and must be very hot in these circumstances. But it is the moment here. Gaules, who we did see warming up, he didn't look too confident when he was taking his penalties in the warm-up, but the number 77, the president of this G3X side, who are hoping to go all the way and find glory in this World Cup clubs, has a big chance to re-establish that 2-goal margin. And I would add, if I can, it would be it would be such a motivational booster, because remember, they were 4-0 up, and there's a lot of importance on this penalty. He's kissing the ball.
He's got a warm embrace, shall we say, from Kelvin Oliveira as well. A hug from the dunce, the mascot. And we'll see what he can produce here. The president. He's Gaules, lengthy run-up. Here goes Gaules, and that is wonderful from Gaules. His team needed that. He has stepped up. He's certainly no donkey from the penalty spot.
Well, look at the celebrations from these G3X players, staff, medical staff. Everybody's on the pitch, even the mascot. That shows you how much belief they had in him. Not much, but he's proved them wrong. He's got onto the score sheet, and it is a 2-goal advantage for G3X with time ticking away. Decim Payne got themselves back into the game, but it is G3X who lead by 2. Well done to the president. Excellent spot kick there.
It was indeed, and especially speaking about his record, THR going in to that penalty. It was poor, and they needed that. They needed that because psychologically, as you said, they were 4-0 up at one stage and now leading only by 2. So they needed him to step up. He has done that, president, leading by example. Barata. Gigante. Alemão. Now Bolton coming off Andres. Look how he celebrates every time. Bolt. Luisinho may have accidentally handled it now. Alemão. Here is Christian.
Well, some of the Decim Payne attackers are appealing to the referee for a VAR decision. They felt there was some sort of infringement in the centre. I have to be honest, I was watching the shot. I didn't see. We might get the privilege of watching it on the replay, so eyes on your screens, everybody. Still a little bit of time here for Decim Payne to get back into this game. And just a reminder for you that Kelvin Oliveira's stint as the star player, in which his first goal would be worth double, is 4 minutes away from eclipsing.
He's just lost out. Kelvin Oliveira, Gigante, lovely ball, looking for Christian, round the keeper. Christian, what a block. It's Thiago Brito.
That is worth its weight in gold, Tolo. What a block on the line at this time in the game. 33 minutes on the clock, 32 and a half, I should correct myself. And the goalkeeper's gone down injured there, but that was the chance. That was a huge chance to get it back to just 1. What defending? Well, if they go through to the semi-finals, they can have him to thank, that's for sure.
With this break in play, G3X have now called, or rather, well, you can see a secret card's been called, but it can't be, obviously, from G3X, because they have already played their secret card. So it must be a time dilation card. Anyway, swung in the meantime. Bit of confusion all round.
I think it might just be technical issue, yes. I think, but because as we can see, Kelvin Oliveira was given the star player, so it must be.
And Decim Payne have already called their secret card with a reverse penalty.
Yes.
Time dilation card, as we were saying. This was the game with the time dilation card.
Time dilation, acceleration.
So obviously with this, they'll be looking to speed time up, I'm sure, to get closer to the victory.
Yes. Well, we'll confirm for you when we know officially. But the time dilation card was used in a previous match, so my colleague and I, Thomas Lawrence, a little bit baffled by that. But perhaps there was a split decision. Perhaps the voting was 50-50. That might have been the case. And anyway, we do have the time dilation, and it is, as you'd expect, G3X who've decided to speed up the next 2 minutes, effectively becoming just 1.
Here is Ton Spider. Too easy that for Nike Sosa.
Hasn't impressed me, Ton Spider, as much as I'd have hoped. This is my first time seeing the Brazilian outfit, G3X, in the flesh.
Yeah, he hasn't quite had those opportunities.
Well, 408,000 of you joining us across all channels. The devices that are linked towards, it's just gone up as well, getting towards 409,000. Good to hear. Let's try and get a few more of you for tomorrow's action. Remember, tomorrow is the semi-finals and the final, and there will be lots of special surprises, perhaps, sting, twists in the tail, I should say. And it will be a very, very interesting event tomorrow. Let me tell you that. The conclusion as well of the Fortnite Challenge, which will be fantastic between Team Italy and Team Germany.
This is Saint-Lamaur. Time dilation is over. The time is sped up then by G3X. They're getting closer then, and approaching that final minute, aren't we, THR? As things stand then, G3X are going to need just one goal, aren't they, in the Fortnite match ball, unless Decimpain can claw back the deficit. It's looking unlikely, and just with just 1 minute to go, which goes back to what you're saying, that penalty was so important as Bolt has a crack at the other distance.
Well, 3 of the 4 games that we've seen tonight, Solo, have really gone the distance. They've been very close affairs. The only one, perhaps not, Furia beating Los Troncos comfortably. But Alpacapa and underdogs, just a recap of what happened. The Italian derby, which was Alpacapa's to win, and they did. Ultimate Mosteles as well. They prevailed. They'll be in the semi-final. And G3X currently leading Decimpain.
Kelvin Oliveira wins it back. Shooting the ball as he does. Great strength still going. Trying to find Ton Spider in the middle. And of course running out quickly. Now or never really for Decimpain on that far side. Trying to conjure up something. And it's all in the hands then of G3X, Kelvin Oliveira. Vass wanted it. He did try and feed Vass, but it was good defensive work from Elton Jose.
So 36 minutes of engrossing football have come and gone here at the Kings League Arena in Cologno Monzese, just outside of Milan. And remember, we are going to now play an extra match ball mode, sponsored by Fortnite, of course. The match not being a tie, the team ahead must score just 1 more goal. That is G3X, so they need to get to 6. And of course, Decimpain have to get all the way up to 6 without reply. So it's looking difficult for Decimpain, but don't count them out yet.
It is going to be difficult because G3X, they're in the driving seat. 2 goal cushion, just the 1 goal. First to 6 wins it, but when you're starting at 3 and 5, then you know which position you'd rather be. G3X, Kelvin Oliveira, Ton Spider, Andreas Vass. Just those names alone.
I wonder, Solo, what the reaction will be, from both players, but certainly those of G3X, should Decimpain find the first goal in this particular period, which we are, of course, calling the match ball mode, as it's formerly known as, the match ball mode. Let's see what can happen. So, G3X need 1, Decimpain need 3. There is a place in the last 4 on the line for these 2 Brazilian outfits. 1 is going home, 1 is going through.
Well, let's see, we're going to find out our final semi-finalist, aren't we? THR is a bit of a scuffle as Ton Spider gets first to that ball. Nice work from Ton Spider. For Andreas Vass, space opening up. This is Vass. Well, for Wembley. It is Wembley. Oh, I thought that was going to be arrowed into that bottom corner.
Wow. Had a bit of an arch on that one from Wembley, didn't it?
It did very nicely. Let's see what he did there. You used to play Wembley? Do you remember Wembley, playing Wembley at school?
Oh, yes, indeedy.
Now, Bold, well, say that they have to get a goal. It's an obvious thing to say, but they've got to get it now. They've got to put the pressure, start maybe putting some little bits of doubts into the minds of G3X.
Decimpain haven't really impressed from distance, I have to say, not just today, but also yesterday in their match, and they're going to need to improve that, and quickly.
Now Andreas Vass loses out. This is a chance for Decimpain. Gigante, this is Lamau setting himself up. And it's saved by Barata.
That is a key save, keeping his side in the contest. It fell really nicely for the big man who took it on the half volley on his left peg. Game really opening up now as we'll be going down to 4 versus 4 shortly.
Yeah,
remember
with our scale down, yeah. And in the meantime, get voting for your MVP. At the bottom of your screen, there's your candidates. Ton Spider, Kelvin Oliveira. That's the track back. Barata quickly off his line. Read it well there. Now Andres Fass started the game with a stunner. And he ended the game with another scorcher. Andres Fass looking for Ton Spider. This is well. Has his pocket picked by Gigante. And he tries to get his wallet back right away. Just like Mark and episode of Peep Show in Series 10.
Might be a curse of the commentator incoming, but I do think that these reduced amount of players on the field is going to benefit Decimpain, because all of those mighty players that we've seen for G3X, all of those real stars of this competition, they're going to have to go off at some point, and that will suit the team in red. Now, it is, as we can see, a 3-on-3. They decide to keep the goalkeeper in. Over to you, Tolo.
So this is Christian. It's blocked. Kaki Sosa. You can hear the cheers, can't you, from the G3X players and the guys down in the backroom staff as well on the bench every time they make a block or win the ball back. Christian once again. Gigante needs something gigantic now. Kaki Sosa looking good throughout this game. Done his part. It's not going to be enough as Christian has his shot. Well, he thought deflected over the bar. They're appealing for a corner. It hasn't been given. Barata relieved. And Andres Fass will start again, unsurprisingly. They've kept Kelvin Oliveira on.
Of course, no star player ban. No, that's gone.
It is. Ton Spider went to place it in that far corner.
So just a repeat of the rules here. First to 6 wins. G3X just needing that solo goal, and Decimpain needing 3. And the klaxon has gone here in the arena once again, which means we are down to 2 versus 2 now, or 3 versus 3. Yeah, 3 versus 3.
The keepers, or obviously when you take him off when you're in the attacking phase, as Decimpain are. This is for Victor Bueno. Stays on his feet, tries to get around the keeper. Now Christian. Now Gigante. That was a good save by Barata. Not easy to make that save. He's just taking his time here. No need to force the issue. Will he come off for an outfield play? He will. As Kaki Sosa scuttles back in goal for Decimpain. Vass. Kelvin Oliveira. Ton Spider free on this near side. There's a break in play here. Was there a problem with the substitution? Did they not respect the channels?
Well, what I've noticed, Tolo, is that they have to exchange it. It's a towel, it's a bib. I think it might even be a bib. And if they don't exchange it correctly, the referees come over and there's something going on here. Perhaps one of the staff of Decimpain is getting a bit mouthy to the 4th official. Doesn't help Decimpain and their chances to try and get back into this game. I repeat, I don't think this is over just yet. I think if Decimpain can get that goal, the worry starts to set in for G3X, and then you never know. But as we know, G3X have the ability to just hit them on the counter-attack. We've seen that.
Yeah, they've got that staff quality, as we've said, but for the minute they're focused on defending here. This is Christian. To find Gigante. Can he find Gigante? Should have done better. Should have actually gone for goal.
Should have gone for goal.
Pass it to Lucinho.
Where is the urgency from these Decimpain players? He has to go for goal there. The goalkeeper was not in a good position. So selfless. Sometimes there's a time to be selfish, and sometimes there's a chance to pass it. But well, let's have a little look and see what's going to occur here, because we are now into overtime of overtime. It's 41 minutes on the clock, still delicately poised at 5-3 for G3X. Reminder that the team that will prevail will go on to face Ultimate Móstoles in the semi-final. That will be tomorrow. That is the 2nd game.
And Alpha Kappa Footy, the other semi-final, correct?
Yep.
Good stuff. I need to start doing my homework like yourself here, Chart.
Difficult that one for Alpha Kappa tomorrow. They'll have the home support, but Furia look unbeatable at this stage. G3X haven't shown me anything to tell me they have enough to beat Furia, in my opinion, in my humble opinion.
Kelvin Oliveira looking to make it lights out for Decimpain, put them out of their pain here. So they trail 5-3. Anton Jose unhappy, suggesting there was an arm
I think he was asking for. What's the phrase? He was asking the referee to hurry up the play there because he believed Kelvin Oliveira was playing too defensively there. He wanted more attack.
Yes. Now the 1v1. Kelvin Oliveira. Here we go. Luisinho just waiting for the substitution to be made. It has been made. Luisinho. This is Christian. Comes to Luisinho, lovely ball. Luisinho! The balls have gone back. This one isn't over.
Hope Tolo for Desimpain. It is not over till it's over. They needed to get that first goal just to put a bit of doubt into the minds of G3X, and they've done exactly that. Now then, what's the response going to be from a lot of people's favourites for this competition? They need to start showing their mettle, and they need to do it now. It is 5-4 in the race to 6.
So Kelvin Oliveira and Ton Spider, those two, against Elton Jose and Kaiki Sousa. Here is Ton Spider, Kelvin Oliveira, not the best of first touches. Ton Spider, Kelvin Oliveira, this could be it! And you would not have expected that from Kelvin Oliveira, just as about to pull the trigger.
Well,
the poor touch.
I have been following this competition from home. Obviously, haven't commentated on him in the flesh. He looks a good player, but perhaps not his best performance today.
Now, Christian and Luisinho, can they draw Desimpain level? This is Christian. Luisinho's free, waiting. Christian still, has he overdone it? Maybe not. Luisinho now. Round the keeper! 5-5! Next goal wins it! It's a golden goal scenario!
What a finish here to the final game on the day of quarterfinals! This is incredible. Desimpain, they were dead and buried. They were out of it. But complacency kicking in from G3X, and it is 5-5. All to play for now.
Massive pressure now. Ton Spider. Vass is free. Vass here. He'll settle for a throw-in. That's all he can settle for at the moment. Vass. Wants some movement from Ton Spider. Not the best of passes. They don't have a keeper right now, so they can't afford to give away possession. Vass. Vass. Ton Spider to win it! G3X march on. They gain revenge over Desimpain. This Brazilian derby ends in favour of G3X.
The battle of the Brazilians goes to those in white, and what a finale. We have to give credit to the losing quarter-finalists. Desimpain will be feeling that pain at the moment, but it is all about G3X. They came into it heavy favourites. They were 5-3 up at one stage, pegged back to 5-5 in the match ball mode, but it was those very plucky Brazilians, the Brazilians in white, G3X, who will take their place in the semi-final tomorrow to set up a mouth-watering clash against Ultimate Móstoles.
THR, you were spot on. You sensed that it was going to go all the way. At one stage, I pretty much wrote off Desimpain, but they showed why they are the champions of Brazil and why they edged out G3X earlier this year. But G3X managed just to hold their nerve. Psychologically, that must have been very difficult. And move to the MVP.
Second MVP for Kelvin Oliveira that leads his team to the semi-final. First of all, how are you feeling?
Amazing. That win means a lot for us. I think we have a fucking good team. And it's not a team of one player, Kelvin, or another one. It's for a big group with big talents and people who care a lot for this club.
And feeling your sensation, do you think this time can be the time to bring G3X a title of the World Cup?
Yes, for sure. We have a consistent team, so we always fighting for the finals, fighting for the titles. So I have sure we are ready.
Perfect. These one are the spiciest. So,
that one?
Yes, go celebrate with your team. Congratulations. See you to the semi-final. And guys, see you too to the semi-final. Thank you so much for being with us in these quarterfinals. See you tomorrow, guys. Have a nice night.
Oh, we'll see you tomorrow, everybody, for the semi-final. As we were quickly saying, Tia, in the end, G3X just having enough, and psychologically maybe very, very difficult. They managed to hold their nerve and maybe show the mark of potential champions. So winning that 6-5 in that topsy-turvy encounter. There's the results from today, beginning with Ultimos winning the shootout, Alpha Kappa winning the shootout, and all Italian dominant. Furia, as you said, perhaps the only sort of one-sided, shall we say, game. The rest were all very hard-fought. Furia beating Los Troncos, and here's the semi-finals tomorrow.
Well, mouth-watering, absolutely mouth-watering. Furia taking on Alpha Kappa. Now that one looks to be, well, Furia, we'd have to say Tolo would be the stronger side, but Alpha Kappa with that home support will look to cause an upset. They've played so many games already, and then UM against G3X. That's the one that we're waiting for, aren't we? DJ Mario taking on G3X and Gaules. The final four, there it is then for you. We can see we have at 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock, and then there's all sorts of things going on. But I'll leave the final word with my colleague, Thomas Lawrence.
Teja, it's been a pleasure. Guys, one last call. Join us tomorrow for the final on the 1st of August. A domani. Ciao, ciao.
Time to react. Things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones. We don't. Now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. You ever find that all the little things in life